Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Diadem Welsh Open 2026. Hopefully not starting as we mean to go on this morning. A little bit of a delay due to a fire alarm going off a few minutes ago. But the players are on court. Some games have started on the outside courts. And we're going to be getting underway here on court number one in a matter of moments. And we're going to be bringing you straight away the men's doubles 50 plus 4.0 plus competition. Stuart Gwilym and David Gee in the red up against Paul Byron and Rob Rosenfield in the dark colours. Just so you know who's who, Gee is wearing the cap back to front and Rosenfeld is in the glasses for the opposing team. So without further ado, I think we're going to be getting underway with this one because they've been waiting to get started and we can go whenever they are ready. We have a referee in place. We don't have a scoreboard in place. I'm going to be trying to keep you up to date with the score as we go. My name is Chris Beaumont. I've been asked to drive down from Anglesey to Wrexham, just an hour and 45 in the van first thing this morning to bring you this Welsh Open competition. Wrexham is a fantastic venue for it, and we're looking forward to seeing how the action plays out over the coming days. There was a plan to bring you a little bit of a preview, but the fire alarm scuppered that. So I'll try and bring you up to date with what's happening as we go. Now, it's going to be Gee who is serving first. He is to the right of your screen in the cap. And 0-0-2. Bit of lift there from Byron on the backhand cross-court dink, but Gee put away, but a foot fault has been called. First foot fault of the competition in the first exchange of the competition. So side out and Rosenfield on serve at 0-0-1. Nice deep return by Gee. Yeah, just catching Byron in the transition zone there, unable to reset, and first couple of exchanges have ended up against the server. So we move over to 0-0-2. Byron with a backhand serve. Gwilym just trying to force it from the non-volley zone line. Resets are pretty good so far. Digging the ball out. Clip off the net cord. And Gwilym will be quite pleased with the outcome of that one. Look at frustration on the face of Rosenfield and Byron. So Gee on serve at 0-0-1. 0-0-1 is the serve, just making sure the players are in the right places. There have been no points scored as of yet, so all players should be as they started. Interesting change there. Not sure why Byron and Rosenfield have had to change sides there. As nobody has scored a point, but okay, the referee has asked them to change positions. Yeah, good defence there from Rosenfield. Gee was on the attack. Rosenfield stood firm at the non-volley zone line and made a good block. Forced the error. And Gwilym coming through the transition zone there, able to force the volley down to the middle of the court. And we have a point on the board, folks. The first point scored at the 2026 Diadem Welsh Open on centre court. Little kiss off the net again. Byron and Rosenfield happy to sit in the dinks at the moment. Yeah, off-pace speed up there by Byron, forced the error from Stuart Gwilym. So side out at 0-1. And we've got plenty of action for you here today at the Diadem Welsh Open. We'll be going through to round about 6:30. I think the last game might be slated for here on court number one. Yeah, 6:30 will be one of the finals. I'll tell you more about that later. Rosenfeld on the drive. And nicely played by Gwilym. Gets it down the outside, kisses the line. Now isn't our preferred camera angle for you guys today. We've had, as I said, a few things going on here in Wrexham first thing this morning. The fire alarm going off at 9 o'clock. One of the cameras failing on us. So might be slightly more radio commentary in style today, just to keep you abreast of what's happening during the rally as well, if you can't really pick it up too well on your live stream. G just pushing that one into the net. It's 2-0-2. Oh yeah, no scoreboard as well, unfortunately, due to a tech glitch as well. Rosenfeld just dug one out down the line. G tried to counter it, but pushes it into the net. So side out. 0-2-1 is the score. Haven't really got into a flow yet in this game, but it is early days. And of course, first game of the day, a few nerves might be in place. Nice push down to the toes of Byron there by Stuart Gwilym. Stuart Gwilym involved in one of the better moments of the English Open commentary a couple of weeks ago. I'll remind you guys of that in a little while as Byron goes for the lob and puts it long. So, side out again at 2-0-1. Stuart Gwilym causing a review. Just long there from Byron. So a third point on the board for Gwilym and G. Gwilym reviewed on match point in the English Open on my court, and there was drama as we had automated line technology helping with the calls, and it turned out he got his call wrong and the game was lost. But it was great drama in Birmingham. There'll be great drama here in Wrexham too, as G just planting his right foot wide and unable to reset the dink from a slightly off balance position. Just off balance there, Gwilym just reaching in, not established at the non-volley zone line, caught a couple of paces back from it, and referee just checking positions again. So might have served from the wrong position momentarily as well, but everyone is getting used to the day. Rosenfeld on the attack, but great reset there from Gwilym. Countered it back down to the toes of Rosenfeld, who is still moving forwards. That one goes into the net. So Rob Rosenfeld on the serve once again. Just pushed wide by Gwilym, looking to keep it deep to the forehand of Byron. And Rosenfeld and Byron are on the board. 1-3-2 here in Wrexham. Lovely touch there by G. Just took the pace off nicely, guided it to the right. David G just helping me get the pronunciation of his surname correct, and I believe I got it right first time, which is a rarity for me. I can't understand why he would have come over to suggest I pronounce it correctly, given my form, but I did have David G. And G just puts that one into the net. 3-1-2 is the score. Nice touch by Gwilym, gets up to the line, Byron sends him wide. Nice point of position there from Paul Byron. Just got Gwilym slightly off balance, having to still be moving when he played that dink, and moves over to 1-3-1. G just punches at that volley, goes down into the net. Goes for a lob. And then pushes the next ball wide of court. Quite enough height or depth on that lob from Paul Byron, and fairly easy to be attacked on that next ball. 2-3-2. Goes for the lob again, unsuccessful again. Not a tactic I would recommend is continued by Byron. Nip and tuck here though at the start of the game. Points not flowing easily for either of the teams at this point. Possibly an out ball there, but then punch back down the middle by David G. Nice bit of work by David G. Just hoping to be able to welcome a surprise co-commentator into the booth in the start of the next game, but need our tech team to reappear to make that possible. And it'd be a real shame if we don't get the co-commentator involved, because it's going to be quite a lot of talking for me. And you don't want to hear from just me over the course of the day. You want to hear different voices here in Wrexham. We try to get as many different ones as possible as Gwilym drives that one down the middle, and we've got a change of ends at 6-1. So G and Gwilym looking fairly comfortable at the moment. It was quite nip and tuck to begin with, but a run of 3 points there has given them a bit of an advantage. So bit for Rosenfield and Byron to think about at the change of ends. They've been looking to engage in a bit of dinking, which I think is a good thing, because they've had a couple of bits of joy just getting Gwilym and G slightly off balance to the sides when dinking, looking to dink cross court. When it's come to the hands battle, certainly in the more recent points, then it's G and Gwilym coming off on top. So I think just looking to slow the game down, but with a bit of purpose, bit of precision from Byron and Rosenfield will help them get back into this game. But coming back in at 6-2, whether it's first or second server. It's 6-2-1 on the paddle of Stuart Gwilym. Attack down there from Stuart, just caught Rosenfield off balance trying to block, and that goes out of play. So first point since the change of ends to G and Gwilym, and I always like to see who gets that first exchange in their favour. Pushed down the middle comfortably by Stuart Gwilym, and this run is increasing. 5 points on the spin, on the same serve from the pair in red. Nice traditional Welsh colours being shown here. Off the net cord again, Rosenfield resets. Oh, played an out ball, still in play. Really good play from G and Gwilym. Hit the most out balls at the start of that routine, did Rosenfield, but then in the end, G and Gwilym were able to still power through and take the points. They are nearing the finishing line here in the first game of the day on court number 1. 9-2-1. And just out from Gwilym, over to the second serve. First to 11, win by 1 here in the group stages, as I am led to believe. G moves up into the transition zone nicely enough, gets up to the non-volley zone line. And just a little lob over the top that time by Byron. That's one successful lob out of 4 so far, I make it. But it worked out that time at a crucial moment and gets them back on serve with plenty of work to do. Interesting call of out there by Rosenfield. Different view here, of course, in the commentary box. Resets. Try and get up to the non-volley zone if they can. Now Byron a bit slow to move forwards, leave space. Good work by G. Oh, that's a nice shot there by Rosenfield. Just sat on the forehand, top spin across to the outside again of Gwilym. 4-9-1, so the beginnings of a comeback here maybe. Wait for the Ernie, and then Gwilym pushes it long. So I like that intent though from David G. Just lets the opponents know that the Ernie is something they're thinking about if they're going to exchange in straight lines. Referee's got the score wrong here. It is 5. Everyone just getting into their day here at Wrexham. Players, referees, commentators, coffee shop staff. It's all quite early for a Wednesday. Byron just lifting on that dink. Body came up before contact was made with the ball. Moves over to the second server. Pushed into the net by G. And this must be the point where Rosenfield and Byron start sensing an opportunity. Oh, they got away with that one, G. Comes off the top of the net. Rosenfield nearly got it back over, but an important side out for Gwilym and G because momentum had shifted. They've got the chance now, 2 points away. 9-6-1. Goes long, does Stuart Gwilym. He's got a little bit excited there. He's coming across the middle. Ball was there to be put away, but unable to execute. Referee again just not quite sure who needs to be where. I think the players are on top of this for sure. Referee just saying he didn't hear the out call, which I don't think anybody needed to call it out as the ball hit the back wall from Gwilym's attack, but referee has made it clear that he wants every ball to be called in or out. Well, out in particular. Don't call every ball in. There'll just be chatter throughout the game. But a non-scoring side out there gives the opportunity once again to Byron and Rosenfield to try and keep narrowing this deficit. And who knows, get themselves right in this one. 6-9-1. That's a poor third from Byron. Wasn't balanced, wasn't set, just dangled the paddle in the general direction of the ball. Good reset from Byron. Gets up to the non-volley zone line. Patience from G, just nudging the ball into different areas. Gwilym just a little bit more proactive with that dink. Byron went with an interesting choice of speed up. Clash of paddles in the middle. Nice from Rosenfeld, that one. Good placement. Really good rally comes to an end. Good work from all 4 players there. And Byron and Rosenfeld get an important point on the board. They move to 7. 7-9-2. Was he called him a fault? Is he going to give him a warning? What's going to happen here? He's given a fault straight away. No warning here at the Welsh Open. Straight to a fault at a vital time. Normally you see the players do get one warning and then it would be a fault. And Byron misses the cross-court backhand dink. Just taking that on the quick hop or short hop and unable to get the control he needed. It's match points. Good attack there from Paul Byron. Just caught G to the right shoulder area. Nice position and placement of that attack. Still match point, second serve. Good speed up from G, gets it off the paddle of Byron. And it is the first game of the day, goes to Stuart Gwilym and David G. They beat Robert Rosenfield and Paul Byron by 11 points to 6. Byron and Rosenfield did well to get back into it, and then for a brief moment it looked like they would be able to take it a little bit deeper. But, sorry, it was 11-7, not 11-6. Still, point remains the same. Good comeback, but thwarted by Gwilym and G. And they take the first game of the day. We will be back shortly, whilst we just go and see if we can get the co-commentator on microphone here at Wrexham.
Daniel, yes. Sudden brain fart then, right, okay, let's go.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the second game of the day here at the Welsh Open in Wrexham, sponsored by Diadem. It's 2026 and I've got a co-commentator in the seat with me, Leah McDaniel.
Good
How
morning,
you doing?
Chris.
One of the pickle twins?
Or
The
is that-
most important pickle twin.
the second of the pickle twins.
No, is it literally the second? Were you the second one?
No, I'm the firstborn.
You're
That's
firstborn?
the inside joke, yeah. Yeah, firstborn but second in the pecking order of pickle. Allegedly, some might
That's
say.
not cool. That isn't cool. Well, look, you were my first choice to get
Thank
your
you.
co-commentator
Thank you.
today. You're my first choice for mixed
I-
doubles partnership as well, which we're going to discuss on camera at some point today,
The
as I
pressure.
increase the
The
pressure
pressure.
of getting the decisions going my way. But yeah, we've got a women's 50 plus, 4.5 plus clash coming up now between Barbara Kappa and Sharon Tinsley, and Lindsay Thomas and Susan Evans. Kappa in the, I'm going to go, let's say, well, that's light purple, lavender. We're going to call that lavender?
Yeah, lovely shade of lavender.
Yeah, lavender.
Looks like a fan of purple between that and the paddle.
Okay, we'll go with that. And then in the slightly darker top is Sharon Tinsley. They're making their way to the left of your screen. Susan Evans with the longer hair, Lindsay Thomas with the bob. And I believe this is the first of the games for both pairs today, based on the conversation I was having earlier with them. And at some point, I'm going to get as far as actually bringing you proper updates of what is going on. Anyway,
This is a
Susan
great
Evans
first
is
round.
getting underway, Leah.
Great first round, this one.
Tinsley just long with that return.
Bit of first return nerves maybe there. They'll settle in, I'm sure.
Absolutely important for Evans and Thomas to get the first point on the board.
Oh.
And a little bit of luck off the net corner.
Yeah, that's what you need, isn't it? You need that early on. Where you can get a few cheap points, you've got to capitalise on them, especially on the second serve to begin. So we're at 2-0.
Just going a little bit long and wild with that, but as you say, Lee, there's 2 points on the board nice and early
Yeah.
before Kappa and Tinsley even get a chance to have a serve themselves.
Let's see now, see if we can get into some rallies to settle everybody's nerves.
Yeah, nice drop there by Kappa, just catching Evans coming forward, dipping it down to the toes. First point on the board for Tinsley and Kappa. So 1-2-1. See the intent there from Kappa.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing practice with Barbara on Sunday afternoon. She's got a lovely feel on the ball. A strong racket sports background, obviously, so she disguises that quite well. She can drive the ball, as we're seeing there, just as well. Big fan of the lob. She's got great hands around the net, so I think we'll see a little bit of variety from Barbara today.
Lob not working out that time though for Barbara, as that opened them up to the attack, and then eventually Thomas able to get it down to the toes of Tinsley. So 2-1-1. Evans again just caught in not the best position on court there, trying
Not
to
sure if
reset.
she's going to go through that ball. We saw an early stack there on the return as well that might have just thrown them off, a different look at the court.
Kappa comes central, takes control. Thomas just goes long, trying to keep the ball in play. Non-score inside out. Just driving, not quite into the game yet, Sharon Tinsley. Saw her have a great run at the English Open with Nick Armtridge in the mixed doubles senior. Beat Anna Love and Richard. No, Richard Love, Anna Linton. Let's get the names the right way round there. Early in the day, folks. Not the first time I get somebody's name wrong over the course of the commentary, I'm sure. Just long on that
Return just goes
again,
long,
and they've got to
yeah.
be careful now, haven't they, Leah? They don't start giving away cheap points. And
Yeah,
let the tables turn.
I think they need a little bit more footwork, just a little bit of energy up to the ball, get their position right.
Just chopping over the top of the ball that time. Don't think it got quite as high as she was expecting on the return. Side outs. And it's 2-3-1 here in Wrexham. Thomas
diving, when I think drop would have been a better option there with how low that ball dived.
Interesting, we've seen a lot of, all four of them seem to be favouring the drive on the third ball, don't they? With that one successful one from Barbara on the drop, might have thought they'd set that tactic in early, but we are seeing the preference for the drive there again.
And it might be first game on show court, few nerves, just easier to drive when nervous than going for the drop. It's a lovely lob that time from Barb, just over the right shoulder of Evans. She scampers back to the court and can't keep it in play. Non-scoring side out.
Good drop.
By Kappa, goes for that lob again. Oh, good play by Barbara Kappa. Absolutely controlled that point.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. A little bit more of a rally now. Hopefully they'll all settle down, all four. But yeah, we can see there Barbara choosing to move the ball around a little bit with that feel.
What Kappa is very, very good at is variety, and she doesn't play one way. She can change it up in a rally so easily as well. The net well dealt with.
Yeah,
that
good
time
point.
Doesn't work out, but it's definitely a tactic she's looking to employ.
Yeah.
Time again looking to go up and over, and I think Bob changed her mind in the middle of that shot. Evans able to attack.
Yeah, I think she felt like when Susan was stuck in transition a little bit, it was the right shot to sort of keep her there in transition. But Susan's moving up a little bit better now. She's more comfortable at the net, so we'll have to see what she can work out as we go through the match.
Just pulls that one down the line and wide.
Oh.
2-4-2, second serve into Thomas.
Yeah, that's a great ball. Great ball through the middle.
Nice from Charrington, isn't it? Got nice and low, just rolled it down the middle. Good body position to play that shot. 4-2-1. And again, Evans looking to go to the backhand side of Kappa, but missing that sideline again.
Yeah, tight squeeze there, isn't it, to go that close to the line.
I mean, typically it's better to go middle the first couple just to get the player central, then maybe look at going at the outside. You've got a bit more court to aim for once you've done that. Ball called in by the referee. So Kappa immediately asking the referee if he had a clear view. He did. So that means it'll be a change of ends at 6. So Leah, this is one of the beautiful things about being the commentator and you being the co-commentator. I don't have to answer this question.
Okay.
If you are Thomas and Evans, what would you do now to try and change the direction of this game?
That's a good question.
We try to keep them as good questions here, Leah, as we said.
I'm just stalling for time, Chris, while I think of an answer. Yeah, it's tough. Barbara and Sharon certainly look a little bit more comfortable. They look like they know each other a little bit more than these two do, so they're covering the middle quite well at the minute. Obviously, we've got the lob. I'd be looking for a good deep return to try and keep these two back. When they're in the dinking rallies, when they're all four up at the kitchen, they seem to be getting themselves in the rally a little bit more. So perhaps just looking maybe to lessen the drive a little bit. Maybe go for that third shot drop and see what we can do when all four are up at the kitchen line.
Whatever happens in this next exchange, I think tells us a lot about the direction of where this game is going to go.
I mean, so we're aware. Usually I just wait for Kim to tell me what to do on the pickleball court, so...
Good opportunity for you to go to analyse and think for yourself today, Leah. Don't worry about that. On the second serve now of Kappa. Much height there from Thomas. Evans defends well.
Got to come back up now. That's it.
That's good. That's good defence from Thomas and Evans. They were in trouble there because Thomas lifted one. Evans defends well, as you say, got themselves back up to the line, able to force the error.
Yeah. I think right idea, but wrong execution there. A little high.
First chance we've had to see Kappa's delicate little touch. He loves playing that shot at the non-volley zone. Just takes all the pace off the ball. Big drive from Thomas. Tinsley trying to counter but finds the net. So 3-6-2. Feels like this is a good opportunity for Thomas and Evans. That's a nice reset from Evans that time.
Yeah.
He's got the ball dying on Kappa.
Nice and low down to the backhand.
Suddenly the gap is only 2 points. This is good from Thomas and Evans. Off the net
luck goes
cord.
the other way this time, off the net cord.
Suddenly the luck is also disappearing from the game of Tinsley and Kappa. 1 point in it. 5-6-2.
They've done well here to stall momentum on the change around. Sometimes those matches can get away from you.
Yeah.
Swap at 6 with a little bit of a gap, but they've done well here just to dig their heels in a little bit.
Time the net ball goes in the favour of Sharon Tinsley. That's an important side out. Good time to get the ball back in hand. Game's been going against them a little bit, but now they've got the opportunity to push forward again. Yeah, I was sitting there asking to be driven down the middle, and that's exactly what Tinsley does. 7-5-1. First point since the change of ends for Tinsley and Kappa. Good placement that time from Evans.
I'm not sure if that was staying in. What do you think? I can't see from where we're sat, but
Difficult to tell
difficult
from here,
to see that low.
Tinsley played it. That's the most important thing from the Evans point of view. 7-5-2. Change of serve. Big drive again from Tinsley. I like what Kappa's doing there. She's inviting that slower return to let Tinsley step in on the left-handed forehand and drive fast.
Yeah, I've seen her do that a lot. It's very easy to underestimate what that serve does, but a little change in pace, a little change in the look at the ball, just throws opponents for a loop.
Yeah. Nearly follows up with a drop, but unable to pull it off this time. Straight after this game, we'll be bringing you Stuart Willem and David G again, this time against Brett Hollywell and Steve Kilworth. Serve fault there, so second serve.
Yeah, that is excellent.
And one of those ones where you know what's about to happen and just scampering, but also you know you're not going to get there. Love that placement again. It just takes the pace off beautifully. Means Evans has to move, and it's always difficult to dink on the backhand when you're having to move.
She's able to control the angle of the paddle so well, isn't she? Just tiny, tiny differences to get that short draw.
Serve just goes long. Moves over second serve at 9-5-2. That's good from Susan Evans. Very nicely played. When it came off the net, it would have been easy to panic, but she got a good location.
Yeah, she read that well. Yeah. Good serve there. They needed that. Needed a cheat point. Nice from Susan there, just working her way in, taking her time. So gap closes to 2 again.
Yeah, Kate was closer than it felt like it might have been at the change of ends, and this is good from Thomas and Evans. That's a lovely drop from Evans. That was a really good return from Kappa, but Evans has judged that drop beautifully. Eight, 9-1. Can they get themselves level? That's a great drive from the back.
Some really good serving from Thomas.
Shot. But the key thing, Leah, both of them ended up being lower than the net, but Tinsley had to play the ball.
Yeah, they're settling in with the legs a little bit more on those drives now, aren't they? And all of a sudden, we might see these two start to panic. I mean, they made it, but a little bit of confusion there in the middle.
Absolutely. A little bit too close for comfort, I think, there on that one. It's clipped the line. Goes to second server, 9-9-2. Can Evans get the first look at a match point? That's a poor choice from Thomas, but Tinsley has got away with it, and we go over to second server. Sorry, go to side out at 9s, 9-9-1 on the Padel Bar Kappa.
Nice to see everybody in good spirits at 9-9 as well. Everybody with a little smile on their face, which is good to see. Good game.
Long from Tinsley, close, but long nevertheless. Second server. Kappa and Tinsley don't score in this side out. The game gets really interesting. They do score in this side out. Kappa comes central, drives the roll volley down to Thomas's toes. We have match points.
Some big left side energy there from Kappa.
Tinsley just about kisses the line again. On the way out, they take this game 11-9. Thomas and Evans, plenty of positives they can take from that game.
Definitely.
It looked like they were even going to take themselves to match point. But in the end, Kappa and Tinsley were able to arrest the slide and get the game over the line themselves. Yeah, that was a very entertaining game for the first women's game of the day.
Absolutely, a great game. Like I said, great to see all four in great spirits. And it's what we like, a little bit of scoreboard pressure, a game of ups and downs, people having to regroup, having to think their way through it. An excellent first game. I'm sure we'll see some more from these ladies as the day progresses.
Absolutely. Well, next up will be Stuart Gwilym and David G against Brett Hollywell and Steve Kilworth. We'll be back in a moment with that clash. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open 2026 here live from Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Leah, how long will it be before the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre is the Wrexham Tennis Pickleball and Padel Centre?
I think it is already in everything but name, isn't it? I don't know if they can fit that on the sign, but I certainly think in reputation it might be pickleball already.
Really, what, 4 courts now?
Moving to 8 courts, I think, from September. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think there was something like 30 hours of bookings on the pickleball earlier this week, so brilliant to see it. Pickleball is full pretty much Monday to Friday. In the evenings, a whole host of different communities and clubs coming on down, people who've never played before, coming to play with friends. It's been absolutely brilliant, so great to see.
Yeah, really good stuff. The growth here has been phenomenal in the time that it's been open.
Yeah.
It's certainly one of the better places to play pickleball in North Wales. So
shout out to my daughter, who was 11 at the time, who helped Kim lay the courts for the very first time. So that's how pickleball got to Wrexham. That Kim and my daughter just laid the tape, yeah, and gave it a go. So well done to them.
Good stuff. Okay, well look, we're back into the men's here, 50 plus, 4.0 plus. We've already seen Willem and G on court. Bear with me, folks, I do apologise. Our camera has frozen here, so I'm just going to have to do a little bit of a quick fix on that for you.
Well, we're off. Quick early point there from Holywell and Kilworth. Early return miss. So we've got Brett Holywell serving here in the grey when we finally get up on the screen. Got some soft hands going up at the kitchen line. And that's side out over to Willem and G.
We are back with you with a proper camera and everything here in Wrexham. So G on service. Let you know that Holywell and Kilworth won their first game 11-5 against Farmer and Barrett. We saw Willem and G win their opening game against Byron and Rosenfield. So one of these two teams won't have a 100% record come the end of this clash.
Yeah, good aggressive play there early on from Brett. Big strong return, got himself up to the kitchen line quite quickly, looking to take that on.
1-1-2 on the second serve, Stuart Willem. Good put away again from Stuart Willem. There's a little bit too much lift that time from Kilworth. Brett Holywell, of course, a teammate of ours going into the Northern League season for the Cheshire, Mersey, North Wales, Shropshire and everywhere else in the UK fusion.
That's right. Yeah, he's been a teammate of mine at 720 in Oswestry this year as well. Shout out to them.
Punch down to the toes of Willem that time. 1-2-1 is the score. One that's gone out into the cafe area from the top of G's paddle.
I'm very much looking forward to getting the Northern League underway in October, Chris. It was great to see so many of our compatriots from other teams picking up medals at the English Open.
Yeah, very much so. I think it might have been one of the few of the team that didn't pick up a medal. You and Kim leading the way on the medal count. Who else picked up medals?
Sue Jones picked up a medal in the 60s. Claire and Krem picked up a medal in the 50s. And then, of course, all the other teams, I think, in the Northern League, they hoovered up quite a few medals as well. But
it's a disgusting statistic that my old team, the Midland Outlaws, were the oh, that's nice.
Great,
David G there, getting on the Ernie, punching it down. Ball ends up in the commentator's booth. Good work from Leah to go and get it. Yeah, I was saying, Leah, it was worrying to see that James Horn seems to have selected a team that won the most medals at the English Open of all the Northern League players. That's not the James Horn I know.
No, dare we say conspiracy.
And he was one of them as well, which is even more
He was, he knocked me out actually in the mix. That was, yeah, the less said about that, the better.
Must have had a good partner, Leah, that's all I'm saying. very uppish from the middle.
You could see his eyes light up for that, couldn't you? He was a big swing, his eyes were huge going after that.
One that went into the kitchen area, one that went into the net in the last couple from G, interdispersed with an earning. That's what pickleball can do to you, folks. And then this is a regulation drop volley out of the non-volley zone line. Four, 2-1, so Kilworth and Honeywell just opening up a little lead here. G punches that one nicely through the middle. David G came over in between the games just to remind us on how to pronounce his name. Turns out that his uncle played football for Derby County, Leah. Phil G.
Now?
Little tricky left winger was Phil G. In the late 80s, maybe early 90s. Might have played for Leicester City as well, I believe. So great to see sporting pedigree flying through the G family. Side out here. Non-scoring side out. Keeps it at 2-4. Possibly not the first made-up fact.
Yeah, I was going to say a little artistic license on that.
Over the next 5 days. Let me tell you what, when you're doing this gig for 5 days and you spend a lot of time on your own doing it, you end up having to make up stories just to keep yourself entertained, let alone the few people that might be watching this rubbish.
I think your lawyer's probably twitching somewhere.
Not being sued or cancelled yet. Though I believe we went close at the English Open. That's a nice reflex from Honeywell.
That is a nice reflex. You know, I thought that was really good movement there from Gwilym off the ball. You could just see him just charge the net, almost trying to make Brett panic a little bit, but luckily he had the reflexes.
Gwilym's actually, for me, one of the more underrated players in this age group. He moves really, really well. He's got nice hands and he can also attack. He's got a nicely rounded game, coupled off with his athleticism. I think I can't remember if he was drafted for the Masters in the PPL, but if he did make himself available and wasn't drafted, I am surprised. If he didn't make himself available and didn't get drafted, well, he's only got himself to blame. But yeah, he's a player that I do like a lot.
Yeah, he's got a good energy about him. He's encouraged. You can see him doing lots of encouragement here, talking off the ball.
Very positive character. Only fault I could put against him, maybe he's a Liverpool fan, but there you go.
Well, you can't have everything. Says the Tottenham fan.
Now, I'm hoping that is the level of service we might be getting from the cafe here.
Yeah.
I've just sussed something. If I've got the Pickle Twins in the co-commentary booth, it's going to be a damn sight easier for me to get a coffee as the day goes on. This is interesting. A sign was just put up in the window. You won't have seen it on camera. The camera, which of course has frozen once again, guys. I do apologise. I will bring that back to you as quickly as I can. And whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to try and do two things at once. And tell you about the sign that was put up from the cafe saying, "Do you need anything?" Not for me, I hasten to say, only for Liv. But you never know.
What could we start asking for?
I don't know how we were going to communicate exactly. Mind you, we did do the black coffee from a distance between you and I. That's when I knew this commentary team was going to work well. From 30 yards with Bon Jovi playing, we were able to get it across. Yes, I'd like a black coffee, please. So that was a positive start. What's happening back in court now? The camera is back in play.
We're at 6-5, I think.
Have we had a change of ends yet?
Oh, 5-5-1. Sorry, side out.
5-5-1.
5-5.
Attack from Kilworth, constructed that point really nicely.
Yeah, he recognised really well, didn't he, that G had just backed off a little bit on that left leg. And Gwilym did come over to close the space, but it was too late. Kilworth had already seen it and he was going for it.
Serve call out, non-scoring side out again, 5-5-1.
Yeah, both sides battling to be just ahead now as we go for the changeover. Just want to keep that momentum if they can go round at 6-5.
Oh, and G nearly got there. It took a couple of kisses from Honeywell. Bounced. He was nearly getting it back up and over the net, and that is the change of ends. Quite an interesting tactical battle, I would say, this year. That was my cue, Liz. You to explain the tactical battle.
I was waiting for you to flash that out.
I don't know. I'm just here to tell the obvious bits.
Okay.
You're here for the tactical analysis,
Okay.
intelligence, and all-round gameplay.
Yeah.
6-5 at the change of ends. Now, if you are G and Willem, what's the fundamental change you're looking to make at this point?
I don't know that I'd be looking to change too much, you know. I think just tighten it up a little bit, yeah. But I like the way that they've been playing. You know, they are both very aggressive. They're looking to put the ball away. I wouldn't be going away from that.
So just a little bit more execution.
Yeah, tighten up on the serves and returns, get themselves into those positions and keep going.
That's really nice from Honeywell. I like that a lot. Has he called it out? Is that? So he's been called, change of call, been called good. Really nice construction from Honeywell. Two just behind him. Willem, I thought, got caught creeping a little bit and then changes the angle perfectly.
Oh, little look from the net there, but he did have a little pop up there. He could have had a swing at that, couldn't he? Looked like the momentum was always with Kilworth there, even without the net cord, probably. So we've built on that changeover now. We're at 8-5, yeah.
Oh. Willem goes on the counter, gets his bit of net love as well. Going to need one more thing to go in their favour to get the ball back in hand on serve. Honeywell just caught in the transition zone there, reaching at that backhand volley, finds the net.
That is
just
unlucky.
for a moment it looked like it was lifting, and then you realise you're not there, and then you still hit it anyway.
That was a lovely little drop there from him, wasn't it, on the third ball there down to Kilworth's back end on the left-hand side. He had it all constructed, but yeah, as you say, he just wasn't quite there for the fifth.
Again, looking to put the pressure on the Ernie like that. Then a good location from Kilworth, got Willem reaching and able to get the ball back in play. (8-5-1) on the Padel Brett Honeywell. Like that from Kilworth, really good drive, only just over the net, meant they had to play from below the net, lifted it, and he's already there to punch it away.
That was like singles position, wasn't it? He just charged the middle, thought, get it past me.
Always gone in there, didn't need to go that hard on it, Stuart Willem. And that's what scoreboard pressure can do to you, brings up match point.
We think that was a little bit of panic there, don't we? Some things haven't quite worked out for them.
Attack again from Willem. Looks like he's decided to attack his way out of this situation and moves over to second serve, still match point. That was going long, they played it, and then they put it into the net, and it's a victory for Honeywell and Kilworth. They take this game. And they keep their 100% record in the men's doubles today. Good performance from those two, Liv.
Yeah, game of two halves there, I think. Really tight first half, wasn't it, until we got round the other side of the net. And crossed over at 6-5. And then it was pedal to the medal for those guys. They ran away with it.
Absolutely. Interesting performance. And again, we're only going to lose one of the men's teams in this group because there's 5 in the group, 4 go through to the semis. So that should be enough really now for Honeywell and Kilworth
to see them through,
progressing. everyone else has got a little bit more to do. We're going to be moving on to Heidi McCune and Nikki Wilson up against Hayley Thompson and Susie Dinsdale on show court in a couple of moments. Welcome back to show court here at the Diadem Welsh Open 2026. We're about to bring you the women's doubles, 50 plus, 4.5 plus, and we've got our first look at both these pairs this morning. Heidi McCune and Nikki Wilson from Northern Ireland up against Hayley Thompson and Susie Dinsdale. As the players break into their warm-up, I will tell you who is who. So to the left of your screen at the bottom, the left-hander is Nikki Wilson. She's partnering Heidi McCune, who is bottom right. Top of your screen on the right is Susie Dinsdale, and Hayley Thompson, slightly taller of the two, is on the left of your screen. And Leah, just to give you an update on where people are at in this tournament so far, well, in this group you've got Lynn Wood and Deb Finney. They won their first game 11-3 against Thompson and Dinsdale. McCune and Wilson also got off to a winning start, winning 11-4 against Ellen and Tutt. We saw Kappa and Tinsley, Thomas and Evans on the court a little bit earlier, and that was a big victory for Kappa and Tinsley. Same as the men's, 4 teams go through to the semi-finals, which means we lose the bottom 2 in this group. But important for Thompson and Dinsdale to get a win here, and also a victory for McCune and Wilson puts them in the box seat for the semi-final spot. Really.
Yeah, this is a competitive group. Some good names in there. Lots of competitive pairs, all to play for 4 places. So yeah, we'll see if these guys can make the group interesting. Perhaps snatch an early win here just to unsettle other pairs around them. Because of course, you know, when you try not to look, but let's be real, everybody's looking at the standings of the group, aren't they? So sometimes it's, you know, you get a win early and all of a sudden everybody around you feels like they have to win. It's a little bit more pressure.
2 things you probably shouldn't look at when you're preparing for a game, Leah. I reckon that's how the other team's done and what their dupers are. Because very rarely does that give you the accurate picture of what might happen in the game you're about to play. Because different matchups mean different things for different players. I mean,
not going to lie, I was doing a duper forecast in bed this morning. In preparation
for yourself personally, or
in preparation for Sunday's mix.
Yeah. Well, I'm suffering a bit of duper hate myself at the moment as well, because you see all these road to 5.0s online on Instagram and stuff. I'm looking at a road to 3.5 in reverse at the moment.
Why not? I think that'll resonate with the people.
We are underway here.
Yeah, that was a quiet little understated confidence there, wasn't it? 3rd and 5th ball sort of in that transition zone.
Straight on the board for Dinsdale and Thompson. Wilson went long, but a good punch down to the toes. That important for Wilson to get that next one right.
Yeah. Yeah, just to keep it at 1, just to keep in touching distance as it goes over.
Like that as well from Hayley Thompson. Just got into a nice balance there, able to get a bit of top spin down to the toes. Oh, that's nice from Heidi McCune though. Just came through, got low, took it on the attack.
Yeah, and to direct it straight down the middle as well. Good positioning. Good early call.
Catches Thompson high at the back of the court and she lifts it long.
That's a good backhand there on the stretch, right down to the feet, making them lift it up.
And if you are watching along on YouTube, folks, do get in touch with me and Leah. We'd love to hear from you. Get your thoughts on how the Welsh Open is going so far. Instead of just punching that one along again. I think they've spotted a tactic here of Wilson and McCune straight away. If they give them a ball to attack, they are going to attack, and there is a good chance that it might be a ball that goes out.
Yeah. You know what I really like though, Chris, is twice now we've seen that big, strong, no, leave it from McCune. You know, we've seen how many outballs have we seen getting hit on this court. It's just a slightly different orientation. It's a bigger space around the court. You know, people, they can't quite see the court in the same way, so you need a partner to call you off those balls. And I like that. That's decisive. That's.
I'd say to so many people when I'm coaching them, don't worry about learning a two-handed backhand, cross-court dink. Work on leaving more out balls. That will guarantee you getting more points over the course of a game at this stage in your journey, typically. Good drive from McCune. This time goes comfortably long. So important for them to get the ball back in their hands, Thompson and Dinsdale. And they're coming in at 1-4-1. Defence on the ATP, but well played, Susie Dinsdale. That was nice.
That was
good
some
calm
composure.
ATP.
Yeah.
Nice bit of defence, and then just in a good position to nick it back down the middle. A bit of confidence here. Thompson on the attack again. Nice setup. Go wide, get the lift, punch it down the middle.
Yeah, she didn't wait for that, did she? She took that well out in front of her to attack the ball, which is good to see.
She's quite a tall lady, so she's got that advantage.
Yeah.
She can reach into that non-volley zone more than many. Poor court position there from Dinsdale. Just got caught loitering in the no man's land and was punished for it. Miscommunication that. Now, you mentioned the good communication earlier. That time it didn't work out. 2 forehands in the middle, not entirely sure. Too much height that time from Thompson, allowed McCune to put that away.
Yeah, a good run though, putting 3 points on the board there. They needed to draw it level, didn't they?
Not quite just finding a range yet on the drives from the back of the court.
No, it looks almost like she's going early for the winner
Yeah.
instead of just settling in and just play, you know, making them play.
Change ends at 6, of course, in these first to 11 win by 1 round robin games. Oh, Dinsdale has taken one in the face. I liked something Wilson did there. She just took a half beat of a pause there, got set before then rolling that forehand down to the middle, and that allowed McCune just that opportunity to get back into a good position herself.
Yeah.
Got them balanced.
Yeah. I'm way too distracted there by the ball to the face. We all know that's, especially when it comes off your partner's paddle, sometimes catches you unaware, doesn't it? But she looks to be okay. She's just taking a minute.
Yeah, I think she's brushed that one pretty quickly. Hopefully it won't disrupt them too much. Had one in the mixed doubles in my tournament, I think, the English Open. My partner took one of her own paddle into the face. We had a 15-minute timeout. We were, I think, 7-2 up at the time. And bless her, and I can completely understand it. I'd have been the same, just a bit wobbly for the next few points, and allowed the other team to get that momentum. We went on to lose, I think, 11-8. So it's important just to take this moment to reset, to make sure that, although you brushed it off immediately, just check that actually no, you are still back in the game.
That's right,
Because there are a couple of points behind. It's important they do well in these next couple of exchanges.
Sure is. That gave Wilson and McCune a long time for a little tactical chat there. They were deep in conversation about something. Let's see if we can spot they're going to change something up now. Just got caught there,
Like that from Dinsdale, straight back on it, chose a good location for that shot, caught Wilson moving through the transition zone. And we see that so often, don't we, Liv? That it's not about hitting winners so often, it's actually about catching people in a bad position and getting them to make a mistake. And then the next action from Wilson is a missed return. Just out from McCune. That was a regulation put away. She's gone at that a bit too hard.
Yeah, that was uncharacteristic, wasn't it? She's been quietly confident on those putaways, but she just snatched at that. We all do it. We all try and put the ball away. All snatch out in front.
Game looks very different now at 6-6. Good pressure by Thompson. I mean, a little bit of pressure, but I think McCune's still suffering from the missed volley a moment ago.
Yeah, she got caught dropping off there. She dropped off on the left leg and then she dropped back on the right leg. So we'll see. Maybe she's just lost her confidence a little bit. 3 balls in a row now that have all come off her paddle. Just, her partner should say to her, take a minute now, you're good. Here we go. That's nice to see, a little smile on her face.
A lot of people all together have Vicky Wilson and Heidi McCune, so it's a well-worn partnership. They've been through good times and bad.
There we go.
Nice simple location choice there. Just caught Thompson off balance and forces the error. 8-6-2. It's a good turnaround from Dinsdale and Thompson. And they take another step closer to the victory. Hit the roof. Ball is out. Hits the roof. So I think Wilson had realised that she still put it away and then shouted at her partner to come forward. McCune knew what was going on. So side out. McCune, one of the referees from the English Open as well. She'll been all over the rules, I'm sure. Good bit of play by Thompson. That wasn't just a lob out of desperation. There was a bit of thought behind it.
Yeah, that was a really good pickup. You could see she had her paddle right down. She settled into that. Good reset. A good time there, Chris, as you mentioned the referees at the English Open, just to say what an incredible job that entire officiating team did at the English Open. Brilliant. So great to play with so many referees. Brilliant experience for everybody. I've only seen good things, so big thanks to all of them.
Credit to Kelly Dawson for managing all the referees in the English Open. And we've got 5 or 6 of them here today as well, which is great to see. It's not just Showcourt that's got a referee officiating. A few of the other courts have got them too. Oh, that's good.
Body
Play
bag.
again by Dinsdale and Thompson.
That is good.
Dinsdale's
That was,
reset that nicely.
yeah.
Thompson reading the play.
I thought Wilson and McHugh were going to come out on top of that when Wilson stepped into the middle. She was just upping the ante a little bit there, wasn't she? So good composure for them.
Dinsdale defending really well. But one too many there for Thompson to be able to keep going. So moves over to second serve. Just try and get the score for you from the referee. 8-8-2. Dinsdale again. She's reading this game really nicely.
She
Saw
is.
that her partner's pulled slightly wide. Sat middle on the backhand. Got the attack. Forced the error.
Yeah, she seems to be really comfortable, doesn't she? Just a step off the kitchen line, leaving a little bit of space for herself. Yeah, just there. Look at her court position. She's just back a little bit.
But then steps
Excellent,
forward
yeah.
with momentum, gets it to match point. Well played, Susie Dinsdale. You're quite right. For some players, stepping back's a bad thing. For some players, it could be a good thing. It depends on your own style of play. Certainly seems to be something that works for Susie Dinsdale here. This is the cross-court thing. A crucial moment. Chance for Wilson and McHugh to get themselves back into it. They've got to win every point from here. And they've won the first of them. McHugh steps through, punches it, this time with more confidence. Takes it to 9-10.
A deep serve. Yeah, that's nice play.
Tied. They also have match point. 2 bites of the cherry. And Wilson and McHugh close this out with the first time of asking. Not at the
Well
first
left.
time, Leah.
Serve 2. Here we go. One more chance.
First game we've had that's gone all the way, gone the distance. Who's going to come out on top? Second serve, Heidi McHugh.
Oh, great
Little
drive.
kiss off the net, good drive, comes off the paddle of Thompson, and that is game to Wilson and McHugh. Great entertainment here on Show Court in Wrexham, and it is McHugh and Wilson that maintain their 100% record. Unfortunately for Dinsdale and Thompson, it means they're rooted to the bottom of the table. But that was not a performance that suggests that's where they should be.
Absolutely not, no.
Well, we will be back in a moment or two with our next game, which is David Simpson and Alistair Crockett up against Mark Farmer and Anthony Barrett. We'll be back shortly with that game for you. Welcome back to Championship Court, folks. Chris Beaumont in the commentary hot seat, joined by Liam McDaniel, and we're about to bring you the next in the men's senior doubles, and it's going to be David Simpson and Alistair Crockett taking on Mark Farmer and Anthony Barrett. Our first opportunity to look at all four of these players today. Just to let you know who is who. Bottom right is Anthony Barrett. Mark, no it's not, is it, Leah? Come on. I'm looking at your notes and I can't read your writing, even though you put it beautifully in your iPhone app typed. It's actually bottom right is Alistair Crockett. To the left bottom of your screen is David Simpson. I can't even blame Alistair and Anthony having similar names. Mark Farmer is now bottom right of your screen, most confusingly. He's now wearing the orange shorts. And his partner is Mark Farmer, top left of your screen, with the knee brace, if you can see that on your screens. Now, I was hoping to tell you what's been happening in this bracket so far, but the information... Oh, no, it hasn't. Look at that.
As if by magic it's appeared.
Good work, Kim McCall, who is updating the scores as we go. Not all of them have been updated, though, I hasten to add. But what I can tell you is that Crockett and Simpson won their first game 11-9, beating Byron and Rosenfield. Farmer and Barrett have lost their first game 11-5. It looks like it's going to be David Simpson on serve, and we are underway in this game. So I think we can learn from that first exchange here that Crockett and Barrett are going to be quite happily just straight dinking to each other.
Yeah, straight dinking. He was eyeing up an Ernie there, wasn't he? I wonder if that threw him off.
To hit the roof. Just wide in the end from David Simpson. Good couple of early exchanges here.
These are two very different points early on in the game than what we've seen in the other games, aren't they? We've seen short points in the other games, 3-4 shot rallies, but these guys, they're settling in quite early. So it tells us a lot about their game style, but also tells us they're not overawed about playing on this court. They're not worried.
Good serve. Mistake there from Barrett. But the key thing to getting into these points in this match so far is that there hasn't been a third shot drop or third shot missed yet, which means the rally does tend to get going. Nice for Crockett, just standing tall at the non-volley zone, read where it was going, sat on the backhand, punches it down the middle. This for the Ernie again. This time Simpson just missing the dink himself. 2-0-2. Crockett unable to reset from the back of the court, looking to get forward to the non-volley zone line. So a side out Lear and a chance for the guys to get their first.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Can they take advantage of the opportunity now they've got the serve back? Just long.
Barrett just trying to retrieve it from the back of the court. So nicely placed lob, goes over to second serve. Goes into the net. So non-scoring side out. And
yeah, it just looks like for a second that Crockett and Simpson seem to be the playmakers of this game, don't they? They're the ones who are going after it a little bit more.
Yeah, they're looking to play the game on their terms so far, and it feels like Farmer and Barrett just having to react to what's happening rather than try and take control of themselves.
And you have to be careful sometimes when you get stuck into that. You can't even work out a game plan, and before you know it, the game's over. So let's just see if they can play their way into it a little bit. They might need to take some time between points, have a little discussion, little tactical plan together.
A non-scoring side out though, so that gives them a chance again to get their first point on the board. Good attack from Simpson to the backhand side of Farmer. Nice setup, really nice setup play by Anthony Barrett, but then just nudged it wide of the court.
Some really good resets early on in that rally by Barrett to keep them in that point. And almost when the momentum turned and they were up, it's like they just didn't know quite how to end it.
And then the next action after that mistake is a missed return, so it's a free point. That's nice from Farmer. Just sat there, lent in. We're not seeing many people really leaning in and controlling the long volley zone yet. Farmer's done that, and then he's had the opportunity to flick it down the middle very nicely.
Okay, let's see what we can do now. Now the serve goes back over.
I'd just like to see Farmer Barrett just be a little bit more proactive in this side out. I mean, the resets are nice, but it does feel quite tentative so far. Can they just get on the attack a little bit more at the right time?
Yeah, there we go. He almost thought about letting that drop. I'm so glad he took that out of the air.
Yeah. First point on the board for Farmer and Barrett. 1-3-1 is the score. The post. Yeah, so let is called, replaying the point as it just clipped the bar as it came off the net. But a nice point there. One thing I liked in there, Leah, was Farmer at one point did step in and became the aggressor, and that just changed the rhythm of the rally a little bit.
Yeah. See if he's going to do that again. As that was a good point. Let's hope they don't go away from that. And there you go. You heard him call me early on.
Don't mind that too much. All right, not executed, but looking to take the ball on. And Farmer's got to keep that confidence now of being able to go for the ball when he thinks it's there. One, 3-2.
Some tricky spin on that first ball. He does, yeah.
He was asking the question, and it was Simpson who was unable to execute. Like it was going to creep over, but doesn't, so side out. The 2 points on the board for Farmer and Barrett. They're in this game now, they're starting to get into their own little rhythm. Barrett. And they've done some good stuff, but they've got to cut out the cheap little points there.
Yeah.
Somebody's clearly got such a nice touch on the ball, can't afford to miss that. And then that as well. Say it so often, Leah, what happens after you make a simple mistake?
Exactly.
You follow up with a good action or a bad action. That was a bad action.
It's an interesting choice, those last 2 points. I mean, the first couple of points we've seen, even the ones they've lost, you know, it looks like they're playing the patient game, the dinking game. So kind of like we said in the last game, you know, if that's your game plan, stick to it, come through it.
And the pattern's simple here. All Barrett's got to do is just keep setting it up and then let Farmer come in and be the aggressor. He's just got to keep getting it into the location that creates the pop-up. Let Farmer come in and do the kill shot. Exactly like that. Nice.
They heard you.
Again.
They heard you.
They heard me. Once in a while, broken clock is right twice a day, Leah. Once in a while, I do spot something that might even be right. Good pressure again. Just keep asking the question.
They did well to regroup there. It looked like they almost ran into each other on that third ball. Bit of confusion, but
Football called against Crockett's. So another point on the board for Farmer and Barrett. Four, 5-1. So they've got it back to a single point. Now I've said, look, be proactive.
yeah,
but
we
that
don't
wasn't
mind
the
that.
One, not the one.
Not the one.
I
Okay.
didn't think that was the one to be proactive on. I think he's reaching. He's got the paddle outside his body, and it's not where he thought it was when he went to play that shot. That's nice play. The difference there that time being nice and balanced, able to create it so he could get the space to attack, and then a nice little touch there from his
Definitely,
partner,
that was a
Barrett,
good
to finish
point.
it off.
Good string of points here to get themselves to 6.
Well, I like how they've settled into this game. They've got the patterns working a bit better now, and 3 points on the spin there to instigate the change of ends. Suddenly it's Crockett and Simpson who've got to re-evaluate and work out what they can do to change this momentum.
We'll see if they can regroup. Interesting, Simpson seems to be driving that return. It hasn't quite come off every time, so let's see now if they change tactic here on the return, if they perhaps go for something else, or...
Yeah, I think just having a look at trying to play a softer, slower game for a few points, just to see if they can grind out a couple of points, because one thing we are seeing from Barrett in particular, he's very comfortable just resetting the ball from pretty much anywhere. He's quite happy to go slow to get back up to the court, but that's with pace coming to him. How good is he doing that if the ball's slightly off pace? That might be something to look at for Simpson and Crockett. 6-5-2.
There we go.
He's going to ask the question, I think, is he? He's going to ask the referee's not making eye contact at this point. Okay, so referee said he didn't have a view on it, so the player's call will stand. 5-6-1 side out. Defence. Again, he's got that little, he likes going to that backhand side, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
Just opened the paddle face up right at the end there and got it down to the...
I wondered if we'd see a little change now he's on the right, but he does prefer just to go straight, doesn't he, off both sides?
It's either just absolute preference or he's decided there is a weakness there on Simpson's side, and Simpson puts that serve long. 6-5-1.
That's a nice ball.
Pocket moving, didn't get balanced. Nice shot choice again from Anthony Barrett, whose game's impressed me more as this game's gone on. Return from a missed return goes wide. Point advantage.
That's good catch, Chris.
Fielding there in the commentary booth as that ball came flying into our vicinity. Early shout there from Simpson. Crockett leaves it.
He's got away with that in the last 2 points, but you're just seeing a sort of increase in his swing speed. I'm wondering if that's frustration off the paddle of Simpson.
Slow down again in this exchange. Good reset again from Crockett. Needs to get back up the court though if he can. And again, it's risk or reward there. He's missed 2 or 3 out that side now.
Yeah. Just didn't quite get the right look at that one.
Big opportunity here for Crockett and Simpson, I feel.
Good dig. Well played, guys. Just keeping themselves in the point there. Just making them play 1 extra.
Again,
and you just never know.
Farmer and his partner's going a little bit too acute to the lines there. Don't need to be going that far. It doesn't have to be that perfect. Just needs to be good enough. Running through his drive. Seven, 8-2. They've got it back to a single point deficit. Good paddle angle that from Simpson on the attack. Was able to get that ball just going lower than the net from a difficult position.
Game on, 8-8.
Nip and tuck this game. Speed up at a crucial time. How often do you see that when the scores are so close to the finish line?
He hadn't had a look at a ball in a few there, had he? He'd been sort of frozen out, Farmer, and first ball he gets, he's gone for the speed up.
Such a nice touch again from Anthony Barrett. Important side out. Chance for them to get the scores level as we reach the end of this game. Farmer comes in. Just backed up from the line that time. Had Anthony Barrett, and that meant the ball wasn't where he thought it was, unable to get it over the net.
could just see there, couldn't you? Crockett had backed off and he just wasn't quite making his way back up again. Just wasn't quite sure what to expect, so he was holding some ground, but I'm not sure if that was the right place to be.
Just a little bit quick on that, didn't let the ball get enough air just to be able to control the shot better. 9-9-1. Another tense affair here on show court at the Welsh Open. Not the ideal shot selection there.
No. He got himself around that early, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had plenty of time on the ball. I like the footwork, I like the move around, but...
Well, the move around to give yourself more options, but he'd already decided what he was going to do regardless there. Put away by Crockett, he's got the ball down to the toes. And we have match point at 10-9-2. Good deep serve, gets the victory for Simpson and Crockett. That game was swinging one way and the other throughout, but in the end it is David Simpson and Alistair Crockett who get it over the line by 11 points to 9. Another close game here, Leah, but
I enjoyed that.
Palmer and Barrett, a lot of positives there.
I really enjoyed that. I thought that was a good display of something different than what we've seen earlier on in the day.
Yeah, far many more points there being constructed, the ball being slowed down, bouncing in the non-volley zone a lot more than we've seen in many of the games so far. And that then just constructs points and makes it fascinating to see how it works out. But in the end, it was Simpson and Crockett who got it over the line. We're going to be moving on now to 4 players I know pretty well, I have to say, Leah. Barbara Capper, Sharon Tinsley, Lynn Wood and Deb Finney. In the women's competition, we'll be back with that one
Looking
in
forward
a
to this
moment or two. We're back again, show court here at the Diadem Welsh Open 2026, coming live from the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. I'm Chris Beaumont and we're about to bring you another game in the women's competition between Barbara Capper, Sharon Tinsley, and our first look at Lynn Wood and Deb Finney today, joined in the commentary booth by Leah McDaniel. And Leah, tell us what you know about these 4 players whilst I go and do a bit of research as to what's happening in the group so far.
Okay, well, we've already seen Barbara and Sharon this morning, so we'll park them for a minute. We get our first look on the show court at Lynn and Deb. These are a well-oiled team. They play together a lot, haven't they? So we've got Lynn here with the left-handed. Lynn, Chris, you know her a little bit better. I don't know, is her background squash, tennis?
Well, Lynn, I believe, was a decent level tennis player.
Okay, yeah, I have played her. She
in action.
big forehand drive.
Certainly recognise the mechanics there.
I think I'd describe Lynn as boom or bust.
Yes.
She's going to go big.
Yeah,
she's going to go big or she's going to go home.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll see a lot. We'll see a lot of risk taking from Lynn. I think she has got the short game. She has got the soft game, but I think we'll see her early on try and assert herself.
Yeah.
Deb, very steady, very patient player. She is rock solid. I think Deb is lovely.
Oh, Deb's awesome.
Absolutely lovely.
Played a lot of mixed doubles with her myself. Played
lovely
in English
to
Open
play
last year with
against.
Deb.
I'm sure she's lovely to play with.
Mentally so strong. One of the toughest competitors I've been lucky enough to share a court with.
She's
but
a great
when it
player.
comes to mentally tough, she's up against Barb Kappa on the other side of the court, who is probably the other most mentally tough player I've ever played at the sport with.
Now these guys won't be strangers to each other, will they? So I think all four will have come into this with a game plan.
Absolutely.
So they'll have had some time off to discuss, have a think about how they want to play each other, what they're going to bring to the table. So we'll see.
Now both teams come into this game with a 100% record, and McCune and Wilson have also won their 2 games. So it's pretty much a case of all the players on court will be going through to the knockouts, I'm sure, but jostling for position, jostling for seedings.
Yeah.
Wood and Finney have only dropped 4 points in their opening 2 games. Kappa and Tinsley have dropped 11. It's going to be Sharon Tinsley that gets this underway.
Okay, I think we're going to see a big drive for the 3rd ball here. I could be wrong, but I'll set my stall out early.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see how this game is going to unfold. We've got 2 lefties on court, which always makes it interesting. Good location there from Finney early on. Just
I think caught the line.
Tinsley's backhand. Early side out. Wood on serve. Kappa looking for that little deft touch. She loves at the non-volley zone, not working out.
She sure does like a drop shot.
First point for Wood and Finney coming from pure pickleball in Cheshire. Venue that Colin Heath does such a good job of running, created a brilliant community there, and Barb, one of the coaches at pure pickleball as well, as Wood pushes that one into the net. Always difficult for someone like Barb when she's the coach and playing against 2 players I know she's working with as we speak.
Yeah, that's where you've got to show your mental strength. You've got to rely on your experience, haven't you?
Good push to the outside there by Tinsley, just goes past the ankle of Finney. So 0-1-1. Drop from Kappa, Wood slightly off balance, plays in air shots. First point on the board for Tinsley and Kappa.
She just miscalculated that, didn't she? Which is easy to do.
Missing the volley. Looked like she noticed Kappa was loitering a little bit in not the best position, trying to get it down to her toes, but then found the net in the way.
Just long, yeah.
Now, if I'm Kappa serving to Wood, I'm thinking I might want to bring in the slightly slower, higher one, because Lynn likes using the pace or the grip of the ball.
She's going to
Take
drive
a bit of
that
pace
ball.
off, see what she does with that drive, because she was able to get straight into the dominant position in that rally.
Yeah, I think if you take the pace off, you're putting Lynn at risk of driving the ball straight out the back of the court, see if she can do it.
Kappa with a poor choice of lob that time. Wood able to attack.
These guys are obviously used to playing together, but not on acrylic, and it does play ever so slightly differently, doesn't it? It's a different game. The spin is different. Nice from Deb, working her way in.
Yeah, well put away by Kappa though. Just a bit of lift from Wood on that one, and Kappa able to nutmeg. 2-2-2. Tentative there from Finney coming through the non-volley zone, just needed to get one dropping a bit lower.
This is fast and furious. We're not messing around between points, are we?
Side out, chance for Tinsley and Kappa once again.
And we'll see which side that suits, which side maybe wants to slow the game down a little bit more.
And in fairness, I would say Tinsley and Kappa have the ability to slow it down if they choose to, possibly more than Wood and Finney.
There it is. That's a nice.
Kept Finney right at the back of the court with the initial serve. Was able then to go shallow with the next shot, and Finney unable to get up to the line to work on it.
Yeah, really good weight transition. You can see she makes contact just as she steps into the front leg as well, which allows her to come over the top of the ball a little bit more with some topspin.
With a cheeky little slice return. I think Tinsley was expecting that. Just not quite getting stopped and ready in time there, therefore jabbing at that dink a little bit more.
I think you can see what they were trying to do because these guys were going for the stack, so she was trying to exploit that space that Barbara was moving into, but unfortunately it didn't quite come off. Kappa was over and away there early enough with lots of time.
Nice bit of play that time though, got the old 1-2 going and able to put the volley away to the side. Good play by Finney. 3-3-2. So scores evenly matched. Kappa want that return back. Just goes to show if you keep the ball in play from the back,
absolutely.
You never know.
Good defense. She didn't panic. Didn't try to do too much with the ball, just simply got her paddle to it and thought we'll see what happens. See Barbara there having a wry smile.
Yeah, that'll annoy her a little bit, Barb, even though she's smiling. Waiting for the referee to... 5-3-2. Finney in the right place.
Can they get this one for the changeover?
Fortune for Barbara Kappa there. It was a really nicely constructed point by Finney. She got Kappa to where she wanted, and then the net didn't fall her way. Certainly did for Barbara Kappa, and they got the ball back.
Almost like she needed that net cord because Finney wasn't going anywhere.
Just waiting too long on that. It wasn't there to attack. Again with that slice return, it dropped short. I don't feel like that one was as intentional as the one previously, but it's got the same result.
No, I don't think it was, but I do think she favours the slice, doesn't she? So you need to be expecting that it's going to stay short and low. You need to be ready.
I think the ball might have just gone wide anyway.
So we're at 6, changeover.
Side out change, tie now.
Okay, so I'll throw it to you this time, Chris.
Say that again.
I'll throw it to you this time. What's your tactical? If you are Kappa and Tinsley, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking I'm trying to find Linwood's backhand as often as possible. If you let her get on the forehand and dictate the tempo a bit, she's got a good aggressive forehand. Also, I think it's for Kappa, it's just making a few better choices at key moments there. She is the tactically, let's say tactically the most intelligent player on court. She can construct the points better than anyone, but she's then got to make better choices when she sets it up the way that she wants to.
Yeah.
Really, we say this so often, if you can just magically cut out the unforced errors, the game looks different.
Yeah. Sometimes when you've got every shot in your locker, and you can do everything, that's almost a hindrance if you've got everything at your disposal. If you've only got one shot you can do from one place.
So 6-3-2. Just not really able to get balance to hit that drive.
Just weren't sure who was going to hit that, I don't think, between the two of them.
Important side out though, Kappa on serve, chance for them to narrow the gap. Going to the wood backhand, forces the error.
As if by magic.
Lovely effort by Kappa there. Doesn't have to reach up behind her back shoulder. Just goes wide. Kappa looking to go to Finney's backhand in a difficult position of balance, finds the net in the way. Side out.
Just looked like Wood may have just taken one step over there on her return position, favouring that forehand. She'd slid over a little bit, hadn't she, to give herself lots of room on the forehand.
Set from Finney to get up the court. Went on the attack. Ends up going wide from Wood.
Yeah, that's
really
a great
nice
drop.
third. Kappa put some good slice on that one. That was a difficult shot to execute. She got it dipping so late as well.
She really did, yeah. It was dipping even as Barbara made contact with it.
Oh, Linwood constructed that so beautifully. She gave Kappa the volley lob that Kappa does so well herself.
We saw it
and then
all.
missed the forehand.
The two-way counter, a one-handed backhand lob.
Yeah, everything in there from Linwood.
Yeah.
Easily driving from the middle of the court. Still think the drop to Wood's backhand there's the better option. 4-7-2. Well played, Kappa. She knows that there Finney's unlikely to generate power on the retrieval of the lob, so she's able to get balance and then counter from a closer position. Nice from Finney. Just caused that hesitation between the two.
Yeah. I thought we were going to see another lob then.
Yeah, he didn't like it, and then decided to go for a bit of a drive from the middle of the court there.
No, in that one.
Big shout.
Yeah.
inside out.
Feel like that was a little bit of a hangover there. Bit of frustration from the last point. So you can see her there on her toes, just trying to shake that off now as we move back over.
Kappa and Tinsley in conversation. I must stop talking over the referee saying the score, so I can tell you what the
I think it's
score is here on court.
5-7-2. Sorry, 5-7-1. Nice from Barbara. Back behind, yeah. She saw the space well there.
He just saw that Kappa wasn't set, went to that left hip.
Yeah, good movement of the ball there, height-wise. You know, she first ball sort of chest height for Barbara, second ball down at the knee, so Barbara having to move that paddle up and down a little bit, which in the end got her stuck, so well done.
Good attack that time from Kappa to the right hip of Finney, goes out of courts. Seven-7-2. We've got a tied game at sevens. Tinsley on serve. Kappa creeping in on that return.
Nice. I thought for a minute she was going to run right through that kitchen line, but she did plant her foot in the end.
Side out once again. Good placement from Kappa. Just had Finney moving slightly on the left ankle and she was unable to get it over the net.
This is why we love pickleball, isn't it, Chris? This is the no end of games that we've seen, tied at 7-7, 8-8, just so tight. It's just every game creating those moments. A little bit of scoreboard pressure. What are we going to do? Or shall we change tactics?
And the best tactic in the world, get it to come off the net cord.
Yeah.
Because that normally causes your opponent problems. 8-7-2. Wood and Finney edge their way back into the lead. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, that's a good attack there from Kappa. Again, feels like an important side out because momentum keeps shifting one way and the other. Good drop from Kappa, but Finney just overreaching.
Seemed like she just couldn't decide there if she was going to drop it short or go deep, and in the end she was somewhere between the two.
Also standing a little bit tall on the shot as well meant that it was difficult to get it to come back down again.
Yeah.
And again there, so sometimes you see this with Deborah, she's a tall lady and she sometimes doesn't get low enough, takes the ball a bit earlier than she needs to, and that means she's taking it from a higher point and it's only going to lift if that happens.
Yeah. If she could just get over the top, if she stays in that position but gets over the top a little bit more, so it's got that weight of spin on it, it might come off a little bit differently. Good call between the two.
Nice resets from Kappa. That's a great lob, that is. Finney's done ever so well.
Well done.
And then Kappa saw Wood vacate a space, so puts it through that space.
And all of a sudden we're at match point.
Match point on the paddle of Barbara Kappa. And they come out with the game. Good pressure in the end from Tinsley Kappa. Thoroughly entertaining match between the four players. Played in a really good spirit, but it is Tinsley and Kappa that maintain their unbeaten record. Wood and Finney get a defeat for the first time today. They'll still be confident in going through to the semi-finals though, but thoroughly entertaining game, Leah.
Absolutely, yeah. And a good look for Lynn and Deb if they go out of the group now, to have a little look there at Barbara and Sharon, see what worked for them as they regroup as they head into the semi-final. So
absolutely.
Everything to gain from that match.
Next game up here will be Simpson and Crockett against Hollywell and Kilworth. We're just going to take a short break and we will be back with that one in a moment or two. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open, everybody. Chris Beaumont in the commentary hot seat alongside Liam McDaniel. And Leah, we have got another men's doubles game about to get underway here between Honeywell and Kilworth. 3 from 3 so far this morning. They're up against Simpson and Crockett, who are 2 from 2.
Yeah, clash of the Titans at the top of the table.
Well, top 4 go through to the knockouts. We're only going to lose one team at this stage, and at the moment it's looking like that could well be Barnet and Rosenfield. They've lost all of their 3 games so far, but one win from them could change the dynamic. But here it's all about who's going to maintain their 100% record. So,
jostling for some seeding, yeah. Jostling for seeding in this match, aren't we? It looks like who's going to go out top and who's going to go out
Let's just give you who's who. If this is the first time you've been tuning in so far today. Well, you've got at the bottom of your screen, Crockett, bottom right. He is partnered with Simpson, who's just getting his drinks bottle at the far side of the court. Kilworth is wearing the black t-shirt and cap back to front, and Honeywell is in the grey t-shirt. So they'll be getting this one underway any seconds now. Change of referee as well, Liam. Got Kelly Olsen in the referee's seat for this game.
Yeah, it should be a good one. We've got 2 contrasting game styles here from what we saw Crockett and Simpson up against earlier, so they're not going to get a look, I don't think, at too much of that patient dinking style we saw them before, so this will maybe be a bit faster.
As soon as we say that, bang, 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 the ball goes out of court. Kilworth missing the volley, so early side out, opportunity for Simpson to settle his way into this game. And after this, we've got 3 more of the round robin matches before we move into some semi-final action around probably about 12:30, I guess, looking at how things are running so far. Second serve at 0-0-2. Tentative third there from Crockett, sees the ball go back out over into the hand of Honeywell.
Yeah, some fair play there. It's a bit of confusion on the return there on that first serve. I think Simpson maybe called it out and Crockett called it back in, which is nice to see. It was very close.
A bit of help from the net there allows Honeywell to get the points on the board. Just a reminder, him and Kilworth have won 3 out of 3 so far this morning.
That is a nice move by Kilworth.
I do like that play.
Yeah.
Just push the third wide, get the ball to come back across the middle. If you read the paddle angle early, you know it's going to come central and you can be there to poach. Just moving still there on that shot, so unable to get it into the non-body zone.
Kilworth in his courtside t-shirt, a fabulous facility in Stourbridge.
Nice place down in Stourbridge. Always looked after well when you go to courtside. Josh do an amazing job on the hospitality side, and also just a really good place to go and play pickleball.
Yeah. What do you prefer there, Chris? Do you prefer the pickleball or the sausage rolls?
I'm a vegetarian,
Oh.
so it would have to be the pickleball, I'm afraid. I have heard good things about the sausage rolls.
That's a good dip. Got him in the decision zone there, didn't he? Couldn't quite decide should he let it bounce or not. So that's a good tactic.
First point on the board for Simpson and Crockett in this game. Good reflexes, keep the ball alive. Now, Honeywell was really working hard to change direction there, wasn't there? There was a lot of paddle twist to try and flick it into the middle of the court.
It's almost like he just got caught slightly out of position when he moved across to that wider ball, so he wasn't quite sure what to do, but a good point there.
Yeah, very good point, very good point. Nice exchanges early on. 2-2-1. from David Simpson, just able to go to the outside of Kilworth. And they've got 3 in a row here. Again, you can see what the plan is and just didn't execute it. Nothing wrong with the plan, just not quite the execution.
Yeah, and you can see how disappointed he is in that. I don't think that was on.
The ATP, not enough whip on it. I think Simpson just heard my commentary.
Yeah,
on that
shaking
one.
his head.
They agree with what I just said. Kilworth was just a little bit slow to follow in such a good reset from the middle of the court, but it's worked out well for them. Scores are tied at 3. He's got caught in the transition zone once again, just jabbing that one into the net.
Yeah, he was moving through that, wasn't he, when he hit it? I couldn't quite set his legs.
Absolute case of he knew where he wanted to play it, knew where he wanted to get to, and was too keen to do all of it before actually playing the shot. Got it that time though. First one was the sighter, second one was the one he wanted. Backhand ATP, bananas into the back of the court. Lovely shot, David Simpson. I like that from Crockett. He set them up beautifully there.
Yeah, he didn't panic, did he? He just held his position, paddle out.
So 5-3-1, suddenly a little bit of daylight. Change ends at 6. And the miss hit means that it's not a change of ends yet. Simpson gave that one an absolute look of disgust. Oh, nearly got there again. Point given, correctly. I think Kelly also was just checking whether she didn't see whether the ball hit the bar there and didn't. Went for the ATP, went long. Oh, sorry, tell a lie. Hang on, I've got myself a little bit confused.
Even I'm confused. I don't know what's gone on there.
Point's been called, change of ends has been instigated, which would suggest that Simpson and
Crockett won the point.
Crockett have won that point, but
I mean, I can't fully, from where we're sitting, it's a little bit of a divider, but I don't think I saw that hit the bar, but...
It didn't hit the bar. I guess the question is whether when it came off the net, did it land out?
Possibly.
But to be fair, from this vantage point, difficult for us to see. But the point has been given anyway, so it is a change of ends.
And that is the beauty of having the referee here, isn't it, Chris?
Absolutely.
Because between the 6 of us,
we
don't know what's going on.
Good news is though that the camera's still working, so we are able to provide the pictures for the viewers at home to see what they thought.
Yeah, so if you saw that, let us know.
Right.
Okay, so we're at 6-3.
6-3. Good performance here from Simpson and Crockett. Honeywell and Kill just need to slow it down a bit again, just in terms of what they're doing, not necessarily the shots, just themselves slow it down. Try and take a few deep breaths again. Yeah. Saw that one coming a mile off, and he was there for the earning.
He was flying through the air for that. I don't know.
Notice that both Simpson and Crockett do like a straight dink, so it is off and on.
A little bit of middle confusion there, I think. Two shots in a row, so.
6-2. Feels like it's important for them to get a point in this side out at least.
Yeah.
And he's managed to do so. Nearly travelled into the non-volley zone, but managed to get the brakes on just in time. Pushes it through, takes it to 4-6-2.
That's very much their strength, isn't it? Kilworth, with that reach, he's able to dictate when he's up there. So they need to work hard now to get themselves in a position where they're both up. Or at the very least, Kilworth is up.
On with Kilworth, I'm looking to keep that ball just behind him to keep him to the side, because he can't be as effective if he's being pinned to the left-hand side of the court. Side out. He's backing away there, Kilworth. Never got balance to play the dink from there.
No, he was on his heels, wasn't he?
Got an interesting angle on the paddle.
Yeah, breathes a big sigh of relief there.
One of those ones that you don't tend to call it as your partner because you're so convinced that everyone's seen that ball's going out, it doesn't need to be said. Good defence initially from Crockett, but Honeywell kept plugging away, gets the error. Good placement again from Simpson. If you can keep Kilworth honest on that side, that's where they're going to get joy. Great reaction from Simpson. Like that choice by Crockett. Just caught Kilworth backing away. Had to get out of the non-volley zone, picked on him brilliantly.
That was very composed. He did well to see that.
Oh, Simpson did incredibly well to get to the net court as well. So nice from Simpson. Kilworth went first, didn't really get a lot on the speed up, allowed the opponents to get properly balanced, and that's a lovely little roll down the line.
You could just sense, couldn't you? Somebody was looking to do something, but
8-4-1.
Nice.
Honeywell got balance that time, able to force it back. Closer. Oh, this time Crockett saw the early opportunity. Plays it nicely, forces the error. 2 points away from the finishing line here in this men's doubles game.
That one's well left.
That's well left, well got out of the way. I'm just thinking, it's probably the most amount of earnings I've seen in a men's senior competition.
Well, I was
over the
thinking,
season today.
I don't know what it would take for me to do an Ernie, but it wouldn't be on for me ever, I don't think.
There's the challenge for you this weekend.
Do you think?
Not
Okay.
only medal, but can you get a couple of earnings in there at the same time?
A couple?
I often find like a semi-final is a good time to try
All
new
right,
stuff.
okay.
Don't bring it out in the group game. Save it to the
Save it.
knockout stage.
Okay.
Good judgment there from Crockett. He was about to pull the trigger. Again from Kilworth. We've seen that a lot so far today, Leah. People looking to be so precise on that line out there and just nudging it too far. Brings up match point. And the ATP on match point doesn't pull it off. And Crockett and Simpson get another win. They maintain their 100% record. Honeywell and Kilworth fall to their first defeat. As we said at the start, jostling for position in terms of seedings for the semis, but that would do Simpson and Crockett a lot of good.
Oh, for sure. It's interesting. On paper, we thought that was going to be a lot closer, but it just goes to show it's the matchups, isn't it? That game style, that fast, hard ball seemed to suit Crockett and Simpson. They dealt with that a lot better. Almost played into their hands a little bit, so well done to them.
Very good indeed. We're going to move on to the women's competition once again. Charlotte Ellam and Jazz Tutt. We're up against Lindsay Thomas and Susan Evans after this short break. Tell you what, folks, we are flying through the games here in Wrexham, Welsh Open 2026, and not a moment to grab a little bit of breakfast in between the games turning around, which is absolutely fine because those of you that have been on these journeys with me before know how much I like a tight schedule. And we are, what time is it now?
We're at
20
11:40.
to midday, Leah, and this game is the 20 past 11 game, so only running 20
not
minutes
bad, not bad.
Not bad at all, not bad at all.
Time flies when you're having fun, Chris.
Absolutely, and fun we are having here, bringing you all the live coverage from the Welsh Open on this show court. We have got Charlotte Ellam and Jazz Tutt looking for their first win of the day. They're coming up against Lindsay Thomas and Susan Evans, also looking for their first win of the day. So tell you what, Leah, one of these teams is going to have their first win of the day come the end of this game.
Yeah, no guesses on who it will be yet. Let's see.
Well, form would suggest that Thomas and Evans have scored more points in their
Okay.
three defeats so far. Ellen and Tuts haven't got as many, only 10 points from their 3 games, whereas Thomas and Evans have got 19 points. But there is an outside chance for these two teams. A win here does keep them in the running for that 4th and final knockout spot.
Yeah. And then it'll be down to the wire. Yeah. Somebody will be jostling for that 4th position, so...
Yeah, right now, Thompson and Dinsdale have played 3-1, got 6, puts them in 4th. I say Thomas Evans, Ellen and Tuts have lost their game so far. Susan Evans in the turquoise sleeveless top, bottom right of the screen. Her partner Lindsay Thomas in all black. I'm going to say all black, it might be all very dark navy blue, I don't know. I mean, it's dark.
It's all black to me.
Similar colour scheme being brought forward by Charlotte Elland. And then you've got Jazz Tuts in the baseball cap, who's currently at the bottom right of your screen.
Jazz and I are playing under the same umbrella team for the PPL, Jazz in the Masters, pickleball people. Me in the Challenger for Team Pig, so we are teammates of a sort.
I do like Jazz Tuts' game. She's a fantastic sportswoman. She played very high level of hockey and has been one of the more consistent Masters players at pickleball since taking the sport up a few years ago. Has suffered a lot with injuries over the last 12 to 18 months though. It's great to see her actually looking fit and court again, because it'll be really good to see the real Jazz Tuts in some of these competitions. So hopefully we'll see some of that in this game. Also delivers me a coffee when we're at these events together. So therefore Jazz always gets good commentary. Hard to be
well I delivered you a coffee this morning, Chris, so...
That has been noted. And when you're on show court at some point over the weekend, it won't be you getting the pelters from the commentary room. So let's go through the last few serves by way of warm-up, and we'll be getting underway here. 2 more group games after this, and then we'll be bringing you the first of the men's doubles semi-finals, then a women's doubles semi-final, and then we will be moving on to the finals after that. So these competitions will be concluding round about, yeah, I'm going to say about 2:30 will be done with these morning competitions. We're setting up nicely for your afternoon's worth of action here from Wrexham.
Yeah, we've had a brilliant action-packed morning, not just here on the show courts, but I mean, we're looking all around. The place is busy, there's people everywhere, there's competitive games happening, there's a huge Welsh flag draped over to the side of us. Brilliant atmosphere this morning at the Welsh Open.
So hopefully I'll be able to bring you up to date with some of the scores happening elsewhere when we get enough of a break. But right now, Susan Evans is about to serve. Charlotte Ellen is receiving. Jazz Tuts having a bit of a yawn, getting herself ready for action. And referee Kelly Olsen will call the score and we'll be getting underway. Third from Evans, just drops into the net cord, falls on her side of the net, so side out.
Do you choose to serve or receive, Chris, if you win the toss?
I always like to serve, actually.
You do? Okay.
That opportunity to get maybe 2 or 3 cheap points early, or even just well won points early, gives you that bit of advantage and maybe puts the opponent under pressure. And it's not an absolute disaster if you don't, you just don't have to go well against their serve. You get the first chance to score, I think, which I like.
Okay, well there's no early scoring happening here.
No,
no scoring side out, we're back over. Well dodged.
Speed up, Evans getting low and getting out of the way there. First point on the board. So it goes into the net. Second serve for Lindsay Thomas. Saw what she was trying to do, but just overkicked it.
Yeah, same as we've said earlier, that such a small angle she was trying to hit that into. I mean, I like the disguise, good idea. Susan was off balance, but yeah, just a little bit tight.
Return just dies, neither Evans or Thomas able to get to the ball. Offering an apology for the miss hit. Side out. 0-2-1. Elemental. Nice placement by Evans. Touch cheated middle a little bit. Evans rolls it down the backhand side of her.
Yeah, she did well to see that. Nice.
There from Thomas, cut on it straight away.
Set that up, really good dip to the feet of Thomas there. Didn't have much choice to pop it up, and Jazz came in and put it away. Nice.
Felt like they were up against it in that point, Ellen and Tuts.
I like that return from Evans. Two of those points there where she got a little bit stuck, where she wasn't expecting the ball there. She just gave herself the time to make sure she was in the right position.
Good drive from Thomas. Tuts still moving as she took the next ball, puts it long. Booming the drive again from the back. Speed up.
That forehand's quite the weapon now in these first 4 points, whether she's driven it from the baseline or up at the net. She needs to look to use that and capitalise on it.
Thomas, somebody that I'll probably be coming up against at some point in the Northern League. Very fierce competitor. One of the stronger Northern ladies that will be on show in the tournament, which gets underway in October.
Another Ernie!
I should have started writing down how many Ernies we've seen so far, but Tut there, she likes an Ernie, does Jazz, and that was very nicely done. That's got to be 5 successful Ernies.
I think 5's a low estimate, you know. I think we might have seen a few more. Whether they've come off or not is a different
Well,
thing.
yeah, absolutely. But there's a surprising amount of Ernies. It's funny how tournaments get a little bit of a trend. At the English Open, it was lobs that were really successful. But we're seeing Ernie's successful here at the Masters level. Love it. Keep it going. 1-4-2, however, so they need a little bit more success on the serve.
Oh, Jazz has lost the shoe.
Managed to lose her shoe. I think the ball's been called good. Not entirely.
I'm not sure either of them were looking at the ball. They were too busy looking at her shoe. I hope she's okay. She looks okay.
To go from an Ernie to losing your shoe within less than a minute is something special.
Oh, we love the drama.
Oh, well, it gives us a moment to reflect. And Jazz apologising for the fact that her shoe came off. Don't think you need to apologise, Jazz. Just maybe tie your shoelaces up better next time. You're on return. Goes them off from Thomas. Jazz is tall enough to deal with it. Thomas off balance to the side. Drives the volley wide. First 11 win by 1 in these round robin stages. Change ends at 6.
Unlucky.
Tentatively pushes that dink into the net. Gives the side out over. Goes to the ATP, defended by Evans, ball's in the air. just getting caught at the
Great
back of the court and
points.
couldn't get it over the net.
Great point. Just got caught out of position there when they went for the ATP. Wasn't sure who was going where as a team, were they?
The problem when you're defending the ATP, getting back into a good position after that moment. Oh, Evans was getting a bit jabby out in front of herself there, wasn't balanced. 2-4-2, so 2 points in it. Make that 1 point in it as the return goes long. Important for Evans and Thomas not to get sloppy at this stage. They've got themselves into a good early position, but they've got to maintain it all the way through. There she goes again.
Ernie.
Another Ernie from Jazz Tuts.
What is going on?
Incredible stuff. Defended almost, but even so, great play from Jazz. Sees it early. She's there so quickly. Is coming onto court from one of the outside courts. So it goes over to retrieve. If she's not losing her shoe, she's earning the ball. And Jazz Tutt is all action in this game so far. Play again from Jazz Tutt, just not going crazy on those putaways, just nagging, asking the question.
4 or 5 balls there above her shoulders, but not comfortable enough for her to go for the winner. So she did well, didn't she, to just keep pressing the ball down and see what came back.
Miss it there from Evans, I think. This comes off the paddle, but I applaud come from Ellen, but looking at the paddle angle, I'm not entirely sure that's exactly what Evans was meaning. 4-5-1, so Tutt and Ellen have got themselves into the lead. Just moving through that third again, Thomas, and able to execute. Yeah, nice angle from Jazz Tutt.
Oh, they're calling their own ball out.
Tutt's done herself a bit of a disservice there. That ball was good. Thomas called it good straight away. Tutt said it was out. But I think the in call has stood,
Yeah, I think
is
so.
Is the correct outcome there. That ball was good. Tutt incredibly honest, too honest at times. And change again at 6-4-1.
Well, we can't describe this as boring, can we? We've had 2 Ernies, an ATP, a shoe loss, an in and out ball.
Absolutely. Everything going on here on show course. And the game itself's actually swung one way and the other over the course as well. Evans and Lindsay Thomas got off to a really strong start. Tutt and Ellen just took a bit of time to get going, but then went on a run themselves, got themselves in the lead, and they lead 6-4 at the change of ends, 5 points unanswered.
A few errors just creeping in there from Evans and Thomas, so we'll see now if they can just settle down a little bit more, tighten up a little bit.
And then it's difficult to be in this position where you've had that momentum, a bit of positivity, you've lost every game so far, and now you're up against it again. Where do you find that mental strength to have another push, another crack? Because this tournament isn't lost for them yet. If they can get a win here, then they could find themselves getting into the conversation for the semi-finals. As for Ellen and Tutt, same thing. They've also got to get the win to keep that conversation open. But they've got the ball in their hand, they're in the ascendancy. 6-4-1, back in.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some belief, aren't they? Going to have to dig in a little bit. Good reach.
Nice put away that time from Evans. The shot she does play very well, can reach in and take that ball from a slightly lower height than most to get on the attack.
Just lost the ball there, it looked like.
7-4-2. way there from Thomas, going right down to the insteps of Jazz Touch, who was trying to hop back and play at the same time, difficult to do. Important side out this for Evans and Thomas, they've got to trouble the scorers this time round.
Yeah, well played from Ellerman Tutt there, keeping him at the back of the court.
Thomas needed to take a step in there and take control of that ball though. That was difficult for Evans on the backhand to flick it from there. Thomas had a better position to try and guide it over. Good effort by Evans trying to reset. So non-scoring side out, and that felt like it was important. Chance again for Ellerman Tutt to get further to 11. 7-4-1 they come back in at. Yeah, nice Jazz start. Went one way, opened up the court, went the other.
Feel like they've well and truly got the momentum now. A few balls, a few points on the run, side out back. They seem to be the aggressive ones, seem to be the ones dictating the play.
Again, just able to get it down to the shins of Jazz Tutt, but I don't mind Jazz Tutt taking that central position. She's coming in early, if you see, and so she can then get on the attack and be the aggressor.
Yeah, she's got long levers, so she can reach both sides.
Yeah. But it has been nearly 5 minutes since she's done an Ernie, so I'm expecting one of those to reappear soon.
Nice.
I think Evans and Thomas were just, is that in, is that out? Just that hesitation meant they didn't move forward. And they needed to with that touch and touch. Oh, confusion. Tutt came across looking to take the volley, then pulled out right at the last second. 5-8-2, still a 3-point deficit. Driving on the move, always difficult to execute.
Yeah, a very flat trajectory on that ball, wasn't there? It was just straight, just caught the top of the tape. Needed a bit more shape on it.
Talking of shape, that was a really nice shape on the third initially from Charlotte, but Thomas dealt with it really well and gave the angle back and into the net. Nice strike from Jazz. When Jazz gets on song, she is a player.
Yeah, and when she takes those middle balls and she's striking like that, you know, it's intimidating for the people she's across the net from. So even that in itself sort of dictates the game a bit more. They're just inching ahead there, 1 point by 1 point, but that's all you need.
Again, it's so important that when they get the ball back in hand, they get those third shots in to get themselves into the point. 5-9-2, Evans on serve. Oh, she's hit it. Would you believe it? Sometimes you need a freebie of a point, and that was a freebie of a point. Different Tom behind the stack from there. Yeah, good Lindsay Thomas.
Yeah, she was ready for that, wasn't she? Paddle up, looking for it. She knew it was coming back to her.
7-9-2, 2-point deficit.
See, can they close the gap?
That's such an intelligent return from Charlotte Ellen. just test Evans on what she was
Yeah.
going to do on that third, and it's worked out
Yeah.
perfectly for them.
Two things to deal with. A
Yeah.
different look at the ball. She was moving. They were unwinding the stack. That sails long.
Just need to settle down again, all four players. It's just gone a little bit scrappy. 9-7-2. Seems like this is a big exchange. Ellen has set that up beautifully again. She plays that cross-court drop so beautifully. And they've got themselves a match point. Match point on the paddle of Ellen.
Will we see an Ernie to close the play?
So I'd love to see the game end like that. That would just be perfectly scripted if that does happen. They don't need the Ernie because Thomas has rolled it into the net, and Ellen and Tux take their first victory of the day. That keeps them in the tournament. That means
Yeah,
that Evans and
hard-fought
Thomas
victory,
will
well
be
done.
coming to an end at the end of this round robin stage. But again, good entertainment in that one, Leah.
Oh, like we said, what a dramatic game, yeah. Good competition from all four. Like we said, a little bit scrappy at the end, but you know, you can see why when everybody's fighting to get out of the group. But it was Tut and Ellen that just held their composure at the end, so well done to them.
Absolutely. Well, we've got two more of the round robin games to bring you this morning. Mark Farmer and Anthony Barrett are about to go up against Paul Byron and Robert Rosenfield. That will be on in a couple of moments. Straight back in here on court number one at the Welsh Open at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. We're almost going into knockout pickleball, and what I mean by that, Leah, is that both these teams are yet to win, but with 4 teams going through out of 5 in this men's doubles competition, whoever wins this game will pick up the 4th and final place. We've got Paul Byron and Robert Rosenfield, who we saw earlier today. First game of the day, we saw Rosenfield and Byron defeated against Willem and G, and they're up against Mark Farmer and Anthony Barrett, who we were quite impressed with when we saw them play a few games ago. So basically, winner takes all in this one, and they can find themselves into the semi-finals.
Yeah, we love that. A little bit of jeopardy on the line.
Absolutely. So it'll be good to see how it goes. At the moment, there's a 4-point difference in terms of who's won what. Farmer and Barrett have gained 19 points in their 3 defeats, whereas Byron and Rosenfield have gained 23 points in their 3 games. But basically, win this game and you're guaranteed a medal match, because getting to the semi-finals means you can get at least the bronze medal game.
We wonder if the competitors know that. They've had a sneaky little look at the table. Surely they know. Yeah.
So. At this point, if you've not had a look, then well, I mean, look, you're going out to win the game anyway, so it doesn't make that much difference maybe. But I would be quite surprised if they are fully abreast of the situation they find themselves in. Referee Kelly Olsen is also still on court for this one. Yeah, winner takes all. And sometimes this can be a good position to be in. You get the pressure of a knockout game earlier than the knockouts, and it's a different mentality when you go into knockout pickleball.
It is. And you sort of sometimes you want to play your way into that, and if you haven't been terribly competitive, but there's 4 teams going through, you need a win under your belt. You need to change your momentum of the day.
Absolutely. So, all 4 players just go through their final warm-ups. Mark Farmer in the orange shorts, his partner Anthony Barrett with the knee brace. I was going to say the knee brace and glasses, but also that could be the description used to describe Robert Rosenfield, who is also wearing glasses, a knee brace, and doesn't have any hair. So differentiating at this point could be tricky. I don't know if you can see that Robert has got a grey knee brace on his left leg, and Anthony has got a blue knee brace on his right leg. Byron dressed all in black with no knee braces. Better knees, as Paul, better knees.
Rob Rosenfield is teaming up with me this Sunday for the mixed doubles.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
So
on the subject of mixed doubles part, I'm glad you brought it up. Good timing.
I'm committed this week, Chris. I'm committed.
How is the decision-making process going? And the bribery does need to go in place for this deal to be done.
For those who don't know, the ongoing joke here is, of course, that everybody wants to play doubles with Kim. The other half of the other half of the Pickle Twins. So as I was so left wanting, I couldn't find a mixed doubles partner, and now it appears I've got more than one offer.
More than one offer. And yes. That offer is still very much on the table, and looking forward to our first doubles outing at some point in the not too distant future. Leah's just having to go and retrieve the tape for somebody to retape the courts here.
Oh, a timely interruption.
Timely interval. That doesn't get you off the hook just yet, Leah. I'm not saying there is a deadline on the offer, but there's not a deadline on the offer. Just let me know whenever you make your mind up. It'll be fine. As long as it's a yes, it'll be fine.
I'll check the calendar, Chris.
Great stuff. Great stuff. So, tape being reapplied at the back of the court.
I do need a partner for Welsh Nationals, to be fair, so we could commit to that.
I'm not Welsh.
Oh, okay.
That is the only problem in that. So,
oh well, you've missed your chance.
If that is the way that we can get the partnership established, though, maybe I will hand in my English nationality, because I do qualify for the Welsh as of the next one, living in Wales. And it is quite difficult to enter the English if you're not around in those 3 minutes when the registrations are still open.
Are you playing this year? Are you playing in Bolton this year?
Be in Bolton?
Yeah.
We'll be playing in Bolton at the end of October, beginning of November. I've not been rushed off my feet with offers for that one either.
No.
I'm starting to wonder if it's me to be honest.
Well, that is the benefit when you've got a twin sister. You have always got she'd be hard pressed to say no to me, so.
Absolutely. Anyway, Paul Byron on serve. Must win for both these two teams. Reset there from Farmer. And that's just so. Just look how that point's broken down. Rosenfeld on the attack all the way through. Great defensive work from both Farmer and Barrett, and in the end it's Byron who makes the mistake. Rosenfield, in the ascendancy in that point, doesn't come out with it. Good drive from Farmer, just waited on that nicely, kept the control.
Yeah, just asking the question of these guys early on the drive.
lovely placement again from Farmer. Look, for me, if they're going to win this game, this is the way they do it. Just stay patient, wait for the lift, put it away calmly.
I mean, we were surprised their patient game didn't see them get the W in the last round, weren't we? But
absolutely, it's 2-0-1 here.
that one sails long.
And it's interesting because they've seen so much benefit already from just doing the drop, getting to the line. They go for the drive that time, and that's the first mistake they've made in the game.
Oh, the dead.
Is it not? No. No. The bar, but the bar's on this side of the net. Is it no? Hard to tell, really, Leah, which side of the net the bar's
I think it just
on.
missed the bar.
It missed the bar. Well, the referee had a good view of it. She said it missed the bar, so it missed the bar. And we had the side out.
Yeah, nice angle.
Farmer. Nice control on the smash. Zero, 2-2. Just getting in the way there of Rosenfield as he was looking to reset.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll pick up on that. That's two balls now down the middle where there's been some confusion between the pair.
The fourth game of the day now, so we thought those communication bits would have been sorted. Nearly got in each other's way again there, but this time it works out well. Ball goes down to the side of Farmer.
Not sure whose paddle that came off.
2-0-2. Yeah, nice placement again from Farmer, just going behind the right ankle of Rosenfield. He's stretching, he puts it in the net. Good again from Mark Farmer. When he gets to get that central position, he can take control of points at will.
Yeah, he plays very confidently there, doesn't he? It's no hesitation at all. He's very comfortable in that
position. Also nice and compact, no big swings, just in a good position, good balance. Ball was short on that serve. (0-4-1). Byron and Rosenfield need to do something and do it soon. Great location of that smash from Anthony Barrett, right down to the right foot of Byron. He was at the back of the court. Side out.
2 points there where they've gone for the early lob suggests they might just be panicking. Maybe they're not quite sure where to go. I'm a huge fan of a lob, so not criticising.
I'm not, you see. I don't like a lob, but it works at the right time. But it's when you do the lob.
No such thing as the wrong time.
Absolutely, is many opportunities at the wrong time because we've seen a couple of them in this game.
No, we have, yes, yeah.
And it is a great, like any shot, it's a great shot if it's executed for the right reason at the right time and it comes off. Doing it on the back foot under pressure when you could possibly get a drop in, which is going to give you way more options at that point continuing. I don't think it's the greatest selection.
And if you haven't got the reset off, you know, if you're going to hit a bad lob and you're not prepared to reset if it goes wrong, then it's not the right shot.
And we've seen that a little bit with someone like Barb Cracker, for example. Barb will throw the lob in, but you notice she's always ready for the that next ball. She's always ready to reset or counter from that next position. And I think that's it. You can't isolate the lob and hope that's going to be the shot that kills the point. You've got to be ready for that next ball.
And you're right. It's a two-shot play with someone like Kappa because she is trying to keep you so deep in the court that she can then expose the drop in front of you, which she does so well.
Again, we just see the ball lifted there. Sort of a half attempt at a lob, and the ball comes flying back past you. It's amazing how often, though, it still gets pulled out, even though it hasn't worked the last 19 times in a row. just coming across there, looking to poach. Probably the right play, but just stretching a little bit. 5-1-2. Shout out once again to the brilliant hospitality we're getting here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. The coffee order has just been placed.
Sorry, I didn't ask for a biscuit. Should have asked for a biscuit.
Didn't ask for a biscuit?
No, I didn't.
Regretted
I didn't
not going
think.
for a biscuit. Too busy trying to get the black element of the coffee across to the wonderful team here. And looking at that queue, we wouldn't have time to get out there ourselves and get ourselves a coffee. Farmer puts it down to the right-hand side once again. 1-5-2, so at the moment, this game is going one way. Farmer again, able just to wait for that pot, doesn't have to do anything spectacular, pushes it comfortably down the middle.
Yeah, both Paul and Rob had sort of peeled away to the outside there, hadn't they? They were leaning away from each other, a big tunnel in the middle. And they've just let their heads drop slightly, which... Yeah. There you go, just need 1 or 2 points to go their way and they're back in it.
And just staying in that point there, got the just rewards from it. Just keep nagging away, you never know what happens. And Rosenfield's playing Masters pickleball this year, so he should have the confidence and the level to be able to take control of this court, really. Good placement again from Farmer, just going to the outside and forcing the error. Changing ends at 6-1-2. At the moment it's Farmer and Barrett with 1 foot in the semi-finals. And based on what we've seen so far, on the 2 games that we've watched them play, I'd say that feels about right.
Yeah. They seem more settled in their game style. They've got a little bit of trust in each other. We've seen Barrett go with those straight dinks, opening up the space. Rosenfield and Paul just seem not quite as comfortable with each other. And they did play together last week at the English, so they've had a little bit of experience together as a pair.
Yeah. Deep discussion going on at the back of the court, whether that's down to whether it needs retaping or what's the tactical plan to turn this around, I'm not too sure. To get that underway. 6-1-2.
I'd quite like to see a bit of energy on this side of the net now. They need to just...
Would absolutely agree with that. Fight till the bitter end and show your opponents that you are fighting. That's such a nice placement there though from Anthony Barrett, just rolling it through the middle again. This is the 3rd though, so a chance here for Rosenfield and Byron. And I'm going to be bold and say that if they don't score in this one, then this game isn't going to change direction.
Yeah, now or never.
Such a nice lob that time.
Oh.
Really nice play from the pair. And there's the example. Play the lob, but be ready for the next ball.
Yeah.
Kept the pressure on, and then a lovely touch from Barrett to end that rally. So there is a point for them. They've got their 2nd point on the board. Again, don't mind that if I'm anti-Barrett. I'm just looking to keep it over on that backhand side where we've had a bit of joy getting the pop up. Clash of paddles from Farmer and Barrett. Puts Rosenfield off slightly and it comes out with the side out. So 7-2. 4 points away from booking themselves a place in the semis.
Nice.
So good from Anthony Barrett. He was defending all the way through, saw the right opportunity to get to the line, put it away, Leah.
He had a good level of trust in himself there, didn't he, as well? He just trusted if he could just stick in the point, might turn in his favour. And then when he had the opportunity, he took it.
And that's really demoralising for the opponents when they see that is happening. That they've attacked him and they still can't get through.
Do we think there's a lob coming?
I'm going to say no. Now I'm going to say yes.
Oh.
Didn't need to, it's gone out. Guarantee that next ball would have been a lob.
I was thinking
Absolutely
lob
would
or
have been a
Ernie, lob or Ernie. What could it be?
Great drive down the middle.
I think it just missed.
Oh, that's an interesting call. Yeah, good call by referee Kelly Olsen there, because that ball was in. It was a lovely shot down the middle by Farmer. One of the benefits of having a referee there, get the right outcome, which is good to see. 9-2-2, I believe, was the call. Moves up to match points. Farmer get themselves into the semis. Yes, they can. Very nice performance by Barrett and Farmer. They go through to the knockout stages. We've liked them so far.
I would call that clinical. They did what they needed to do. Very professional performance, I'd say. Yeah, well done to them. Well, Paul's got a busy afternoon on the tournament desk now, so.
You're fine.
No, Paul's got a busy afternoon on the tournament desk.
So. To the tournament desk. Yeah, well, I think it'll take a few minutes just to recover from the disappointment of getting knocked out. Paul Byron, one of the key organisers of this Welsh Open today, and always difficult when you're playing in a tournament and you've got so many other things.
That's right. He had a busy day yesterday setting up, so he's obviously got a lot to do for the next couple of days. So, not a bad performance from him. I hope he takes away some positives from it. I hope he's got time to regroup and have a minute to himself, and then enjoys what is the rest of the day at this brilliant tournament. So,
as Farmer and Barrett, they'll be going through to the last four. We'll be bringing you one of those two semi-finals after the next game, and that next game is another look at Linwood and Deb Finney up against Charlotte Ellum and Jazz Tutt. And I think that will be an interesting game. We're waiting for the players to get to court, so we'll just take a quick break and we'll bring you that game live in a few moments. Welcome back to Show Court here at the Welsh Open 2026. Chris Beaumont joined by Leah McDaniel, and we're bringing you the last of the round robin games from this morning's competition. Women's doubles, 50 plus, 4.5 plus skill category, and it's a must win for Charlotte Ellam and Jazz Tutts. If they win this game, they give themselves a chance of sneaking into the semi-final stages. Linwood and Deb Finney, their opponents, they've already qualified. And we saw some good stuff from Ellam and Tutt in their last game on this court, Leah. So they've got to take that momentum forward into this one.
Yeah, I think this will be a competitive match.
Well, we're certainly hoping so. It's going to be Ellam who gets us underway. She'll be serving to the left-handed Linwood, top right of your screen. Change of referee. Tell you what, I do like a referee, Leah, that you can hear nice and clearly what's going on. I don't think we're going to be struggling for that in this one.
Absolutely. And there we go.
Tutt immediately with the inside out put away.
So we think Wood and Finney will be aware early on that Tutt's going to come across. She's going to try and dominate the play. So we'll look to see if they're going to target Ellam a little bit, or what their game plan is, or if they think they can just play straight up.
Put Tutt to the side of the court at the moment. Good angle from Ellam. Didn't look like she was looking that confident in that shot initially.
No, she didn't hardly turn her body.
Yeah. 2 early points. Tutt just trying to be a bit too precise with that third. Indecision there from Tutt on that backhand volley. I think she thought it might have been going out, and then we're just asking the players that even if it's really obvious, make the out call nice and clear. Then you put the third into the net, so side out. Asking the question.
Oh, maybe not asking the question.
And not asking the question. Walking away before the referee's going to give the answer.
I think the referee was going to say in.
The referee's going to have
the
something
little
to say
look
there.
she was giving.
Already I'm missing the drama, Leah, of the automated line call systems of the English Open. They were a lot of fun. We had a scoreboard at the English Open as well, which was quite beneficial. But yeah, the automated line call is a great addition to pickleball, and
I didn't see many. I didn't see many correct. Lots of the reviews I saw were overturned, which goes to show that
there were a few that got overturned. I'm not going to shout about this in public, but my personal hit rate of me versus Stupa, I only got 2 wrong in the entire tournament with the naked eye. And I believe I'm cheaper to hire than the automated technology. So
can't have you on every line.
Well, maybe not every line, but just have me there in general at your expense, and that would be wonderful.
You know, I generally have to say my background is in tennis, and I appreciate how fair people play in pickleball compared to tennis.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's many people genuinely making a deliberately wrong call, so sometimes you can't see and you do call what you see, and that may not be right. So it's 2-2-2 here on Show Courts.
That's a good serve. Dragged her out of position, yeah.
And sort of hopping out the side of court to try and get that back. Nice serve. comes into the commentary booth there. And amazing how difficult it is to field when you've got some headphones on and not a clear sight of the ball. So that was a side out. Wood on the attack, Ellen equal to it.
Nice.
Jazz looking for the earning, and I was looking to see whether a football was going to be called there because I think it was pretty close, but the referee was happy to let it go. Either way, it didn't matter because the ball came back.
Yeah, there was a couple of backhand counters in there from Lynn Wood, which really set the tone in that rally.
It's really an amazing reset from Tuck. Last bit of Tuck will just finds the net in the way. 3-2-1. Yeah, Finney on the charge there, was able to get there and take the next two on the volley. Ellen into the net.
Yeah, it was a nice low ball there, wasn't it, to Tuck's backhand, and once she saw it coming off, she was in.
Nice drive from Wood, just got that little dip, really close to the net as well. And suddenly, Finney and Wood have a 3-point lead. Like we said in the last game that we saw, if they can get Wood moving slightly forwards on her backhand, that's the weak area to target.
Yeah, and I do think she is a bit of a confidence player, isn't she, Lynn Wood? When she's feeling good, she plays good.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I mean, I have to say, her game has come on so much in 12 months. Absolutely, much more complete than she was 12 months ago. A really dangerous player, I think, at this time.
Yeah, brilliant competitor as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, confusion. Great reset. Point of the game so far ends with Ellen just nudging it into the net. What a point that was.
I had an audible gasp there when at the switch over on the smash.
Yes.
Have to ask yourself, if she'd have taken that out of the air, would that have been different?
2-5-2, best rally of the game so far has just been and gone. Foot called against Wood, and that's a good spot by the referee in fairness. All that force has been cancelled out by handing the serve back. Wood again just moving through the shots. And here's her return wide. So change ends at 6, and there's enough here for Ellen and Tuck to believe they can turn this around, though. Liz.
Yeah. They're not out of it. I think they are doing some of the right things, you know. There's just a little confusion there where they left the lob. Again, that point there, you could see that they were changing places. Ellen was just moving through the ball a little bit. And we know that Deb and Lynn will make a few mistakes. There'll be 1 or 2 errors in the game, so they're going to need to capitalise on that when it happens.
And Leah, this is a big moment for you, Leah. You've got your first comment on the YouTube chat as a co-commentator.
Oh.
It's from the lovely Matt Brindle, and Matt is all, I mean, I'm getting the feeling all Matt does all day long is just watch commentary or watch YouTube
Why
videos
not?
with pickleball being played. And sometimes it's with me commentating, and he says, great commentary, Chris and Leah. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks very much, Matt.
That's very nice of you to hear.
I am enjoying this, Chris. I'll have to say I'm disappointed I haven't got the full headset, but there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow.
You have to earn your stripes, I think, Leah.
Okay.
I brought my own headset today, if that's any consolation.
Oh,
Good strike
right.
down to the toes.
I have to invest.
Yes.
if there's a career in this for me.
Absolutely. I've realised that sometimes the best thing to do is bring your own.
I am hoping, and I'm already thinking this will be good for my pickleball knowledge. You know, somebody still relatively new to pickleball. I'm learning all the time. Having to analyse this is helping me. So.
Definitely. No, it's a really serious point actually. I mean, watching as much as I do from this angle, you do learn so much, and it's really, really useful. Sam Finney, Deb's son, also in touch, asking what the score is. Well, I don't know when you're asking that, Sam, so I can't tell you what the score was at that point, but I will try and tell you what it is now. It's 4-7-1, Sam Finney, 4-7-1. Your mum's in the lead with Linwood. And they've just nudged that over to second points. Oh, look at that, Matt Brindle back in touch again. I always tune into UK pickleball when you're commentating, Chris. That's nice, and to be honest, that was worth the 10 quid it cost me to get the positive feedback on the YouTube stream. Thank you, Matt. That doesn't mean we're going to let you win in the Northern League. Mind you, you're so young, mate. I don't think I'll be playing against you this year, which is probably good for me.
That was nice. Yeah, she drove. That was flat. Big flat ball up the line.
And of course, even if you're just serving from that side, to get over there to such a flat ball coming back at pace is a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah, because you've got to change the angle. You're not going to send that back line, so. Good pickup.
That's a nice lob. Oh no, it's just gone out. That looked like it was perfectly judged. Nice exchange. Good defensive play from both teams there. 7-5-2.
That was smart play from Linwood there, driving it into the backhand, so she jammed Charlotte up, forcing her into that angle wasn't going to come off.
I would love to have seen what Stupa AI might have said about that line.
Oh, okay.
The cross-court dink at a crucial moment. 9-5-2. 2 points away from victory. First of all, 11 course in these round-robin games.
Nice.
That's a big drive from Linwood. When she gets the opportunity to do that, it's so difficult to play against. Match points. Do get a chance to serve again, do Ellen and Tuck, but they've got to string some consistency together now. Such a nice play. When they get that combination, Ellen rolling that drop across, able to come central.
She's got a really nice Charlotte's got a really nice cross-court forehand roll. I've definitely been on the receiving end of that once or twice. She needs to go after that a little bit more, I think.
And then they've got to get the next action right, and Tuck misses the serve. But can't afford those errors. They can't afford that either. And they've both had a bit of a giggle to each other there. I think they know their race is almost run here, and they're laughing it off in the best possible way.
Just trying to rush and get the job done there, I think.
Yeah, you never know. 10-6-2. And they are going to get another chance to serve. Finney saw the match in front of her and didn't execute the volley.
We've all been there.
Absolutely. But it is a chance for Ellen and Tuck to get back in the game. They've got to get their serves in. They get the first serve in, they get the point. 7-10. They get another point, 8-10-1. I said a moment or two ago they felt like their race was done, but maybe that is not the case.
That's
This
a
is
nice
good.
angle.
Getting into the backhand side again, 9-10-1. This will be the comeback of the day so far if they can do it. Oh, Jazz Tut, of all the shots to miss today, it's that one. She set it up so nicely.
Okay, they get another chance at drawing it level. Yeah.
That was always likely to happen as soon as that ball lifted to Lynn's forehand. Brave fight back there from Elam and Tut, but it's match point once again on the paddle of Linwood. Stretching, trying to get it done again. They've been sitting on 10 for a while here, Leah.
Well, the hardest point, hang on, let me get this saying out. The hardest point is the last, no, what is the saying, Chris?
The hardest point's the last point,
Yeah.
Leah. And they are struggling to get that last
The
point
last
done.
point is the hardest point. I don't know which
Something
order
like
it
that,
goes in.
anyway. Either way, they've been sitting on 10 for 4 times now, maybe 5, and it's side out again. Tut with a nice little bit of show there. Oh, just
Well,
again goes for it. It was there to take them level. Got excited. Misses. If Wood and Finney go on to win this, Ellen and Tut are going to know they have the chance to take this.
That's a
Great
good
play
take.
by
That's
Jazz
a
Tut.
good take.
Just gets over
Just
the
out.
volley zone. They've got a tied game. They've got match point themselves. Can they take an astonishing victory here? They can, you know, they've got to done it. They've got themselves
What a
into
comeback.
the semi-finals, maybe.
Well
we'll have to wait
done.
and see what the points difference is. But what a fight back from Tut and Ellen.
Incredible. And you have to think now that that actually is better from them than a simple win. That's given them some confidence. If they find themselves in a sticky situation going forwards, they can get out of a hole.
Absolutely. So that gives them 1 point better. They go to -18. The issue they've then got then is that Thompson and Dinsdale going into their last game are on -13. I don't know who Thompson and Dinsdale are playing, but it won't be Kappa and Tinsley. It won't be Wood and Finney. So what Element Tut now need is Thompson and Dinsdale to lose, and to lose by enough of a margin to allow them to slip into that 4th place. Who knows, folks? Who knows? We shall find out a little bit later. We are going to be moving on to the semi-finals now, which is going to need just a little bit of work from the commentary team to find out what the state of play is in the men's competition. And I tell you what, folks, these games are coming thick and fast. On court number 1. No sooner have we stood up, we've got to sit back down again because this semi-final is going to be taking place. We are bringing you David Simpson and Alistair Crockett up against Rex Hollywell. Hollywell, I don't know. Hollywell against Steve Kilwell. They will be going up into this semi-final. The other semi-final is Willem and G against Farmer and Barrett. So, semi-final. Guaranteed a medal match, these teams, but they will want to be fighting it out for gold. come the end of this one. Going to try and check from the referee exactly what the format is, so do bear with me while we just have another moment of silence.
And happy to tell you that it is first to 15 win by 2. Just quickly hopped over the barrier there, as you probably would have seen, to find out what the format is for this semi-final. So first to 15 win by 2. For those of you that may just be tuning in, I'm Chris Beaumont. I am your commentator for the Welsh Open this year. I'm joined by Leah McDaniel in the co-commentary seat. Leah's just returning to court herself, having done a little bit of scouting of what else is going on in the outside courts. And
if you haven't seen these players in action so far, bottom left of your screen is David Simpson. Bottom right of the screen is his partner, Alistair Crockett. Top left of the screen is Steve Kilworth, and he is joined by the one and only Brett Hollywell. Brett Hollywell, that is, on court. And just in case you were unable to make out clearly what I've been saying all day long, it's definitely been Brett Hollywell, and certainly not Brett Honeywell. Bit of a muffle on the microphone when the name was coming out there. So glad we cleared that one up. And important feedback from my co-commentator about 19 times after I've said the wrong name. To point it out. So thank you for that, Liv.
Yeah, I think he won't mind. I think he knows who you were talking about.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, more feedback from Matt Brindle. And I like this. This is the only time me and Matt really get to talk to each other over the course of a week, is when I'm commentating and he's leaving comments for me in the YouTube channel. Just paying it forward so we can say nice things about him when he plays in the men's doubles on Saturday.
Okay,
yeah,
on
that's
Saturday.
A good idea, Matt, actually, yeah. And of course, we will say nice things about you, providing that you're doing nice things on court, Matt.
Yeah, Chris will have something. Chris will have something to say if you lob at the wrong time.
Probably will have something to say if it's not going too well for you. But I'm sure it will be. Matt Brindle, top player, very nice left-hander. So, semi-final time, knockout pickleball here in Wrexham. Just to remind you, the other semi-finalists, Willem and G against Farmer and Barrett. They are going on court number 2, just getting underway as we speak. And we're just getting underway here on court number 1. It's going to be Brett Hollywell, who's serving. David Simpson returning. Third shot into the net.
Yeah, he's gone big on the third shot there to set the tone for the game, but the serve goes over.
Defending has to go back.
I don't know, that second speed up might have been a bit too soon after the first one, I think.
When Simpson and Crockett played these guys earlier, they beat them 11-4, but that'll count for nothing in this first to 15 win by 2. But they've got themselves into a good early 2-point lead here, which does help, even though it's a longer game, does help to get that early start, that early bit of confidence. That one down into the nets. Simpson regretting his choice there, I think, Leah.
Yeah, as soon as he hit it.
But again, it wasn't so much that the lob wasn't high enough, it was then just not getting ready for the
ball
attack.
after, yeah.
Ambitious there from Simpson, trying to reset all the way across court like that. And an important side out for Hollywell and Kilworth at this point. They're up against it already.
Yeah. You don't want to go 5-0 down. You don't want to go a third of the way down.
Yeah. And get their first point on the board. Simpson just reaching in there, unable to control it.
A long morning so far at pickleball. These guys played a good few games back to back.
Yeah.
We're not seeing Kilworth move around the middle quite as much as we did in the group stages.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's just a bit of tiredness in his legs, or if he's just waiting for the right moment. Or
yeah, it could be just being a bit more circumspect at the early stages of the semi-final. And you often find it suddenly you knock out pickleball, people just go into their shells a little bit. They're trying to grow into the game more than just taking the game by the scruff of the neck.
Oh.
Without going over, but chose not to.
I do like the way Simpson plays off that outside leg on both sides. I thought that on the backhand side earlier when he just leans into his outside leg. He's got good control of the paddle outside of his body.
And I think it suits Simpson and Crockett. If the opponents want to get into the dinking game, I think that suits Crockett and Simpson. If they want to play a bit quicker, I think it suits Simpson and Crockett. They've got to find a different way of playing, Kilwell and Hollywell here, to really get themselves a bit of a foothold.
The referee's forgotten we're going to 2:15.
I think so. Good early position for Crockett and Simpson.
That's well left.
Goes long. This game style suits Simpson and Crockett massively. They're just able to be patient, wait for the lift. They're pushing Hollywell onto his back foot there. He's playing his dinks off balance behind him, and he's going to lift eventually. Pulled out. The referee said points, so. And we have the change of ends, Leah.
Okay. Well, that crept up quickly, didn't it? That was a but time to compose themselves now on the changeover. They've got a minute. Take a little bit of stock. There's some daylight between the two teams, so I think Hollywell and Kilworth here need a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a rethink.
Find up with one way of cracking this code. So they lost in the group stages to this pair. They're well behind in the semi-final to this pair, and the does feel like Crockett and Simpson are able to play this absolutely on their own terms at the moment, and for them it's a case of just keep doing what they're doing. What can Hollywell and his partner Steve Kilworth come up with to change the direction of this game? We should wait and see if they come up with the code that needs to be cracked. 8-1-2 as we get back underway, time in.
Yeah, that's the example there of him dropping off onto that back foot, isn't it?
And it's been happening several times now, and his frustration starting to get to him, and can't afford many more of those mistakes. Defence, but then Hollywell got himself into a good position and got it down to the toes.
Right, well, they've come up with a game plan. It's the Ernie.
Yes, yes. What's that, number 9 of the morning? Or in the afternoon now. It's 1 o'clock, would you believe it, Liam? 1 o'clock.
I know.
First Ernie of the afternoon, 9th of the day. And they seem to have a little bit more spring in their step since the change of ends, despite that early error from Brett. Looking for the Ernie again. They're happy to sit in there at the moment and just grind out the points, and it's working.
Yeah, uncharacteristic that he misses off that outside leg. That's what I was saying before, like so stable through the left side of his body, but it paid off this time for Kilworth and Hollywell.
3-9-1, so it's a long way to go, but early signs of recovery. Well played by Hollywell, just gets it to the outside. But we're seeing Kilworth now trying to find a way of being more proactive on court, aren't we? We've seen him earning, we've seen him looking for the earning, we've seen him come central. He's trying to find a way where he can take control of this game a little more.
Just take a few more risks, and maybe that will just unnerve the other pair. Expect the unexpected.
And now football's being called, so it's suddenly turned. Momentum has shifted, and the scoreboard is starting to reflect that. Comes in again, and I don't mind him following that pattern. All right, it's not come off this time, but that is the kind of thing that has shifted the dynamic a little bit.
Agree. That's a nice ball.
Location from Hollywell. Just got it drifting across Simpson, and everything's going right for them at the moment. To let them off the hook when you've got yourselves back in that way. I reckon if they'd won that point, they are right back in it. Now it feels like they've got their chance.
Swung again, yeah.
Good attack though. Nice from Brett Hollywell there. Momentarily thought about the ATP, realised it wasn't on, went for the safe option, got the ball back in their hand. Non-scoring side out.
They needed that. They needed that.
The nerves will be jangling of Crockett and Simpson. And that allows him just to release a little bit of the frustration. Another non-scoring side out. So suddenly Simpson and Crockett are going to be feeling a bit better about their lot in life, especially if they can get to double figures in this rally. And they do get to double figures, Leah. Just shifting again.
Yeah, you felt as soon as that came floating over to Simpson, he wasn't going to let them off the hook, was he?
6-1, first to 15, win by 2 in these semis.
That's a good return.
Simpson gets up there as well, Crockett takes the ball. Such a bad choice by Steve Kilworth.
Yeah. Bit of a lack of trust in themselves there, perhaps staying the point.
Score is 11-6-1.
Looks to me like they've made the decision to take Simpson out of the points a little bit.
Again, just keep that nagging line and length, ask the question, and move up to 12-6-2. 3 points away from victory in this semi-final. Good work here from Simpson. Yeah, but this side, Crockett just nudges it out.
Good point. They'll feel good about taking that point, getting the serve back. That should give them a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
And that.
Gets in there, central again. It's been the play that's worked really nicely for them, Leah, when Kilt can get in central on the attack. We've seen one exceptional comeback in the last game. Are we seeing another one now? Intelligent there from Simpson. Get there. You can't.
Almost. A swing and a miss, and he couldn't quite get back.
They set it up again really nicely. They got the ball they wanted. He was unable to get to that smash. And now only 4 points difference.
Okay, goes back over. They'll be looking to open this up now, won't they, and run away with it. So let's see.
Does well.
Oh.
Makes Kilworth play it. Comes out with the points.
I have to say, Simpson's really grown across the day as it's gone on, hasn't he? He was a little
really
bit,
impressive.
yeah.
A lovely touch on the ball, nice control. And to be fair, Crockett equally as well. I mean, they're both really impressive.
Yeah, they're a very good team.
Looking for that Ernie again. Boards. Wide, there we go to match point here on number 1 court. Can Simpson and Crockett take the first place in the men's final? They can indeed. They take the game. They've seen off Hollywell and Kilworth, and they will be taking their place in the men's doubles final, which will be bringing you on court number 1 straight after the women's semi-final, which is coming up next. Leah, another interesting battle there, but I think the right outcome.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said, I really feel like they've grown as a pair from when we saw them a little bit earlier in the day. They were playing so confidently there by the end, weren't they? They didn't really look like they were going to miss. They were happy to stay in the point and then take their chance. So well done to them, and good luck to Brett and Steve, who'll go away and regroup and hopefully try and get a bronze in bronze medal match.
Really well. We'll be bringing you the next semi-final in a second. We're just going to take a short break. Welcome back to number 1 court. We are now moving on to another semi-final, and it's the women's doubles 4.5 plus bracket at the senior level. And we are bringing you Heidi McCune and Nikki Wilson up against Lynn Wood and Deb Finney. So, yeah, we've seen all 4 players in action over the course today. These Lynn and Deb finished second in the group. Heidi and Nikki finished third. Equal records, but Lynn and Deb had a point difference of plus 22, whereas actually Heidi and Nikki came in with a point difference of minus 9, which you don't often see when you finish third in the group.
Well, there are 2 very strong pairs at the top of the group, I suppose, is what's driven that. But we're in for a good semi-final, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Just want to refresh my memory of what was the score when these 2 teams played each other. So Wood and Finney actually beat McCune and Wilson 11-3 in the group stage. But of course, in the knockouts, it is first to 15, win by 2, so a different format and slightly longer to get your way into the game.
And we don't know. We hope Wood and Finney have shook off that last loss there from the group, but you don't know if there's a little bit of a hangover from that next match on.
And that, just to bring up to date, if you did watch Tut and Ellen get that thrilling win at the end, we were wondering whether that would be enough to get them through. It wasn't, because Capra and Tinsley are playing Thompson and Dinsdale in the other semi-final. So Thompson and Dinsdale did get through. Ellen and Tut, despite that thrilling last gasp victory in their last game, fall at the final hurdle. Referee just going through the final checks with the players, and we'll be getting underway here shortly. I mean, I'm not reading too much into the group stage game here. This is knockout pickleball now, and McCune and Wilson are an experienced pair together. Could be, and they'll have had a good look now at Finney and Linwood, so they might have a slightly different game plan in place.
Yeah, and it always feels slightly different when it's to 15, isn't it? There's room to grow into the game. There's a lot of early pressure when it's to 11 to get out the gate. And
it'll be interesting to see if McCune and Wilson have learned from that first game and what they can do differently. It will be Nikki Wilson serving first. Let the semi-final commence. Comes flying through, gets that ball just to kiss the line.
yeah, it was a lovely reset, and then a quick move up to the kitchen line to look for that, wasn't it? And you could tell by that call that yes, these guys are pumped.
Yeah, they're up for this one now. Pull out. Finney not convinced on that call. Didn't ask the referee what they saw though. That's where you're going to get joy. You want to get it over to the Wood backhand.
Yeah. I've not seen these guys before today, McCune and Wilson, but they've got that lovely sort of loose grip on the paddle, haven't they? They reset and transition really well through the middle of the court.
Opportunity to remind my co-commentator that she has seen Wilson and McCune.
No, before today.
Oh, before
I've seen them today.
Sorry, before today. I thought you said you hadn't seen them today.
No,
I missed
today.
the word before. It's been a long morning, and these games do blend into one at times. But we had them with English Open, McCune and Wilson, and had them on show court a few times there. Acquitted themselves well.
That's a good miss. That's one of the points where you take that miss, won't you? Play the point well.
Wood on serve, 0-4-1. Got to get the thirds going if they're going to find a way back in. McCune and Wilson already got as many points from this as they did in the group game against Wood and Finney. That's a non-scoring side out, so they've got an opportunity to add to their 4 points already. again. Same spot, Leah.
Yeah, interesting fourth ball there from Wood that she let that bounce, and then she just always seemed just a millisecond off the pace, out of position.
Good analysis there from Leah McDonald, one of the two Pickle twins, making their way to the upper level of UK pickleball. Rumour has it I'm going to be trading Leah in for Kim at some point over the course of the week in the co-commentary booth, and Leah's made such an electric start to them live in the co-commentators booth that the pressure is very much on Kim to match the level.
I might not let her in, Chris. I might just stay here all week.
Well, Philly's just let McCune in there. She's able to roll that forehand volley down the line once again.
And it's almost like she's listening as I receive a message from Kim that said, "Are you going to be a commentator now? Because we can't get you off there."
Fantastic. There's the twin
Yes, yes, Kim, I am.
Lovely to see such positive feedback from your twin sister there. This one just misses the drop, goes into the nets.
There's a different energy about McCune and Wilson in this semi-final, isn't there?
Yeah, so often just getting through the round robin is the aim. What can you bring to knock out pickleball? It's a different competition by that point. Good placement that time by Philly. What McCune does outside the left ankle. 1-7-1 here in this semi-final. Nice 1-2 there. Wood on the drive, got the lift. Finney just guides it outside.
Yeah, they'll want to close this gap now before they switch sides, won't they? They won't want to go around with a 5 or 6 point deficit.
Very much so. Any point now is a benefit. That's nice from Deb Finney. One part of Deb's game that's really improved is that ability to sit in there on the backhand court thinking. And I think having now playing with the left-handed, she's forced to have to do that and add that to her game, and it's working. And a good drive kisses the net for Wilson's response. All those times Deb said to me she should be playing left when we were playing mixed doubles, maybe she was right. Wanted to see Wood get forward after the shot before that. She just hung back and then
they traded places, didn't they? As Finney came forward, Wood dropped back. That's a good take from Deb, yeah.
They're now starting to get to McCune, and she just said to herself, move her feet, and that's what she's not been doing. She's getting caught stretching on that dink. Again, Wood slow to get up. She needs to be there now. Goes wide. She did get there in time. And they've come out with the point. This game has shifted.
This is quite the roller coaster. They've done well to close it to 1 point.
I want to see Wood getting forward. She got the lift off that first ride. Had she been progressive, she could have taken that next one on the volley and really gone at them. outball hit. Wood fighting away. Great play,
That
Lynn
is
Wood
a
comes out
great
with the point. What a
point.
rally that was. Best rally of the morning so far. Finney hit an outball, but Wood kept battling and wins the point for the pair.
That point went on for so long, I forgot what happened in the beginning.
I don't think we need to worry about what happened in the beginning. It was a great battle at the end from Linwood. She kept that point alive. Gets it over to second serve.
That's
Brilliant
nice.
placement again from
Yeah.
Linwood. Finney doing so well on the cross court. Wood then just catching Wilson a little
Absolutely.
cold.
You can see them all now having some big, deep breaths. Couple of big points, a couple of long points.
They're just coming through, didn't get balance, clipped the edge of the paddle. First real mistake for either Finney or Wood for quite some period of time though. Missed return at a crucial moment. The body language is different.
Yeah, it
for
sure
Wilson and
is.
Beaumont.
Yeah, it's like as soon as I said about the energy, it's flipped.
Easy to have it when you're on top.
That's nice.
Oh, leave that ball inwards. It's going miles long.
That was great play from Deb Finney. Set it up so well with that backhanding.
Yeah, really did. A let off there for McCune and Wilson. Can they instigate the change of ends? Just lands in. Yeah, good call by Heidi McCune. Good honest call there. Ball is good. That's a nice return. There's that flat return
Yeah.
again.
It's so hard. Like we said before, you can't drive that back straight, and you've got to try and come around. You've got to change the spin because you're probably
Yeah.
not going to slice
I
back.
get so low
Yeah.
as well. Oh, and again that's going long inwards. Ball goes out of the arena. And I'm counting that as 3 balls in the last 5
Yeah.
points there. Finney and Wood have played it when they didn't need to. One of which they got away with, but 2 they haven't. And at this point, it's these little fine margins.
That's where you've just got to slow down, haven't you? Slow your breathing down.
Yeah.
Try and slow the energy in your body so you can think a little more clearly.
Yeah, and that's what Deb's saying to Lynn right now. Just take your time, slow it down. Deb is great in these situations. She knows the right thing to say at the right time. Lynn's got to listen and take that advice on board. Lift on the drive from McCune. Allow them to punch through. They go in 8-7. But we did say, well, you said earlier, Lee, if they could just get as close to 8 as possible
Yeah.
by the change of
Yeah.
ends, there's a game on, and that's definitely the case.
Oh, we've got a game on for sure, yeah. A little minute now to regroup. And you don't know, do you? Now they've swapped ends and they're playing with they're playing, when they're playing on this side, there's nothing behind them. Now they've got the barrier of the glass behind them. You might think, will that give her a bit more of that perspective where she'll leave these out balls because she can see that they're going to land long. And I know that sounds quite trivial, but that physical barrier does make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've played enough pickleball with both these ladies in confined spaces
Yeah,
to know that
yeah.
from having a wall behind you doesn't mean they leave the outball. But I do take your point as a very valid theory. Let's see what happens now at the change of ends, because it's been a thrilling game so far.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant
McCune
game.
and Wilson raced ahead. Then Finney and Wood did a fine job getting back. Momentum just shifted a little bit in the last couple of rallies, and Colin Tough Runner is in touch saying let's go. That's Colin Heath from Pure Pickleball. excuse me, he'll be cheering on Finney and Wood for sure. Let's see what happens in the second part of this semi-final.
Yeah, that's good patient play there from McCune and Wilson. Good second and fourth ball from Finney and Wood, keeping them really deep in the court, but they didn't panic.
I think Finney starting to lift a few of these shots in the last 3 minutes or so. Again, giving the opportunity to be attacked.
Yeah. Interesting that they're playing straight.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'd like
Yeah.
to see them unwind it a little bit, see if they can get Finney back on the left. This is the line. And Wood tries
Or
to
out
attack
position.
from the knees. I've been looking to switch it up here so you can get the players back on the other side of the court, because they're getting a bit stuck on these sides now. That was going long as well.
Yeah.
This time Wood picks off the paddle of Wilson. Well, left in with that time, swung it.
Yeah.
But obviously meant to leave it.
Yeah, obviously.
Right, side out. Chance again.
Okay,
for Wood
and now they are going to stack. Okay, they're going to stack on serve. So we'll see Deb go back to the left.
7-11-1. 4-point difference. Oh, the ball dies a little bit. A slight communication breakdown there. Two. Wood lifts it, and Wilson able to put it away, but you can see the difference in quality of point for Finney and Wood when Finney's on the left, but McCune and Wilson control of that. Timeout called. Now, if you're taking the timeout here, Leah, what you're saying in the camp of Finney and Wood?
Well, as we've said, I think. Oh, they're having some coaching from Barbara. We'll see what she's saying.
See what she comes up with for sure. I think, as we just seen at that point, they are better when Deb's on the left and able to keep that.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Wood's got to be so careful when the ball goes to her for the first time on that backhand side that she just resets, doesn't lift.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Wood be a little bit braver when Deb is going on that left-hand side. Can Wood look to come across and sneak the ball from the middle? Because Deb is doing a good job at controlling the pace and the position there. So I'd like to see Wood just see if she can get that forehand in the middle and take it.
Well, McCune and Wilson fighting their way ahead again.
But I do have to say, I've been really impressed with McCune and Wilson again, that they've just come back from that 8-7. That last point there, you could just see the energy in McCune. She was almost like dancing around the kitchen line, and she was edging out just to let Wilson come across and have that left side through the middle.
Absolutely. It's a 4-point difference. And again, that lift, and it's the same thing, when Deb's on that right-hand side, she's got a propensity to lift that block. And that's when they can get attacked, obviously. Good return from Wood, just a little bit of undercut on it, made it die a little bit on the cue. 12, 7-2. Forcing mistakes. So the game's not getting away from them here, and McCune and Wilson aren't racing away to the finishing line. Now look where Deb's feet were at that point.
Yeah.
It was the right ball to take because it was there to attack, but because she's half a pace back from the non-volley zone, the ball's allowed to drop a little bit lower.
Yeah. It was interesting that she made that choice to go for it.
Well, I think if she
Right
didn't realise
choice,
where she
yeah.
was, it was the right ball to attack if you're in the right position. But because of the geometry of a pickleball court, just that little step back changes the angles and heights and depths by such a big margin. Nice speed up from McCune. Moves it to the far side. Was it in? It's been called in. Nice speed up from the inward. Again, all four players, even though there's dinking going on, and pace back from the non-volley zone line, just leave that speed up easier to do because you can't take it as early in front of you.
I wonder if that's a conscious decision, or do we think just a bit of psychological decision of where we're at this point in the game?
I think it's more that. I think it's the game position or game state that is making that happen. Attack. It's the ball back in their hands.
Good deep serve. Just out.
Close. Again, I'm going to keep labouring this point because I know Deb will probably watch us back and listen. Again, back from the non-volley zone line. If she's in with her height, she can reach in, take that ball earlier, and then doesn't have such a high margin for error. It's game, set, and match to McCune and Wilson, or is it? We will wait and see.
I thought that was game. I thought it was 14-7.
I thought it was 14.
I can't see the referee's mouth moving here, Chris. I'm looking at the back of Wilson. So, can you see anything? What's going on?
At this stage, I just want to work out what happens. So the referee might have called the wrong score, and they're saying that the rally still stands. I actually think that's unfortunate on the player because the difference in concentration, it shouldn't be the case, but if she says 13-7 and it's 14-7, would and Finney understandably think they've got
They're not going to miss the
go?
return,
So it's like, all right, you don't deliberately miss that because it's 13-7, but you might do. So it was 14-7, but the referee's called the wrong score. I personally think that in this situation, I know this won't be in the rules of the game, but I personally think that the point should be replayed because there has been confusion. It is a referee error, and
I didn't hear it call the score actually. I wasn't. Did you hear it call 13-7? Is that?
No, I was too busy giving Deb some coaching feedback on the live stream there. So.
Okay, so we've agreed to. Okay.
So McCune and Wilson do go through. It's important that we learn from these moments and try and get a bit more clarity in the games going forward. Finney might have taken that a little bit more calmly than Wood has done,
Yeah.
the way he walked off court there. But
Well, I suppose it was Wood who missed that last ball, wasn't it? So
yeah.
a bitter pill to swallow for her
Yeah,
if she didn't know it was 14. But
So McCune and Wilson make their way through to the final. They turned around the group stage defeat against Wood and Finney. Wood and Finney will go on to play in the bronze match. McCune and Wilson will play in the final. And it's the men's final that we're going to be bringing you here in a moment or two. And it looks like it's Willem and G who made their way through to play against Crockett and Simpson. We'll be bringing you that one in a moment or two.
Welcome back, folks. We've got the first final of the day. I'm on my own now as Leah McDaniel. Great shift by Leah in the co-commentary booth, but she's got to head back for family reasons now, and basically her dog needs some attention, which is absolutely understandable. Happy birthday to my little Yorkshire Terrier, or our little Yorkshire Terrier, I should say. She's 4 years old today, and I'm spending the day away from the party that is taking place in the Beaumont household, which there you go on that one. So we've got the men's final taking place now. The 4.0 plus, 50 plus category. Mark Farmer and tell you, no, I'm reading the wrong notes. See, I've got all excited talking about the dog's birthday and my notes have gone to pieces. We've got David Simpson and Alistair Crockett up against G and Gwilym. And this final will be getting underway in a moment or two. Just tell you the result of the other semi-final. Capper and Tinsley beat Thompson and Dinsdale 15-6, which means they are going to be playing Wilson and McCune in that final. Let's see if we can get you the results from the semi-final. Yeah, Gwilym and G beat Farmer and Barrett quite convincingly, actually, 15-4. Simpson and Crockett, as we saw off Hollywell and Kilworth 15-8 in their semi-final. What's happening after this final, you will be asking at home, I am sure. Do say hello if you are still on YouTube and your name's not Matt Brindle. Lovely to hear from you, Matt, but be good to hear from some others as the day goes on. Well, coming up straight after this final is then the women's doubles final. Looking forward to that one. And then we'll be moving into the men's doubles 60 plus 4.0 plus category, and the women's doubles 60 plus 4.0 plus category. So we're looking forward to bringing that to you live and exclusive from the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre shortly. But in the meantime, we've got two finals to conclude. the first silverware of the 2026 Diadem Welsh Open is going to be distributed. And yeah, it's the guys up first, and what a battle it has been so far. Let's see if we can remind ourselves of what happened when Simpson and Crockett met Gwilym and G in the group stage. Well, Gwilym and G beat them 11-6 in the groups, but that matters not now. And I just need to check the format for you because that information hasn't been transferred over to me. Bear with me 2 moments. So yes, it's best of 3, first to 11 win by 2. And Nick Armitage in touch there, shouting out his mixed doubles partner from the English Open. Eyes are now on this one, and it's Simpson to get us underway. Crockett just wide on that reset to the right-hand side of G. David G in the baseball cap, back to front, serving now. Puts his third shot drive into the nets. Oh, and Nick Armitage just giving me a bit of insight info there. Can they retain their gold medal from last year? Of course, it was down in Cardiff last year that Kappa and Tinsley did win gold. So they're defending their gold medal this time around. Hello to Shin McG2545. Hi, watching and working at the same time. Aren't we all, Shin McG? Aren't we all? Gwilym just give that one a bit of air. Able to counter from the middle though. Kiss off the nets. Good patient play from all 4 players here. There goes the lob. Nicely directed by Simpson. Great defence from the back by G. What a point this is. Oh, and Gwilym puts it into the net. Great point here in the final. Good exchange. Oh, Andrew Fennell also in touch. He's been watching all day whilst working from home, enjoying the commentary. Yes, Andrew's competing in the mixed doubles tomorrow as well. No doubt we'll see him on court at some point. Gwilym was giving that the heave-ho. G got there first, then G's put it far, far out of court. Waiting for that ball to come back. And it's 2-0-1 here. Just a reminder, best of 3, first to 11 win by 2. That return goes long by G. Nice reset from Crockett. Gets up to the non-volley zone line. Simpson just holding back at the moment. Good play by Crockett. Took control at that point. Went hand to hand with Gwilym. Came out on top. They've got a 4-point lead here at the start of game 1. There's a clash of paddles there between Simpson and Crockett. Moves on to the second server. Good depth on that return by Gwilym. Took the pace off as well to let him get up to the non-volley zone line. Ball goes aerial. Good play by G and Gwilym, able to get established at the non-volley zone. All of that came from such a good return by Stuart Gwilym. Bit of pace off it, allowed them to get to the line and play from there. 0-4-1. Return goes long. Simpson just jabbing at the slice, running through it a little bit. 1-4-1. Nice play by Crockett. Got behind G there. got the lift, which allowed him then to change the angle and pick off Stuart Gwilym. Crockett just taking a step back on the forehand there and finds the net in the way. Two, 4-2. Little inroads being made by G and Gwilym. Gwilym not balanced there, just slightly back from the line as well, just reaching in and unable to control the touch volley. Yeah, good placement again by Gwilym, just picking off Crockett at the back of the court. He had to play it on the volley court. Called out by Gwilym. Good pressure by Crockett, just getting G trapped in the middle of the court. G nicely balanced, just comes through, pushes it down the middle. Three, 4-2. Return goes long from Simpson. So we have a tied game at 4. Good little fight back here from Gwilym and G. Yeah, G picks off Crockett there. Just got him going backwards. It was lifted. And then G's able to roll it down the outside. Good little 1-2 pattern there from G. G just follows up then, puts that one into the net. So side out. Good little run though from G and Gwilym. 4-5-1. Gwilym just checking he's in the right place. He is at 4-5 with Simpson on serve coming in. Just wide of court there from Simpson. Well done to our first medalists of the day in the men's doubles 70 plus 3.0. Gold went to Philip Hoskins, John Lloyd-Jones. They beat Melvin Heron and Patrick Ridley in the final. Michael Murphy and Ken Pepper taking bronze. Congratulations to all the medalists there. First medals of the day in the Welsh Open 2026. Just on the left in this exchange, Gwilym to the right. Nice reset from Simpson, trying to get the ball lower than the net. Ball still up too high and then falls off the net cord. The wrong side if you're Simpson, but the right side if you're Gwilym and G. So 6 points on the board. Of course, there won't be changing ends in this best of 3 because, as I say, it's best of 3. Play the whole game straight. Then you will change ends in the third and final game if it goes that far. 6-4-1 at the moment to G and Gwilym. That's a lovely drive to the toes of Alistair Crockett as he was moving through the transition zone. Got it right down to the toes. Seven 4-1 the score. Foot called against G, and he admitted it at the same time as the referee spotted it, so good work by both. So 6-4-2. So a quick tactical chat going on between Simpson and Crockett. Lifted. G rolls it. Gwilym gets on the attack. Good resets from the back of the court though. Can they get forwards? They can't get the reset to allow them to get themselves through the non-volley zone. So 4-7-2 here in game one. Bit of lift. Good resets again from both Crockett and Simpson, but they're not getting forward enough. Now they are, and they power it through the middle. So, point number 5 on the board for Crockett and Simpson, 5-7-2. Drop goes into the nets. So 7-5-1. Gwilym on serve. Big drive, dealt with by Crockett. Yeah, nice play by Simpson. Was able to keep the ball going down. Meant he was getting a lift back, and then he's able to punish. Nice bit of play, nice exchange. 7-5-2. Deep serve, kisses the line. Gwilym again going for the drive rather than the drop. G leaning in, looking to roll that backhand. Don't think it was the ball to do it on. To get out with a non-scoring side out. 5-7-1. Gwilym disappointed with his dink there, just puts it into the net. And it's 6-7-1. Point is now just 1 point between them. The gap is now 1. Off the net called, foot fault called against Gwilym. Goes to 7-7. Eagle eye once again from our referee on court. Score goes to 7-7-1. Comes for the Ernie, not there. Has to get back in play. Then Crockett sort of slaps at the ball and it goes out to the side. And 7-7-2. It's a good little run from Crockett and Simpson. Can they continue to capitalise? Just out on that ball. Gives them a point advantage. 9-7-2 for Simpson and Crockett. Can they get themselves into a game point situation? Nice resets, good attacks. Oh, well played, David G. Kept in that point on his own, then comes leaping like a frog through the middle, punches it through, gets the side out. Not really a lot Crockett and Simpson did wrong there, but just good, really good play from David G. Gwilym and G go for the same ball. Gwilym was there to take it. G probably shouldn't be looking to get involved. Feels like this rally's hugely important in the context of this first game. And Simpson gets it to skip over the paddle of Gwilym. And it's a non-scoring side out, so 9-7-1. Ball just didn't arrive to Crockett at the pace he thought it was going to, so wasn't really balanced for it. It's got a bit scrappy at the end of this first game, 9-7-2. Foot fault called there on G. Yeah, foot was definitely over. Correct call, good spot by the referee again. Absolutely eagle-eye refereeing, spot on. That's a nice response though by G. Would have been easy to carry that foot fault into the next point. Didn't do so, just knocks it to the side. Just having an announcement coming in. So I'm going to go on mute. Just an announcement coming in from the organiser. So just to let you know that Lindsay Hammond is missing for a final. If you are watching online and you've got Lindsay's number, do drop her a text and tell her she's got about 90 seconds. Otherwise that final is going to be forfeited. Back here, 5-10-1. Moves over to the second serve. Sorry, 7-10-2, not 5-10-2. My apologies, 7-10-2. Out it goes. So side drop volley didn't work out for him. Game two, Simpson and Crockett, they take a 1-0 lead into the second game. So first bloods to Simpson and Crockett. There's some good stuff in there, but there's enough in there for G and Gwilym to feel like they can do something in game two. We're just going to take a very, very short break, and we'll be back with game two momentarily. So, coming back in for game number two here in the men's doubles final. First blood to Simpson and Crockett, they lead by a game to 0. No other medals dished out so far today, other than the one we shouted up earlier, the men's doubles 70 plus 3.0 category. Time in called by the referee. 0-0-2, G gets us back underway. Bit of lift by G. Gwilym on the counter. Good attack then by G as well. Looked like they were on the back foot, but suddenly they turned defence into attack, and they've come out with the first point in game 2. Lift on that one from Crockett, but G wasn't really there. Now they can get to the line. Nice change of direction by Crockett. It's got Gwilym backpedaling slightly. There's the lift. Got away with it. Great recovery from Crockett. There's the punch. Great defence from the team. Oh, and then after all that, Simpson misses probably the easiest shot in that routine. Just guides it into the net. Great defensive play by Crockett. Some impressive work from Gwilym and G. But in the end, it's the slower ball that causes the problem. It's a nice drop from G, and again, gets himself up the court. Crockett running round to the forehand. Puts the pressure on Gwilym. He puts the dink into the net. So 0-2-1 here in game 2. Good resets again. Can they get balance? Can they move forward? They can, and they force the mistake from G. Good work by Crockett. Just allowed himself to get moving in the right direction and then was able to go on the attack. Drive at G, goes into the net. And they've got themselves level at 2-2-1. Pushed right to the back of the court. Crockett ends up in the safety barriers, unable to retrieve the ball. Kissed the line perfectly there, the return from G. Second serve. Just wide from Simpson. So side out. Two to 1 here in game 2. Yeah, nice play by G. Read where that one was going. Was able then to force it down the middle. G and Gwilym in the lead. I think maybe for the first time. Oh no, they went 2-0 up in this game, but certainly not had too much time in the lead in this final. Not really there to attack from G. He was going to have to get a lot of topspin generated to bring that ball back down again. Unable to do so. Simpson gets on the attack. Gwilym unable to repel it in the direction he wanted. So 2-3-1. Quite nip and tuck in game 2 so far. Short return allows the drive. Gwilym counters it brilliantly. Simpson's back on his feet. Lifts it and Gwilym puts it away. Good play there by Stuart Gwilym. Getting themselves up the court. Off the net call from Gwilym. Well left by Gwilym, ball just goes wide. And side out at 3-2-1. G just moving through that third shot, wasn't balanced for long enough, wasn't set for long enough. Puts it into the net. And again, just getting caught in that, not even the transition zone, just slightly in from the baseline and therefore unable to make a good choice. Oh, it was there for Crockett, it was there for him. Just jabbed at that last volley. Nice speed up from Gwilym. Acute angle to be able to play it from, but was able to get the ball into the middle, force them into playing the shot, force the error, gets the side out. Long serve from Stuart Gwilym. G just taking that ball slightly behind him and then just lifting it into the net. Like to see him taking that ball slightly more in front, give him more options of what you can do with it. Goes for the big attack, Gwilym hits it down into the net. Big backswing that time from Stuart Gwilym. Three, 3-1 in game two. Don't forget, Simpson and Crockett in the black took the first game. Nice put away that time from David G. Just goes across Simpson, able to get a nice angle on the ball. Apologies for the camera just freezing. We're going to get that live again for you immediately. We are back with the camera in play. Please, if you do notice these things on the live stream before I do, I'm trying to watch the court, not watching the camera monitor. Do give me a shout. I'll probably notice it from you before I do live. All action commentator here today on the tech side of things somehow. Don't know how that's worked out. And doing the scoreboard as well, verbally rather than graphically. And might have to turn the laptop off at the end of the day as well, I think. They're giving me all the responsibility here at the Welsh Open, which those of you that remember the very early days of Pickle B live streaming will know that probably isn't a good state of affairs. Give me a microphone, I'm okay. Give me the tech, not so much. Into the nets, side out. Four, 3-1, I believe. No, 4-4-1, my apologies, I think. Is that ball going to land in? No, it's just gone wide of court from Simpson. Nice patient attacks coming in. 3-4-2. Serve goes long. Ooh, hang on, change of call here maybe. 4-4-2 is the score. Call overturned. Serve called long by Gwilym. Side out, 4-4-1. Game 2 here. Crockett and Simpson, of course, won game 1. Missed serve from G. It's got a little bit scrappy in game 2. Neither team really able to take complete control of it as of yet. Ooh, some out balls being hit here. Nice reset though. That's a nice reset from Crockett. Important point for them to win. Just got G behind his right ankle once again. Tried to change the direction of the ball from behind him, which is always quite difficult to do. And error was forced. Yeah, Gwilym just getting low into a crab-like position. Punches that ball back down the side. 5-4-2. Crockett just trying to reset from a maybe that was going out kind of point of view. Wasn't too sure. Couldn't really tell from here either. So I can understand why he played it. Just unable to execute. 4-5-1. Yeah, that's nice play. G initiated the speed up, got the lift off the paddle of Crockett. Gwilym perfectly placed and poised to punch it home. And good placement against by G, just getting to the toes of Crockett, unable to lift his volley back up and over the net. Brindley K in the chat and YouTube saying, come on boys, you might need to give me a little bit more than that to work on. Brindley K, which are the boys you're cheering for? Or is it all 4? Maybe it's all 4 that you want to see do well today. Well, they're going to be going home with medals, all, just depends on which colour. Gwilym just forcing Crockett back from the line. G doing the same. Yeah, and eventually the pressure told. They were just able to keep nudging Crockett further and further back in court and then able to pick him off by the toes. Timeout being called by Simpson and Crockett. And probably a good time to take it. The momentum does feel like it's shifted slightly in the favour of David G and Stuart Gwilym. Let's have a quick look at my medal table. No other medals have been won so far. So I'll just remind you that Philip Hoskins and John Lloyd Jones, they took the first gold medal of the day in the 70 plus 3.0 category. Silver went to Melvin Heron and Patrick Ridley. And Michael Murphy and Ken Pepper came out with bronze. Well done to all the medalists. First medals given out in the Diadem Welsh Open of 2026 here live from the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. I'm going to be joined in the commentary booth a little bit later by Kim McCall, who is fundamental in developing pickleball here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Looking forward to having Kim, the other pickle twin, in the co-commentary booth in a short while. She'll be joining me for the women's final, which will be coming up straight after this game. And at the moment, we're in game 2 of this men's final. Simpson and Crockett took game 1. And it's 7-5-1 on the paddle of David G. Yeah, Simpson just drifting that across Gwilym very nicely indeed. Gwilym a little bit slow to react. 7-5-2. Gwilym again just missing the reset, and both of them just hanging back from the line a little bit there, and I don't think that's doing them a lot of favours. I'd like to see players getting a little bit tighter to the non-volley zone line or give them more choices. Yeah, good placement that time by G, just delaying the shot a fraction and forcing the error off the paddle of Crockett. Pushes him back from the line. Can they take advantage of that fact? No, they can't, because Gwilym comes flying through the middle and is able to deal with it. Good play there by Gwilym and G, just forcing the issue, getting the ball to come off the edge of the paddle. So side out, 7-5-1, non-scoring once again. Ooh, and G just hopping back a little bit there, dangling the paddle out to the side of him, unable to make a good enough connection. Nice change of direction by Simpson. Gwilym deals with it. Speed up goes, long from G. Simpson just able to get the paddle out. G looking for the Ernie, but didn't need to, as the ball was out. Good reset from Simpson. Crockett, can they get up to the line now? Yeah, they should be there. Pushed wide by G. 6-7-2 is the score. Yeah, good attack from G through the middle there. Getting good joy when they go middle. Good attacks by G. Crockett forced into the nets. So 8-6-1. Just long from the return. Gwilym and G need to win this game to keep this final alive. They're 2 points away from taking it to a third and final game. Great recovery, nice little touch from Simpson. Just changed the angle of his wrist right at the last second there. Cushioned the ball nicely into the non-volley zone. Great touch there under pressure. (9-6-2). David G serving. One for the ATP, goes long. Asking a lot there to get the whip and to get the ball back down again in such a short space. 6-9-1. Simpson and Crockett need to make a move here in game 2. And they've just been able to chicken wing Gwilym there. Good location from Simpson. So 6-9-2. Good change of direction by G. Being called out. Is the referee going to make a call here? Ball's been called in and correctly so by Gwilym. Correctly so by the referee. Gwilym and G. He's given it in the favour. Referee taking good control of the situation there. Ball was quite comfortably in from my view. And again, I don't think Simpson's called that out maliciously. He just called what he saw and he's got it wrong. The referee's done the right thing there, got involved instantly, and we've got the correct outcome. But it's so important Simpson doesn't carry that into the next couple of shots. And we have game point here in game number 2. Good attack from Simpson, goes to the outside wing of Gwilym. Of course, coming up after this game, running at about half an hour behind schedule at the least at the moment, it'll be the women's doubles final. And it's looking like this will go to a third game, but it's not there yet. Ooh, bit of lift there, easy enough for Crockett to pick it off. So they weren't able to close out game 2. Opportunity for Crockett and Simpson. 7-10-1 they come in on. Big drive from Gwilym. Nice change of angle that time though from Stuart Gwilym. Went with the drive initially, got reset, so then just cleverly changed his paddle angle, put it to the side, forced the error. 7-10-2 here in game 2. Drive forces the error. 8-10-2. They couldn't from here, could they? They've got the first game in the book. They're taking game 2 deep, even though they've got a match point against them, a game point against them, I should say. But they've narrowed it back to 1. It's win by 2 in these first to 11 best of 3 matches in the finals. 9-10-2. Massive point here in the context of this one. Good resets. Who's going to blink first? Nice touch from Crockett. Oh, then he leant in and went for it and he's missed. Wasn't balanced. He's given the ball back to G and Gwilym. Game points here in game 2. 10-9-1. 2 chances, misses the first serve. Second opportunity. Got to take it this time, surely. They haven't taken it this time. Simpson and Crockett get another chance. They've got to win the next 3 points. And if they do, they'll take gold. Missed the third. Another opportunity to close this one to 10 apiece. Goes for the lob serve. It's worked. Oh, bit of height goes long from Crockett. Dangled the carrot, did Gwilym. And they get the ball back in hand. Another opportunity to take us to a third and final game in this men's final. 10-9-1. Can they do it this time? Not on that serve, they can't. Ball goes into the net. Once again, struggling to close it out. 10-9-2. And they get it done. We are going to a third and final game here in the men's final. 1 game apiece. Gwilym and G take that one, 11-9. Yeah, third and final game in the men's final. We're just going to take a very, very short break. Quickly get some fluid on board to get us through the final one. And we'll be back in a moment. Well done, nice one, good luck. Go and get it. All right. Excellent. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're into a third and final game here in the men's doubles final. Referee just calling the players in for a final briefing. So he's just making a few things clear. There was a moment of controversy with an out call, which was quickly and correctly overturned by the referee. He handled it very well indeed. He's just asserting a few points as we go into this third and final game. I think the players are all playing in good humour, really. But there is now a gold medal on the line, and we're into game 3. So it will be Simpson on serve. Change ends at 6 in this third and final game. It's a straight sprint. 11 win by 2. Crockett punches that one into the net, early side out. David G will be on serve at 0-0-1. Oh, good attack from G. Went first, got the reset, and then was able to go again. Located it well to the left thigh of Crockett. Simpson just, I think he's seen something there, so giving Crockett a little bit of advice. First point in game 2 to the team in red. Not the best contact on the ball that time from David G. Second serve at 1-0. Don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, do say hello. I'll give you a shout out in return, and let me know who you think's going to get this final over the line, because it's been pretty close going so far in the first two games. Anybody's game at this point. Let me know who you think might become the men's doubles champions in the next 15 minutes. Clash in the middle between Simpson and Crockett. Simpson shouting, leave it, to himself. I think he probably means don't go for that ball. Nice placement by G, just low down to the ankle of Simpson. Unable to reset from there. (1-0-1), side out. Simpson just looking to push that down the line, but probably not the right location to go for, because the net was there and it's the highest point of the net. Horrible kiss off the net at that moment. Team in red will take it though, all day long. Gives them a 3-point advantage on their first serve. Oh, what a reset that was from G. Comes forward. Oh, I would like to see Gwilym take that one out of the air. But they've come out with the point either way. 4-0-1. Gwilym and G leads in this third and final game. Just getting to the closing stages of several of the morning competitions. Gwilym's called that long. G just saying, I was just playing to make sure. There we go. Good to see Andrew Fennell give us a prediction here. Dave and Stuart should pull this one out the bag in the third game. Easy to say, Andrew, when they've raced into a 5-0 lead. And Ben Turner also loving Dave G, telling him to get this one done. Well, they've made a very promising start in game 3. 5-0-2 at the last counts. 5-0-2 is the score, yep. And there's a bit of space left there. Crockett's done ever so well. Good resets from Simpson, keeping this point alive. Oh, does ever so well there. Does David Simpson, just kept that point alive, and then was able to get the ball lower than the net, and that forced the error. Important side out, you have to think, for Simpson, and his partner get themselves up to the net and get their first point in game 3. Good bit of work there by Simpson and Alistair Crockett, getting themselves up to the line and forcing the error. Just comes off almost off the knuckle really there of G, and just lands outside of the court. So 2 points in a row now for Simpson and Crockett. Oh, Gwilym, massive backswing. Just whips that one out of court by some distance. Mwini, or Mwini, in touch. You got this, Dave, from Gloucester something or other. Can't see the final word in that message, but thank you for your support. And now Dave G comes bouncing through and puts it into the net. So suddenly this second game, or this third and final game I should say, has got much tighter. It's 4-5-1. Just missed the reset. The reset that's been doing him so well. Crockett on serve, 4-5-2. Oh, attempt to speed up from Gwilym from a bad place on court. That goes straight into the net. And then G rolling one, puts it into the net. So we're changing ends in this third and final game. It's suddenly swung. Gwilym and G raced ahead 5-0, but they're stuck on 5 as Simpson and Crockett have edged ahead. Single point advantage at the change of ends, but the momentum shift is far greater than that single point. Errors slipping into the games of Gwilym and G. They need to rectify that in this timeout and come again strong in the first few exchanges since the change of ends. But the ball is still in the hands of Alistair Crockett. Coming in at 6-5-2, I believe. Check that with the referee. Yeah, 6-5-2 as we get going again. Long drive from Crockett. So Gwilym and G get the ball back in hand immediately after the change of ends, which was important, I feel, for them to do. Can they get the next couple of actions right just to arrest the slide? Oh, it's a lovely ATP from G. Simpson did really well in the initial approach. Nothing wrong with his shot, but G was on it in a flash. Managed to get it round the post. What a way to get the 6th point on the board. Yeah, good push to the back of the court from Simpson. Felt like it was important for him to get the next thing right, and he did, just applied the pressure. It's got G backing off there, now they can attack. Well played, Simpson and Crockett. Just got G moving back, which meant Gwilym had to move back a little bit as well. Created the space for the attack, and they got the attack down to the toes. (6-6-1) here in game 3. Could it be closer? Great reset, he was going backwards. Crockett has done ever so well there. He was off balance, managed to get the reset, made them play one more shot, gets the 7th point. Well done to Margaret Plant and Susan Whitehouse. They've taken gold in the women's 70+ 3.0. Silver medal went to Trudy Ellis and Valerie Jones. Linda Kingham and Jean Amelia taking bronze. Good shot from Gwilym down to the toes of Simpson. 7-6-2, it's still very close. Bombers, it's the Gloucester Bombers. I can see it now, Winnie, thank you very much. They are cheering on Dave G. And Stuart Gwilym is cheering on Dave G as he rolls that forehand down the middle. Gets the side out. Such a good final this. Our first final on show court of this week of pickleball here in Wrexham. Oh, Gwilym there, just not again, not at the line, balanced and forced the error. 6-7-2. Crockett punches wide. So we have a tied game once more at sevens on the second serve of Stuart Gwilym. Mistake from Gwilym. Simpson just going across him and just a little bit lazy on that dink. Was finding it all a bit comfortable. Error forced. So 7-7-1. And G just able to catch Crockett trying to move through the transition zone. Onto the second serve. Big drive. Nice resets. Can they keep it going? They can. Can they get up to the line? They can. Oh! And then Crockett misses the volley, having done so well to get into a position where he could attack, hits the net. That ball looked good to me. Ball was on the line, good call again by the referee. Good to see the referee being brave enough to make the big calls here, because quite often a referee will say, no, I didn't see anything. And I like that proactive refereeing, I really do. 8-7-1. Good attack, gets them closer. Nine, 7-1. Paddler Stuart Gwilym. 2 points away from gold medal here in Wrexham. G just a little bit slow on that reset, but they've got a second server. Going to be Dave G, the Gloucester Bombers. And he's unable to get that up over the net. So the ball is back in the hands of Alistair Crockett and David Simpson. They need to make a run here. They can't leave it much later. Oh, that's nicely played down the outside by Dave G. Kept balanced for so long there. When you stay balanced for that period of time, it gives you the opportunity to choose where you're going to go. And he picked his spot very nicely. Just long that time from G. So, important point gains. 8-9-2. It is so close in game 3 of this men's final. Big point this. And G comes flying through the middle. Gwilym instigated it, got the lift. G read it, was able to punch it down through the gap. 9-8-1 on the paddler Stuart Gwilym. Mel Clark also getting involved in the chat. Also cheering for Dave, Gloucester Bombers. Well, it is a two-man team, Gloucester Bombers. Stuart Gwilym certainly doing his bit as well. Oh, that's nicely played. Defended by G, but it goes out. Just that little fraction Crockett waited there to get the extra bit of width. Able to play too. G read it in his defence, but unable to keep it in. 9-8-2. Oh, Dave G on that one. Just kept going straight and eventually got what he was looking for. And we have gold medal point here on the paddle of Dave G. 10-8-2. Can they get it done, or will Simpson and Crockett get another chance to serve? They will get another chance to serve. G puts the dink into the net, and they come back in at 10-8 in game 3. They have to win the next 4 points if they're going to take gold medal. And they are on their first serve. Oh, that's a good bit of play there by G. Nicely balanced at the non-volley zone. Able to roll it down. Caught Crockett coming through the transition zone. And they move on to their second server. But they do pick up a point. G missing a dink. That will frustrate him. Not trying to do anything crazy, just didn't execute the shots. And it's 9-10-2. Can they take us to a tied game at 10 in this final? Oh, that's a great recovery by G. Simpson came with fire. G deflected it back behind him. And it's a side out and 2 opportunities once again for G to get the game over the line. Nick Keller in touch. Come on, David and Stuart. Where's the love for Crockett and Simpson in the YouTube chat? Because they've more than played their part in this final so far. Oh, that's well done, Alistair Crockett. Had to be sure with that one. Able to get it down low through the middle again. Once more, G and Gwilym need the second server on match point. That's a great change of direction by David Simpson. Just held that paddle a fraction longer, opened it up, rolled it across court. They get the ball back in hand at 9-10-1. And that's a good punch by Gwilym down to the toes of Crockett. 9-10-2. Oh my word, there's going to be a timeout at such a crucial point in the final. This better be the most important announcement of the day. Got to say, that is an unfortunate timeout that's had to be taken at 9-10 in game 3 of a gold medal match. just to find 4 players that have not made it onto court in time. I think this one takes priority, folks, in the nicest possible way. It's 9-10-2 on the paddle of David Simpson. Lisa Crockett in touch. That's what we like to see. Lisa cheering for her dad, Alistair, and David. Oh, and they've got it left. 10-10 in game 3 of the final. Got to win by 2. It's 10-10-2. And what a time to get the ball back in hand. Simpson not balanced in that transition zone, unable to reset. David G taking his time walking to the back of court. This has been a fantastic final. We still don't know which way it's going to go. It's 10-10-1. Crockett very well placed. That would have been so easy to go big, but he's located it really nicely to the back of the court. We move on to second server once again. They've been stuck on 10 for far too long from their liking. They've got to win the next 2 points. Oh my word, what a time to get a net cord. What a time to get a net cord. David G apologises. We all know he doesn't really mean it because that gives them another match point. 11-10-2. Can they get it over the line this time? They can't as G drives into the net on the 3rd shot. Once again, Simpson and Crockett have got a chance to get out of jail. The women's ladies final will be with you straight after this game. As Barbara Kappa signals to me from the benches that they would like to get going. Plenty of action left here, maybe. Good defence by Crockett and Simpson. Speed up off the net cord again. Gwilym goes across court. The net cords are falling in the favour of the team in red. 10-11-2. Good spirits on court from all 4 players. I do love it when a game gets played in such a good atmosphere. Was that going long? We don't know because Crockett's had a pop at it and he's put it into the net. So, once again, we have match point. Once again, it's on the paddle of Stuart Gwilym. Once again, they get the chance to take gold. And once again, they're going to need the second server as Gwilym goes long. This is the final that doesn't seem to want to end. No respect for schedules as G misses the serve by, I'm going to say, half a metre. Incredible stuff here. 10-11, yet again. The opportunity for Simpson and Crockett. High drama here on show court. Oh, and Gwilym rolls it down the middle. That's a very nice speed up under pressure. Second server at 10-11. Got to score this time. I can't imagine Gwilym and G are going to give them another opportunity. Oh, and they've got the side out. Nice bit of play again from Gwilym. And they're going to need it once more. Incredible stuff here in the arena. Gwilym misses. Ten, 11, 1. Once again, Simpson and Crockett have got the opportunity to draw level. And they don't take it this time as Gwilym stands tall, rolls it down the middle. Off the net, he's deflected it back. And he's missed the volley. It's another non-scoring side out. And once again, I've lost count of the amount of times they've had the chance to kill this game. Gold medal point again at 11-10. And that's a good location from Crockett. Punched into the net. Once more, they need the second server. And once more, they get out of jail again. Incredible. I don't know how many times the serve has changed hands on match point, but it has been a lot. Off the net. Oh, it hits the post in the middle. This time Simpson and Crockett get a bit of net love, and to be fair, they've been due some. And it's level. 11-11-1. Whoever wins from here is going to be over the moon. Whoever loses from here will feel like they had the chances. The lob goes up. G puts it long. And the boys in black have their first match point. Their first chance to close out the gold medal. Can they do it in one? 12-11-1. The ball's gone up. Is it going to go long? It has gone long. Gwilym gets a bit of luck off the net cord. And they need their second server to get the game done. Can they do it? Unbelievable! The net cord again favours G and Gwilym. And they get the chance to come from behind. 11-12-1 here on number one court. Oh, that was so close to an amazing reset by G. This time it hits the net and falls the wrong side from his point of view. And the little dink goes into the net. The game is tied at 12-12-2. What a drop that is under pressure. Wide. And it's another match point for the boys in red. Just a little bit too much from Simpson that time. Just nudged the ball across court. It's gone wide. 13-12-2, my apologies. It's another gold medal point. Gwilym changing, cross court, Diggs goes for the speed up on a ball that was not there to be sped up. That is what pressure does to you when you're playing for the gold medal in the Welsh Open. Side out. 12-13-1. Can you believe this? Oh, good hands from David G. Good hands from David G. Punches it back through the middle. 12-13, 2. Oh, and G pushes it long. Having done so well the point before, elementary mistake on that one. And you know what, guys? It's 13-13, 2. Win by 2. We've got a bit more juice left in this one. And Crockett and Simpson have match point again themselves at 14-13, 2. Can they get the game over the line? They can't get the drop in. Crockett is so disappointed with himself. They've done so well to find themselves at match point again, but they've handed the ball back to their opponents. 13-14, 1. Nice change of direction again. There's the lift. Just long. 13-14, 2. Even at this stage, still couldn't call which way this one's going to go. Gwilym comes in, takes control, stays on that side. G resets and forces the mistake from Simpson. And we are tied yet again in... Oh, just clipped the net. And G just goes long. Crockett does ever so well there. Saw G was slightly off balance. Gave him the ball one last time. It goes long. Side out. Would you believe it? Another chance for Simpson and Crockett at 14s. I couldn't tell you how long this game has been going on, folks, but it's been epic. Always played an out ball, and then Crockett's missed it anyway. 14-14, 2. Yes, I like that from Alistair Crockett. Finally, we see somebody reach in and take the ball out of the air. It created the lack of time for the opponents. The ball gets lifted. He puts it away. Nick Keller, I agree. Epic final to watch. Well done to all 4 finalists, but we have match point again. It goes long, and what a sad end to an epic final. G off the tip of the paddle. The ball goes long on the baseline. Crockett and Simpson refused to die. They defended so many match points in there, and it is them who take gold medal. We will not see many better games than that in this whole week of pickleball here at the Welsh Open. Absolute credit to Simpson and Crockett. They've done so well to take gold, but Gwilym and G, they know they had it in their hands more times than you care to remember, and they let it slip through their fingers. They were really good value all the way through, but in the end, it is Simpson and Crockett who come back to take the final. I don't even know what the score was at the end. It was either 16-14 or 15-13. Either way, it was epic. What a result for Crockett and Simpson. I think we need to go and have a little break here. I know the women's final's desperate to get straight on, but they've been waiting a while. I need to have a go and have a moment before we come back for the women's final. Back in a second, folks.
Back to the Diadem Welsh Open 2026 here live from the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Just a few running repairs going on court, and then we'll be getting the women's final underway. I'm joined in the commentary booth by, I was going to say the other pickle twin, but that makes it sound like you're less important than the original pickle twin that we had here today. And Kim, welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
From Leah, who quite graciously said that the first time she opened her mouth in the co-commentary booth, but I think was less inclined to go that way by the end. Enjoyed her co-commentary stint.
Good.
Might have found a new vocation in life. And she set a bit of a bar for you to follow up to here.
Yeah, well, she's an excellent student of the game. I'm sure she said all of this. She's a level 4 tennis coach. Yeah. So fabulous understanding of racket sports, of both technical elements of the game and tactical understing.
Yeah. You can't get a word in edgeways when it comes to the tactics in your.
No, because obviously
doubles.
I know best.
Right.
So she she's great with other people, but when we're playing together, we have quite an argument about who should set the tone.
Brilliant. Well, one thing you'll probably learn straight away here, Kim, that it's a very easy game when you're commentating. Slightly different when we're out there on court. And 4 players that have found it relatively easy so far today are the 4 ladies in this women's final. We've got Barbara Kappa and Sharon Tinsley warming up on the top of your screen. Sharon, the left-hander, if you haven't seen her play before. And they're up against Heidi McCune and Nikki Wilson in the black at the bottom of your screen. Nikki, when she reappears on court, will be the left-hander. And I don't know how close you've been following the action so far, Kim, but Barbara and Sharon, they beat Hayley Thompson and Susie Dinsdale 15-6, but about 4 hours ago now.
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah. Final. And McCune and Wilson took down Wood and Finney 15-7.
Okay. Great. Looking forward to this one.
Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. It's going to be best of 3, first of 11 win by 2, as we saw in the men's. That was an absolute epic. And I can tell you that Thompson and Dinsdale actually took bronze in the end. They lost the first game of the bronze medal match to Wood and Finney 11-4. They came back to win the final 2 games 11-3, 11-3. So we have some more medalists on the board here in Wrexham.
I did get a chance to watch a couple of games of that match, and it was an excellent one. They pulled away in the end quite comfortably, but it was tight in the first 2 games.
Absolutely. High standard pickleball in this women's competition. Susan Dinsdale is coming on court to offer some running repairs to Kappa and Sharon Tinsley. It won't be long before we are underway in this final. We're running about an hour and 20 behind the scheduled time here. I'm putting that firmly at the feet of that the 4 men's finalists there. What an epic game that was. I mean, there must have been 20 match points traded between the 2 teams before in the end Crockett and Simpson got it over the line. Let's see if we can get an equally epic game here. Sharon Tinsley on serve, 0-0-2. Big drive from Tinsley to get going, just clips the net. Have you played any of these players?
I have had the pleasure of playing Barbara Kappa on more than one occasion. I have not played the other 3.
Kappa and Tinsley defending their gold medal from last year in the Welsh Open down in Cardiff. And pretty solid pair to be fair, but McCune and Wilson, they played a lot of pickleball together, coming from Northern Ireland, and they will be wanting to make their trip fully worthwhile and go home with more than silver.
Ooh, close, yeah. Fair call.
Good approach play there by Tinsley, gets the volley down the middle. Just a free one there. Tinsley and Kappa just resetting for the middle. Bit of height there, and it was there for the put away, but missed. Seen that a few times, the ball coming off the top of people's paddles and going long here on this court.
I think it's tricky on here, you can't quite see, but the end, the opposite end to Kappa and Tinsley, you've got some windows outside and a lot of light coming through, so it's a bit of a different light if you're looking down court.
Just swinging through a little bit on that cross-court thing, not making the clean contact. So fairly nip and tuck, a bit nervy at the start of this one, and they've had a long wait as well getting back onto court, so just settling into their groove. Also not making good contact with that return, so another 3 points for Kappa and Tinsley. 3-1-2, the early lead for Kappa and Tinsley. Big drive just comes off the top of Wilson's paddle.
We're getting a glimpse of some of the game plan pretty early, big drives from the back from those pair.
No, so far from what we've seen, Tinsley has been opting to drive from the back pretty aggressively. Kappa's been varying it a little bit more, but we know that Kappa can do both. Probably there for Kappa to try and reset. Tinsley stepping in to drive on that one, gives the ball over to their opponents. Coming in at 1-4. A bit of height on that third, and Tinsley just didn't need to do as much as that on the fourth. Kim just running through that drive there, Kim.
Yeah, I think this is probably how I'd expected the match to start because they've been off so long. You can see they're all trying to sort of feel their way in, hit big early on to kind of a nice drop there from Barbara.
Yeah, lovely combination there from Kappa and Tinsley. Kappa with that nice little delicate touch, drawed them up to the line, which got a little bit of lift, and Tinsley was sitting there on the forehand to attack. Comes out with the non-scoring side out. Another play we're going to see a lot of, Kim. Kappa just putting the lob up, but what Leah analysed correctly earlier, probably just before you're about to say the same, I'm sure, is that when that lob goes up, Tinsley and Kappa are expecting the ball to come back and therefore are set and ready to counter again.
I've been on the receiving end of that lob a lot. She uses it often, you know, not to get over their head, but the variation in her game really unsettles the opposition, which there she is being so aggressive. So it's a really good plan to try and throw that ball up sometimes just to keep her opponents off the line.
Absolutely. Great variety from Kappa, and they've raced into a lead here now, 6-2 up in the first game. Not the same length of rallies we were seeing in that men's final. This is a lot quicker, this game. Points or rallies are ending a lot sooner, and they're ending in favour of Tinsley and Kappa at the moment. Looking for the touch, but there's clearly a weakness there for Wilson, just going over that shoulder. Whether she's struggling to see it out of the lights or whatever, there's definitely something that Kappa is looking to capitalise on. Didn't work out that time, but pulled out by McHugh. Coming in at 2-7. It was like a big couple of rallies for McHugh and Wilson in this first game. Kappa with that mistake there at the non-volley zone. Just moving still, Kim?
Yeah, I think, as I said before, she's really aggressive often when she's at the kitchen line, and she has a tendency to try and get across sometimes without stopping and setting.
Love that location though, again, just getting the ball slightly behind the left hand of Wilson, making it difficult to get the reset that she was looking for, goes into the net.
This is what they need. If they can pick up a point or two here, I think they'll settle into the game much more.
Did difficult too when Kappa's pulling the strings at the
Yeah.
moment. She's moving them around the way she wants,
Yeah.
forcing the errors.
I think they need to move away from some of that driving off. When these two are set at the kitchen line, they're very, very strong. I'd like to see a few more, a bit of dropping, trying to maybe move the ball directionally sideways rather than just drive. Nice.
So good from Kappa, so good. Just goes over the shoulder, knows exactly what she wants to do with the next one. McCune unable to get there. Interesting to see if Kappa's still able to do that with such effect when they change ends for game 2. They lead 8-3-1 here in this first game of the women's final. McCune just pulls that one wide. Kappa and Tinsley won all 5 of their games in the round robin, which means obviously they beat Wilson and McCune already today. Doesn't always mean much when you're going into the next one, but it's certainly going the way of the form book, as that net cord helps Kappa and Tinsley to gain points in game 1.
Very strong front runners as well, aren't they?
Yeah,
Confident
once they
players.
get ahead, yeah, absolutely. Don't give you too much opportunity to get back.
Cool.
Time the ball goes long. So, second opportunity to get game 1 done. Tinsley on serve. And again. They're just a little bit caught back from the line there and dangling the paddle out in front. So, game points saved by McCune and Wilson. Coming in at 3-10-1. 3-point there as Tinsley's so it goes long. Important now for Tinsley and Kappa not to relax too much,
Yeah.
not to give them too many cheap points and allow momentum to build for the Northern Irish pair.
Okay.
Right.
Still choosing to drive.
It does feel like at the moment McCune and Wilson are still playing the game on Kappa and Tinsley's
Yeah,
terms,
yeah.
even when there's the opportunity to change that a little bit. Good recovery there from McCune. He's able to give the ball back to Kappa with a little bit of pressure.
I think that's a really good play to try and get that down at her feet.
Yeah.
She's so talented with her hands
Yeah.
that often she relies on that
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
often without maybe setting as she should. So I think for this pair they need to kind of get the ball down a bit more.
Definitely agree with that. A couple of mistakes from Kappa in this game have come from the ball by
Wow.
her toes.
Oh,
And then there's another mistake from Kappa. She set it up just the way she wanted. But again, we're seeing that a lot. Quite a few of those balls are coming off the paddles. Not necessarily just at the end facing the windows,
Yeah.
but at both ends. Touch.
Nice.
From Barbara Kappa. So frustrating when you're on the other side of that.
Still in good spirits though.
They are indeed. Game being played with smiles on the faces. Game points. 10-6-1. So a bit of damage being done by McCune and Wilson on that side out, but Tinsley and Kappa a chance to take game 1 again. Good drive from Tinsley from a surprising position. Gets game 1 in the book. And they have it all to lose now, and it's up to Wilson and McCune to find a way back in to game number 2. And Kim, I'm guessing from what you said earlier, your thoughts for McCune and Wilson would be the same.
Yeah, I feel like that game went away from them very, very quickly. They didn't really get a chance to play in. Where they did pick up points, it was almost a few casual mistakes from the other side. I think what they need to do is try and put them under a little bit more pressure around the kitchen line.
And pressure doesn't necessarily come from just driving the ball at them.
That's the wrong kind of pressure. These guys will stand there all day with their paddles out, and they're wonderful volleyers. So, you know, that pressure has got to come from trying to, whether it's push them off the line a little bit. I'd like to see a bit of lateral movement down at their feet. Yeah, this feels like a bit of one-way traffic at the moment,
Yeah, it does
doesn't
at
it?
the moment. Absolutely does at the moment. And we saw a couple of mistakes that came from Kappa where the ball was down to her toes. Tinsley driving from mid-court a couple of times when dropping might have been better. So just important for McCune and Wilson to adjust their game plan, because if they do come out and do the same thing, we're probably going to see the same results you would imagine.
Yeah. It's nice to see them having a conversation over there, though, isn't it? They're clearly trying to talk to each other about what they need to do.
Well, whilst we're just waiting for the game to get back underway, we're just going to shout out a few more gold medalists in the men's double 60 plus 3.5. Well done Ian Beattie and Gavin Lockhead. They beat Alan Patton and Robin Carson in that one. And also well done to I can always never get her surname right. Well done Crem and Claire Han. You've taken gold against Sarah Redding and Joe Moore. Beth Fielding and Julie Jones picking up bronze in that one. Back underway here in game number 2. Doesn't feel like that's the way forward. Now maybe they're testing out the lob idea given what they saw happen to them in the first.
Got to get over her head though, haven't you?
And not over the right shoulder as well, probably would be the advice.
Lots of local players there in that medal hall, Chris. Thank you for shouting them all out.
Absolutely. So, teammates as well in the Northern League getting their medals in, which is good to see. Crem and Claire to the English Open. Should be disappointed with gold, but happy with silver, I'm sure.
There we go. Just see how Barbara had to come back off that line there. Took a big step back, a big swing on the backhand.
Just that benefit of slowing it down a little bit, getting it drifting. Coming in at 0-1-1. Reminder that Wilson and McCune need to win this second game. Moving to their second server. McCune on serve. Good attacks by McCune, balanced all the way through that routine and was able then to force the mistake from Kappa. And they've got their first point on the board of game 2. Didn't get set for that third.
No, I thought the same thing on not the previous point, but the point before that. They're rushing to get to that kitchen line because they're worried about the aggression from the other two. So they're just moving through transition a bit too much. Need to stop and set and hit.
Change up of serve from Kappa. Reset from Tinsley. Kappa then just again getting caught down by her toes. Good locations from McCune on that shot pattern. Oh, well played, Sharon Tinsley. Only had to do one thing in that rally, and she executed it perfectly. Two, 1-2 here. Game 2 of this final. Catherine Tinsley took the first game. And that lob's working again. And this time Wilson's retrieval goes long. So Kappa having an early look at a tactic that served her so well in the first game.
Okay, I think they need to really keep in touching distance here. We don't want to get them too far ahead.
Captains are such good front runners that they do get a bit of momentum. It's so hard to wrestle it back from them There's that lob again, and it's worked again.
Oh, that was quite a big fault.
Wilson called the football. I think the referee was going to call the football, but Wilson got there before her. We were calling the football. Everyone saw it was a football.
I don't know. I sort of think at what point now should they be anticipating that lob? That's the difficulty. Are they going to play a little step back because they're waiting for it?
Yeah.
But they're getting burned every time.
If something's happened 6 or 7 times, you have to presume it might happen an 8th. Nicely placed by Wilson down the middle there that time. Kept her composure, nudged it through the gap. Side out. 1-4-1 on the serve behind McCune. Just struggling to get back over to that side of the court after the serve McCune. And they're putting the return into a location that makes her have to work.
Nice touch. Side out is very quick, isn't it? And the pressure just feels like it builds. You can see when they get their serve, they're under so much pressure to score or get forward that making a few wrong choices immediately.
Absolutely. When Kappa started playing pickleball, she was always trying to do that little touch volley. It wasn't working. I'm going to say maybe 30% of the time it worked. Maybe that's a little bit harsh. Now you rarely see her miss them. And it's such a good disguise she's always had on the shot. Now the execution is perfect. Just a little bit back from the line there, looking to roll the volley across court.
I wonder sometimes if that amount of variety that she has.
Too many choices?
Yeah, too many choices. You could see there she was really trying to cut under the ball quite a lot, and you didn't really need to do that.
No, I agree with that completely. McCune and Wilson calling a timeout at 4-1-2. I don't think Kappa and Tinsdale mind this timeout themselves, actually. They're in a nice position here, but there's just been a couple of little things that they might go away and discuss. For McCune and Wilson, they've got to come up with a plan and come up with a plan fast. What do you think that plan should be, Kim?
I think this is really tricky. I think they've got to try and do their fundamentals well. So their returning games at the moment, their returns are quite short, and immediately Tinsley or Kappa are able to drive that ball relatively comfortably. I think they've got to get a bit more depth and height on that. When the serve comes over and they've got that chance, I think they really need to slow down. There's a lot of rushing going on through that transition zone. Trust themselves. I haven't seen a lot of dropping or resetting at all, so it's hard to say that it's not working for them because they're not even really getting to that point.
Agreed. Absolutely. Well, one thing we are seeing is that the aggression game isn't really paying off.
No.
Here. So they've got to try something else. And they must have seen a couple of glimmers of hope from getting the ball to the toes of Kappa in particular and Tinsley as well. But that only comes from taking the pace off the ball and gives a bit more variety. We said maybe Kappa has too much variety. Wilson and McCune not enough at this moment in time. 4-1-2 back in play.
Nice.
Kappa just with a little error there. And that's the other hope for McCune and Wilson, is that maybe Kappa and Tinsley get a little bit sloppy for a moment here and allows them to get a little bit of momentum themselves.
I mean, credit where it's due. That return was so deep in the court. The pressure they're under from the off is big.
And then sometimes you get dangled the carrot of a short return. You think, here's our chance to apply the pressure, and you overcook it, and it's a non-scoring side out.
When the ball's coming through like that, though, with so much slice, you know, to get under that ball is almost impossible.
4-1-2, but again, McCune trying to fight fire with fire there. All right, Tinsley's come off second best there, but no change of pattern, no change of approach yet from McCune and Wilson. Nice bit of play by McCune and Wilson. They struggled to unwind the stack there, but then were able to get themselves established because Kappa's little dink volley allowed them in.
What's your thoughts on the lob serve? Do you like that?
I quite like the variety, I have to say. If you get it right like that and you're able then to be proactive with the second shot or the third shot, you can pin one player and isolate them at the back. And Kappa doesn't do it all the time, but she's bringing it out at the right time so far this tournament.
So that's twice now they've gone to her backhand. She's chipped that ball really well with a lot of slice and they've struggled. So straight away I'd be thinking you can't serve in that pocket.
Yeah.
You've got to get it either to her forehand, she's going to drive it, or you've got to get it up high on that backhand side.
That's a good reset there from Wilson initially, which have forced the ball to go up a little bit. McCune able to pick Tinsley off.
Better.
Goes the lob. Oh, wow, just wide that time though. I don't think McCune was completely confident, and it was more a good bit of luck that she noticed the ball had gone out. Wilson just trying to reset, rolls down the nets. There's still so much pressure being applied by Tinsley and Kappa. And Tinsley now getting into a more aggressive mindset, gets that ball down to the toes of McCune. Oh, I like that for Kappa. Now, we all thought that was going to drop back in and make Wilson scamper to the front. McCune left a fraction of a gap and Kappa spots it perfectly.
Yeah.
Lovely lob and next shot routine again from Barb Kappa. 5-1-1. Because if they get to 6 here, the game is going to get away. Great change of direction again from Kappa. Just gets Wilson stretching. They move to 6. And it's a long road back now from the pair from Northern Ireland.
What's interesting here is I feel almost Kappa and Tinsley adapted their game there. When the scores, you know, what are we now, 6-1, so it wasn't overly tight, but at 2-1, 3-1, actually they were the ones who've added a little bit more variation and variety.
See what's being called here. They're calling that 2 bounces, which I can't say I necessarily agree with. Came off Tinsley's paddle. I thought she got underneath it. I mean, yeah, it wasn't particularly pretty, but she got there.
It was an amazing pickup.
Yeah, well, let's call it that. I thought it was an amazing pickup, I have to say. Not the first time McCune and Wilson have been involved in that kind of conversation with Barbara Kappa in the last month. And that's good play though by Kappa and Tinsley. Just keep punching it down to the toes. And they're still trying to punch their way out of the paper bag here, aren't they?
Yeah. Tough.
7-1-2. Kappa's done there, just kept the pressure on. Would have been very easy for Tinsley to come in and take that
Yeah.
next shot, but Kappa knew what the plan she had in mind
Yeah.
and kept executing.
Really good. They're very good, aren't they, in transition at the moment? That's
Yeah.
where this game's being won or lost. These guys are comfortably moving through that, getting to the kitchen line.
It's 1-2, 9-1-2. They're 2 points away from the gold medal, defending their gold medal from last year's Welsh Open down in Cardiff. They are very close to doing the same here in Wrexham. Goes wide. So, slight window of opportunity for McCune and Wilson.
What's really funny is I was just thinking, I was going to say, I love their demeanour on court. You know, I know this hasn't been particularly close, but they're so calm,
Yeah.
they're patient, and then Kappa goes and does that. Typical.
Does manage to move her around court a little bit there, so they pick up their second point. It's a long way back, but all they can do is win the next point in front of them. Kappa just jams Wilson there, just paddle a little bit too close to the shoulder, difficult to get a good connection.
Yeah.
Surprised Kappa didn't get up there from that return. She went across the baseline, left the space for McCune to hit. Don't forget, if you are watching along on YouTube, do say hello. Give Kim some love on the co-commentary. By now, Leah had at least 2 comments saying what a good job she was doing.
Well, she probably was doing a very good job, Chris, so
Well,
it's okay.
I think she was, but so are you, Kim, and I'd like the YouTube crowd to respect that fact and at least say hello to you on the co-commentary desk. 9-3-1 opportunity for Kappa and Tinsley to get closer to the finishing line. Closer to it they get because it is match point, gold medal points here for Tinsley and Kappa on the serve of Kappa. 2 opportunities to get it done.
Oh,
And
well
there's
done.
something correct about the fact that it
Yeah.
came from a long drive combination for Kappa and Tinsley to take gold medal here. They successfully defend their title from last year in absolute control of that final, Kim McCall.
Yeah, that didn't really feel like it was too close at any point in time, did it? You know, it's a shame. I think we've got to give credit to Tinsley and Kappa. They had a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
They've, I'm going to assume, played these guys once or twice, so they know how to play each other.
Absolutely.
And they executed really well. They started the game driving quite hard, and then actually when they realised their opponents were doing the same, they were the ones who added more variety into their game. They changed their tactics at sort of 2-1 in that second game where it got a little bit tighter. They were the first to adapt. So all credit to them.
No, absolutely. Really confident, controlled performance from Kappa and Tinsley. Felt like they had another gear to go to if they needed it. They didn't need it. They take gold medal and join the other medal winners on the podium here. We're going to take a very short break and then we're going to be moving on to a men's double 60 plus, 4.0 plus category. There'll be Andy Popplewell and Dave Barker up against Andy Ellett and Derek Adams. We'll be back in a couple of moments. folks, there's going to be a short break on centre court now as we're going to have the medal ceremony. I'm going to leave the microphone on in the background so you can appreciate the people who've taken medals so far. But I'm going to step away. Might even call this a little bit of a cheeky lunch break for the commentator. I'll be back with you in a little while.
Okay, quick announcement for Kath Knowles. Kath, can you come to the top, please, where the media is? Thank you. Okay, for those that are still playing, apologies, but we do need to crack on with some medal ceremonies. So we're going to start off with the women's double 70 plus 3-0. And the bronze medal winners are Linda Killian and Jean Melia. Well, that's a good start. Come up here, no, right. Okay, so we're on court, Linda Kingham and Jean Melia. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yes. Is, oh, they're coming. Where are they? Hey! Big cheer! Are you playing? Oh, okay. Tell that's your bronze medal. take your position on the podium. Okay, in second place, receiving the silver medal in the ladies doubles 73-0 is Trudy Alice and Valerie Jones. Okay, so in the 3-0 plus, the winners of the gold medal goes to Margaret Plant and Susan Whitehouse. Okay, photo call. Well done, ladies. Well done, thank you. Okay, staying with the ladies, the 50 plus 4-0, bronze medal winners, Beverly Fielding and Julie Jones. Hey, before you get on the podium, come here. Oh, they've enjoyed that, haven't they? Lots where it's supposed to be now. Okay, so the medal winners of the ladies 50 plus 4, Sarah Reading and Joe Moore. Correction, Reading. And they're doing exactly the same. Come here. Oh, hello. Best part of the job, this is. Okay, and the winners of 50 plus 4-0 goes to Karina Nikolova and Valina Pova and Claire Han, is it? You need to shorten your name. Well done, ladies. Okay, full smile for the cameras. Medals on paddles. Where's your handy? That's it. One more. Well done, ladies. Congratulations. Okay, same with the ladies. We'll move on to the ladies doubles 50 plus 4.5 plus. And in bronze position is Hayley Thompson and Susie Densdale. Okay, ladies 50 plus 4.5 plus. The silver medal goes to Heidi Laboon and Nikki Wilson.
Thanks, Susan. Oh, yeah, go on, yeah. Superstar, thank you very much. Nice one, thank you. No, it's all right. Hey? Good. Yeah, but you got into the game. Yeah, played a bit assertiveness.
Well done. And the winners of the 50 plus 4.5 plus, and she does it again, Barbara Capper and Sharon Tinsey. Where are you going? Come in. Fantastic. Okay, hold smiles for cameras, make sure your medals are in front of your paddles. Well done, congratulations, thank you. Okay, not to make the men feel left out, we'll go to the men's now. The men's double 70 plus 3-0. In bronze position, Michael Murphy and Ken Pepper. This time, Kath does. Okay, in silver medal position in 70+30, Melvin Heron and Patrick Ridley. Do we have Melvin Heron and Patrick Ridley in the room? One more call. Melvin Heron, Patrick Ridley. Come on down. Okay, we'll come back to them. Okay, the gold medal winners of the 70+30 goes to Philip Hoskins and John Lloyd Jones. Woo! Okay, I'd step up to the 1 hour, get your photograph. Thank you. Stick them in there. Okay, moving on to the men's doubles 60+3.5. And the bronze medal winners goes to somebody called Darryl Falk and Dominic Chin. Well done, well done. So the silver medal in the 60+3.5 men's goes to Alan Payton and Robin Carson. Well done. Okay, so the 60+3.5, the gold winners are Mr. Ian Beattie and Gavin Lopez. Round of applause. Room for a small one. Well done, gentlemen. And the last one is the men's doubles 50 plus 4 plus. Bronze medal winners are Edward Brent Hollywell and Steve Kilworth.
Is there any other function?
Okay, Craig Tarr and David Blythe need to go to court 4 for their final, please. Okay, in silver medal winning position, 50 plus men's 4 plus is the guy that's always on speed. Stuart Grove, David King. Well done, gentlemen. And the winners of the men's doubles 50 plus 40 plus, and I'm sure you've got a smile this time. Gold medal winner, David Simpson and Alison Pockets.
Hello folks, Chris Beaumont is back in the commentary seat. I've just enjoyed a nice little lunch break at nearly 4 o'clock, and tell you what, really grateful. I like the idea of having a medal ceremony in the middle of proceedings. Gave me a little chance to get away, get some refreshments, getting myself fighting fit for the final push of the day. We're going to be moving straight into a men's doubles match here in the 60 plus 4.0 plus category. It's going to be Andy Popplewell and David Barker up against Andy Elliott and Derek Adams, and I think I can bring you up to speed on what's been going on in that event so far. Let me have a look at my little scorecards and I'll be able to tell you. So, right now, neither of these teams have won a game so far. They've both lost their opening 2 matches. As it stands, all teams in this 5-team group have played 2 matches each. Top 4 go through to the semi-finals, and 1 will then go into they'll be going home, basically. There's no nicer way of putting it. So at the moment, Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander lead the way. Paul Hardman and Paul Chard, good team that, in second place. Jeremy Thompson and Gordon Pimperton in third. Then Andy Popplewell and David Barker, Andy Elliott and Derek Adams, who we're about to see on court, are looking to win their first game of the day. And that will put them in a good position to find their way through to those semi-finals. Just to let you know who is who on court, well, Andy Elliott is in the... tell you what, I'm going to go with Dave Barker first. David Barker in the darker blue, all blue strip. And his partner, Andy Popplewell, is in the grey T-shirt. Andy Elliott, just moving to the bottom left of your screen now, in the more Everton blue, we're going to say. Everton blue Andy Elliott is wearing. He's got his name on his shirt, but you're not going to be able to see that due to where our camera is located. So that's more information for me than you, that's going to help you. In the black T-shirt then is his partner, Derek Adams. So, yeah, we are going to be getting this game back underway again shortly. All teams have got 2 more games to play, and only the bottom team will be eliminated from this round robin stage. As ever, if you are still with me on YouTube, please do come and say hello. It'll be good to see you in the chat as we move into the latter stages. After this game, we're going to have, I believe, Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander against Paul Hardman and Paul Chard. That'll be a good top of the table clash. And then Carol McKenzie and Fiona Moncur against Alison Shepherd and Pamela Simpson. I will say, though, that do listen in to me, because that might change, because Trev, who's in charge of the schedule, has been doing a good job of moving games around the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre where needed to try and help us get back on track as we come up to 4:30. So, as it stands, we're technically going to be running 1 game behind when we do get this game going, which, I tell a lie, 2 games behind maybe. So, hey, who knows? We will see what turns up on court, and I will then tell you what's going on once I know myself. And let's be honest, folks, that's doesn't happen that often when I actually do know what's going on. Anyway, referee Kelly Olsen is going through the last bits of checks and pieces, and shout out to the refs. There's Catherine Alban-Jones. I completely agree. They're doing a great job so far today. We will be getting this fixture underway any second now. Just waiting for the court to be cleared. And let's play some pickleball. It's been a little bit of time. Epic men's final earlier, wasn't it, if you were watching that one? And then a slightly more routine victory for Kappa and Tinsley in the women's. This game is about to get underway, so if we could just have everyone off court, that would be fantastic. Referee's ready to go. And yeah, we're going to have Dave Barker kicking us off at 0-0-2. Elliott with the return. Barker and Popplewell from Anglesey, where I'm located, played quite a bit against both of them, and with them in the local ladder leagues that we have going on Anglesey. And doesn't mean they're going to get the bias of the commentary. We'll see how the game pans out, but Adams gets himself up to the non-volley zone. Barker looks to reset. Popplewell goes on the attack, a little bit high for that one. pushes it beyond the baseline. Zero, 1-1. Elliott on serve. Drop from Adams, gets himself up to the non-volley zone. Barker backs away slightly, then goes middle. Popplewell tries to get it down to the feet. Good resets from Elliott. But then the lob not well advised there, and Barker comfortably just pushes it down the outside. So we move over to second server. 0-1-2. Serve just goes out. If you are joining us for the first time today, you'll notice that we only have a sideline camera in action today and no scoreboard at this stage. We're hoping that the technology will kick in. And I'm going to point out now, guys, that is not to do with me. I know these things seem to follow me around, but I'm not responsible for the lack of that technology. I'm just here to talk through the points for you and try and tell you what's going on court, just in case you can't completely see from the camera angle. So from Barker, return goes into the net. It's 2-0-2 on the serve day Barker. Up goes the lob. Barker defends. Popplewell just caught further back from Barker there. Needed to be in the same line ideally. Would have been able to reset had he been, and moves over to side out. At 0-2-1. Elliott on serve. Gets a bit of love off the net. Barker Popplewell playing pretty safe and simple here, and that's the right move, as it's Elliott who then makes the error. Moves over to second server at 0-2. Into the net, side out, non-scoring. Barker on serve at 2-0-1. Popplewell just looking to reset, but unable to do so. A bit tentative from both teams early in this game on show courts. Popplewell again unable to execute from the back of the court, puts it into the net. So 0-2-1, and the opportunity again for Elliott and Adams to get themselves on the scoreboard. Yeah, nice attack there from Adams. It just sat up nicely for him to push that backhand volley through the middle of the court. They've got their first point on the board. Shout out to Susan Evans for bringing me a black Americano. My first of the afternoon. Was okay for the morning, has to be said, with the coffee flowing quite nicely from the team behind the bar here at the Wrexham Padel and Tennis Centre. But Susan Evans got me some cake as well. Nice bit of carrot cake from Susan Evans to top off my lunch break quite nicely. Good serve from Adams, keeps Barker at the back of the court, but then doesn't follow up with a confident volley at the non-volley zone, and it's a side out. Opportunity for Barker and Popplewell to move things along a little bit more. Barker trying to guide that one to the backhand side, just puts it into the net. Nice drop from Popplewell that time. Good reset from Adams. Not the best lob from Barker. Adams on it in a flash, punches it through the middle. I will try and keep you abreast of the other medal winners as the afternoon does go on here in Wrexham. Obviously, we had the medal ceremony a little while ago. There will be some others that will be shouted out soon. For example, Russell Duncan and Paul Adams in the men's 60 plus 3.0. They've taken gold, beating Richard Meadows and Kelvin Jones in the final. Well done to Russell Duncan and Paul Adams. Kisses the line. Nice shot that from Adams. Well placed. Down the middle once again. Amazing how much you can get from going down the middle. Susan Wilkie and Alison Brown beat Rachel Platt and Rachel Adams in the women's doubles 50 plus 3.5. So well done to Susan Wilkie and Alison Brown. Good effort there from Platt and Adams. 3-2-2 the score here on number 1 show court in this men's 60 plus 4.0 plus round robin game. Must win for both teams if they're going to have any hope of getting out of the group. Barker's lifted the volley, the lob up again, and he's just put it into such a nice area to be attacked, and he was attacked. And Adams and Elliott are on a little bit of a move here. And Elliott rolls that very nicely past Popplewell, down through the legs. Good change of direction, nice disguise there from Andy Elliott. And I think from the Bristol area, yes, I'm pretty sure that's Bristol on the back of his blue shirt, and it's a Bristol Rovers blue potentially. I hope I haven't offended a Bristol City fan in saying that. I don't know him that well. There comes the push down the middle. Good attempt at a reset from Elliott, and it goes through for the error. Do apologise for people walking across the camera here at the Welsh Open as well. It's just the way it's been set up. Nice reset from Barker. Popplewell lifts it again though, and Adams is sitting on that forehand, able to roll it down the middle. So, 2-5-2. Popplewell again with a weak third. Puts it into the net. Needs to get more balance there. Be sturdy when he's looking to play that third shot. If you're walking through it with a floppy wrist, it's only going to end up in the net. Drive from Adams goes into the top of the net. That's 5-2-2 on the second serve of Elliott. Up goes the lob. Barker deals with the first one. Nice little touch on the second. Lob again just goes wide from Adams. Two 5-1. Barker coming in on serve. Drives down to the toes of Barker, just getting caught creeping in from the baseline slightly. Second server, Popplewell. Elliott goes for the big inside out, pushes it wide of the far sideline. Barker again coming in. Interesting. The referee gave the point. I think if, let's say if Elliott and Adams asked the question there, I think they might have got it overturned, but they've not actually asked the question. 4-5-2 now is the score. Oh dear. Interesting serve from Popplewell. Yeah, put away nicely by Andy Elliott. That hands battle all got a little bit erratic. Then came the lift and he was able just to keep balanced and push the ball through. side out. 5-4-1, Elliott and Adams lead. Adams just pushes the third wide of court. Yeah, off balance there. Able to get Barker and Popplewell off balance, then able to attack the space that was left. So we change ends. 6 points have been reached. Instigates the change of ends. First to 11 win by 1 in these round robin stages. A reminder that both teams need to win this if they're going to get out of this group. We only lose one team at the end of the round robin stage here in the men's 60 plus 4.0 plus. Both teams are fighting for that 4th place as it stands. And at the moment, it is Adams and Elliott who are hoping to continue from here. 2-point advantage at the change of ends. So Elliott on serve. Just wide, so another point picked up. Little drop. Barker repels that attack. Comes out on the sunnier side of that hands battle. Moves over to second serve at 4-7-2. Feels like Popplewell and Barker need to make a move in this side out just to get a bit of momentum, get a bit of confidence. Popplewell attacks, keeps it in court. Narrowed the gap to just 1 point. High drop from Popplewell, easily put away by Elliott, and got to get that ball bouncing in the non-volley zone. Can't afford to put so much lift on that. It's going to be picked off fairly comfortably, and it was picked off. Side out. But they have got it back to a single point difference, so 7-6-1. Elliott just shuffled to the back of the court there, unable to control his third, and puts that one into the net. Good defence by Barker. Oh, then Popplewell goes for the big one. Puts it far out of the arena, and it sailed off to, I don't know, court 21 maybe that one's gone to. So 8-6-2, Elliott on serve. Nice drop. Touch from Adams. Speed up, not the right ball to speed up again, and easy 1-2 in play there for Elliott and Adams. The shot selection really letting Popplewell down here in this game. He's just got to decide what he's going to do a little bit earlier, a little bit better. Feels a bit reactive at the moment. Good hands by Elliot, done ever so well. And then Barker just gets him off balance as well, keeps it to the left foot, and the error is forced. 6-9-1. Got to make their move now. Serve goes wide, can't afford to miss the serve. Good attack. But again, the lift from Popplewell allowed Adams to be able to attack, and he did. 9-6-1, non-scoring side out. Opportunity for Elliot and Adams. Just a little bit of help off the net there for Adams, gets them through to match point. Can they do it in one? 10-6-1. Big drive, pushes it long. How often have we seen that today, that on match point the shots get a little bit more erratic and teams struggle to close it out at the first time of asking. There goes the lob, Popplewell deals with it, and then a slap from Adams. So they've given the ball back over to Barker and Popplewell. They're coming in at 6-10-1. They've got to make progress now or it'll be too late. That's a poor touch there from Adams at the non-volley zone line. Just looking to be too precise. Just had to get it over the net, keep the ball in play. 7th point picked up for Barker and Popplewell. Drive from Barker finds the net. 6-10-2. Sorry, 7-10-2, my apologies. Better from Elliot that time, able to drive it past Barker. And they've got the ball back in hand on match points. But they're going to need both serves again. And that is that. It's the game for Elliot and Adams. They go through. Well, no, sorry. I say they go through, but they put themselves in a very good position to go through to the next round, because that is their first win of the day. That puts them level with Jeremy Thompson and Gordon Pimperton. Hardman and Chard have won 3 from 3. I believe we might be seeing them next on court. She'll wait and see who appears. Not entirely sure. So tell you what we're going to do, folks, is go and make yourself a very quick coffee or cup of tea, or just grab a glass of water, whatever takes your fancy. We'll be back in a moment once I've worked out who is next on show court, and I'll commentate on that one for you. Welcome back, folks. Just a short delay here on number 1 court at the 2026 Welsh Open, sponsored by Diadem. Thought I'd just bring you up to speed on where we are at. We are waiting for the game that is Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander against Paul Hardman and Paul Chard. Hardman and Chard are ready to go. There might be a change here, folks. I might be getting a live change from the referee. Bear with me 2 seconds. So the live update is that we might be getting the women's game moving forward because Andrews and Alexander have only just gone on court, even though Hardman and Chard are ready to go. We've got Carol Mackenzie and Fiona Munker, Alison Shepherd and Pamela Simpson. We've got 2 of them. I don't know which 2 yet. I'm going to go and try and find that out. But now I'm going to be brave here. This looks like a Scottish pair. And I'm going to suggest that Mackenzie and Munker are the Scottish pair. I could be wrong. It could be Shepherd and Simpson. I'm going to go and find out quickly, and then we will try and keep you up to speed on what's going on here at the Welsh Open. And I'll try and tell you what's happening in the group as well. Bear with me, folks. It's an ever-moving beast here in Wrexham. And it is all go here. It looks like we've got all 4 competitors for the women's. That's exciting because it means we're going to get games moving again. And I'm now going to have to bring you up to date on what's going on in the women's 60+ draw. So Carol Mackenzie and Fiona Munker, they have won both their games so far. I mean, all 4 teams are going through to the semi-finals. They're purely just jostling for position in the seedings for the semi-finals at this stage. But yeah, Mackenzie and Munker. Munker is in the, I'm going to say maroon T-shirt, and Mackenzie standing to her left in the dark blue T-shirt. Pamela Simpson in the lavender, and her partner Alison Shepherd in the grey top. So this is the 60+ women's competition. Shepherd and Simpson have played 2, won 1, lost 1. They've also got Jane Portnell and Karen Farnell in their group, as well as Morag Boyle and Angela McGilvery. I hope I pronounced that wrong. Hope I pronounced that right, Angela. There's a very good chance I have pronounced it wrong. So, this game will be getting underway shortly. Now, this is the 4:30 game, which is being played at 10-5. But I think we're probably still going to see the 10:04 game on here at some point. Things are starting to run a little bit behind schedule here in Wrexham, which normally wouldn't worry me if my van wasn't parked about a 3-minute walk away, and it is on a ticket that runs out at 7:45. Now, I couldn't actually get it longer. I could only get the 12 hours on the parking, and I'm hoping that I don't get a ticket, but you never know. I will be billing Pickleball Wales for that parking ticket if it does come in, obviously. But yeah, we are waiting for this game to get underway. A reminder, Munker in the maroon, Mackenzie in the dark blue, Pamela Simpson in the lavender, and Alison Shepherd, which I'm going to change from grey to a light green top. And they're just going to go through a little bit of a warm-up here before play gets underway. What's happening in the men's? Well, in the men's, Chard and Hardman are still top of the table. They're looking to play their 4th and final game against Andrews and Alexander. Andrews and Alexander are currently 2 from 2 in their game. Currently playing their 3rd match as we speak against Barker and Popplewell, who have lost all 3 so far. Elliott and Adams, well, they look like they've done enough to go through, but if Popplewell and Barker did beat Andrews and Alexander, that could get interesting. Thompson and Pemberton also there with 1 win, 2 defeats from their 3 games. Clear? Didn't think so. Be useful to have a visual at this point, I'm sure. All I can give you is, like the good old-fashioned radio, an attempt at explaining it word for word. And, just waiting for the referee to tell us how long we're going to be waiting for this game to get going. Let's see if any more medals have been won. The referee's asked for the balls to come in. No more medalists yet. No more medalists yet. So, looks like Moncur has got the ball in hand. I think she's going to be serving. Shepherd has indicated that her and Simpson would like to take the right-hand side of your screen to start. And this, the first of the women's 60 plus 4.0 plus that we're able to bring you today, is about to get underway here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. It's going to be Fiona Moncur on serve. Let's play some pickleball. I tell you what, I like the intent there from Shepherd. She, powerful returns, got up to the line really quickly, unable to then get to the next ball because it was such a good drop, but a good start of intent. And then Moncur puts her serve into the net, so we're going to have an early side out, 1 point on the board. So 0-1-1 on the serve of Alison Shepherd. It's a lovely cross-court shot there from Shepherd. Just got a nice bit of roll on it. It dipped under the paddle of Carol Mackenzie. Mackenzie and Moncur have won both their games so far, just to remind you. And that return goes into the net. So another good serve from Shepherd, and they get themselves a point advantage early in this game, 2-1-1. Nice drive from Simpson. Oh, that's a well-placed shot as well from Carol Mackenzie. High standard here at the start of this game. Both teams looking to get to that non-volley zone and play from there. And impressive bit of play from all 4 players so far. 2-on-2. Just pierced the gap between Simpson and Shepherd, did Moncur. Side out, a 1-2-1. Oh, that's a nice take from Simpson. Just kept the paddle quite low though, and is able to come through nice and flat, which meant you could take the ball at a lower point of contact, and it works out very nicely. Good recovery from Moncur. Simpson sends her back the same way though, and forces the error into the net. 2-1-1, side out. Return pulled wide by Mackenzie. So 2-point advantage now for Shepherd and Simpson. Liking their game so far, I have to say. Simpson gets a bit of luck off the net. Try to follow through on the volley. Did she leave that successfully? She did leave that successfully. I thought for all the tea in China, Simpson was going to play that, and she got the paddle out of the way right at the last second. Good serve again from Shepherd. Mackenzie into the net, and the Scottish pair are behind here. Slice return. Shepherd gets in on the drive once again. Moncur hits the net once again, and we have a change of ends at 6. 6-1. Shepherd and Simpson lead. They've raced out of the blocks here in this 60 plus 4.0 plus round robin game. And liking what they're bringing to the table. Shepherd moving through the court very, very comfortably indeed. Simpson with great tactical awareness and nice touches. Coming in at 6-1-1. Change of ends. Shepherd and serve. Lovely third as well. Comes running through, puts the volley into the net, but such a nice third shot from Shepherd. It was the right thing to try and come through and attack. Just didn't execute. Simpson gets back, having crept in a little. Lovely drop again from Shepherd. Simpson does ever so well from the left-hand side of the court. Misjudgment there from Moncur. 7-1-2. There goes the lob. Moncur goes back. Oh, such a good shot again from Shepherd. Just drifting it to the backhand side. What do I say? Really, really liking Alison Shepherd's game here. 8-1-2. Simpson does really well because that kicked and didn't go where Simpson thought it was going to, but she reacted superbly, forced the error from Moncur once again. Oh, that's a good touch. That's a good touch from Moncur. But Shepherd again, so close to making ground there. Puts it into the net. Really good game this in terms of quality from both sides. Coming in at 1-9-1 though, a lot of work to be done for Mackenzie and Moncur. Nice shots. Just waiting for the call. Don't think it's going to be called out. No. Shepherd saying good shot. Couldn't find a reason to call it out, which is the right way to look at it. Nice return. Bit of height allows Shepherd to attack. Mackenzie does ever so well. Ball's gone up again. Shepherd again on the attack. Great play again from Alison Shepherd. Just kept nagging away. Didn't try to do too much with the smashes. Kept it on her length. Kept asking the question. Eventually got the error. And Moncur puts her serve into the net. It's not really going well for Moncur and Mackenzie here in this one. Coming in at 9-2-1 on the serve of Pamela Simpson. Just out from Moncur, trying to change the angle there. Just got a little bit too much on it. And we have game point for Shepherd and Simpson. 10-2-1. Good recovery there from Moncur. Just got the ball through. Hit Pam Simpson on the right hand on the way through. I think she'll be able to shake that one off. Second chance to close the game out. And we are finished with an ace. Shepherd serves through the body of Moncur. They take this game 11-2. Very confident performance from Alison Shepherd and Pamela Simpson. That gives them their second win of the day. That's them. Well, tell you what, going to see how the points go. I think that will put them into first place in the group. Because Mackenzie and Moncur, that's their first defeat, and they will have taken a points hit there. Shepherd and Simpson will have leapt ahead in terms of the points gained. So I think Shepherd and Simpson are going to go through to the semi-finals as the number one seeds. Mackenzie and Moncur probably as the second, but that will depend on how Portland and Farnhill do in their last game. So, look, plenty of action there for you to get your heads around in the women's 60-plus competition. Very much enjoyed the performance from Simpson and Shepherd. We'll be back shortly with the next game because Hardman and Chard are back on court again. I'm trying to see if their opponents should be ready. They probably will be because... Yeah, they probably will be because Barker is off court and he was playing Andrews and Alexander. So, yeah, we'll be back in a second with this next game. So straight back here on court 1. Good to see these games going back to back now as we try to recover our place on the schedule. We're going to bring you the men's doubles, 60 plus 4.0. And we've got Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander up against Paul Hardman and Paul Chard. Paul Chard in the black without the glasses. He's just walking to the left of your screen. Paul Hardman, bottom right of your screen. And Martin Andrews at the moment in the blue, just talking to the referee. We're waiting for Paul Alexander to appear so we can get this game underway. Now, let's try and bring you up to speed on what's happened so far. Both these teams have won all 3 games so far. So both teams are through, but this is now who's going to be the number 1 seed going into the into the semi-finals. And Thompson and Pimperton and Elliott and Adams are basically playing off now for 3rd and 4th place. Whoever finishes 4th, so the loser of Elliott, Adams, Thompson, Pimperton will play the winner of this game as they will finish top of the group. So we're just waiting, as I say, for Paul Alexander to join us on number 1 court. I hope you've been enjoying the action so far today on the first day of this Diadem Welsh Open 2026 here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre in North Wales. Tomorrow will be mixed doubles day for the senior age groups. I don't like senior age groups, call them masters age groups. I think that's a better way of framing it. Here comes Paul Alexander. He's just hurrying his way onto court, as you can just see, coming over the barriers to the side, putting his paddle down now. He's going to join us on court. So just to remind you, Paul Chard, bottom left. Paul Hardman, bottom right. The referee there, just giving their instructions. Martin Andrews, top left. And Paul Alexander, top right. This could well be a good game, as I say, because both teams unbeaten. Just 2 points difference between them on the points gathered so far. Andrews and Alexander have that 2-point advantage. They've only conceded 14 points in their 3 victories. Hardman and Chard have conceded 16 points, which means they have a small 2-point disadvantage. So we're just waiting for these final checks to be completed. Reminder, whoever wins this wins the group, basically, and they're already through. Doesn't matter about that, but this is about getting the best possible draw in the semi-finals. We'll be bringing you those semi-finals quite quickly after this, I'm sure. This is the last group game for both these teams here this afternoon, or early evening now, I should say. 5:10 we're coming up to in the early evening here in Wrexham. So I'm hoping that we'll be getting on with this one pretty quickly. Chard and Hardman are making their way to the bottom of the court. Andrews, ball in hand. Looks like he's going to be serving first. Alexander going to his left. Chard will be receiving. 1 game to 11, change at 6, win by 1 in the round robin, as it's been all day. And we're in at 0-0-2. Yeah, good inside out there from Hardman. Hardman getting on the attack there and able to get the early side out. Chard on serve at 0-0-1. Hardman, nice drop. But that's a good point there from Andrews. Just rolled it to the outside, clipped the line on the way through. Not really anything Hardman or Chard did wrong there in their approach. Just goes long from Paul Hardman. So non-scoring side out. Both teams just sussing each other out in the early stages here. 0-0-1. Early shout from Paul Alexander of mine. Comes through and drives. just into the net there, that third shot from Andrews. Second server, 1 point advantage. Andrews with the drop, Hardman gets there again. Cross-court dinking starting to open up then. Goes central, Chard able to lean in. He's a tall man, Chard. He's able to take the ball out of the air quite nicely. He's just nudged that through the middle. Got a bit of help from the net cord, but still got the ball into a good location. 0-1-1. Yeah, nice 1-2 there from Hardman and Chard. Hardman on the drive, Chard reading it and then able to follow up with the volley. Gets the first point on the board for them in this game. Just clips the net on the way through. Oh, I think Hardman knows that one was going long. Couldn't get the paddle out of the way in time. Hardman and Chard just getting caught at the back, and then when they were trying to move through the transition zone, unable to control the next ball. So we've got a side out, 1-1-1. Too much air on that one from Andrews, and Chard's able to get the ball down to Alexander's feet. Forces the mistake. One, 1-2. Goes for the lob. Hardman does ever so well. Good follow-up from Andrews. Nice shot from Alexander. Chard leaving it, but just goes in at the back of the court. Two, 1-2. Yeah, good play by Hardman. Just keeps nudging the ball down to Andrews' feet. Miscommunication between Alexander and Andrews, and that ball ends up in the net. 2-2-1 now. Scores are level. Nice drop. Just a bit too much height on that one from Hardman. Then tried to defend going round the back. Didn't quite come off. 2-2-2. Yeah, Chard able to just keep nudging them back from the non-volley zone line there. Able to take control of that point. Brings up a third point for Hardman and Chard. Speed up from Hardman. Alexander speeds up, then resets, but then doesn't get the next shot right. Just drops that one into the net. So 4-2-2. Little bit of daylight. Nice serve. Big drive, dips in late. Such late dip there from Paul Chard. Looked like that ball was going out and then suddenly disappears down, lands at the back of the court. 5-2-2. Yeah, the mistakes are starting to flow now for Andrews and Alexander's. Change of ends at 6. They trail 6-2, and really the only thing they can work on straight away is trying to minimise the amount of unforced errors. So Chard and Hardman aren't able to completely run away with this game, but at the moment they're 6-2 ahead and they're looking good for it. The momentum is very much with Chard and Hardman. So, coming in at 6. Chard will be on serve. And 6-2-2 on the serve, Paul Chard. We're back underway here in the 60 plus, 4.0 plus. Andrews just pushes the ball wide of court again. As I said, the unforced error count needs to go down from Alexander and Andrews if they're going to get their way back into this game, and that's not a good start since the change of ends. That's better though, just stayed low on it that time, able to get the top spin to move the ball away from Hardman. Two, 7-1. Good deep return, lob goes up, Chard takes early control, goes up again. Hardman, nice drop this time. Can they get forwards? Good play, Paul Chard. Such good hands at the non-volley zone as Paul Chard controlled that nicely. On to the second serve. Up goes the lob. Hardman punishes it. Don't think the lob is a good choice of shot there. Hardman and Chard both shown they're very capable smashing the ball. Coming in at 7-2-1. Good placement from Alexander. Just saw Hardman moving towards the line, so Alexander nudged it behind him. Nice bit of play. Chard just caught between the decision of dropping or driving there and just found the top of the net. So non-scoring side out. Ooh, Chard doing the right thing, coming in and taking control, but not executing. Got a bit too wristy on that one, pushed it wide. Third point for Andrews and Alexander. Alexander, poor choice there. He apologises to his partner immediately. He knows that wasn't the right shot to play from the middle of the court. Alexander again from the middle of the court, this time trying to play a little bit more sensibly, but still finding the net. So they did get a point in that side out, but it's now 7-3-1. Alexander again just moving through the transition zone, punches that ball into the net. And we move to 8-3-1. Good hands from Chard and Hardman, able to get that ball right down to the toes. 9-3-1, 2 points away from victory. Oh, it's a bad call, it's landed in. Good honesty there from Alexander and Andrew. Close one, that one, but they've called it in, rightly so. Match points. Hardman just moving through the transition zone, didn't get stopped, didn't get balanced. But they have got a second serve, so a second opportunity on match point. But they can't take it, so slim opportunity for Alexander and Andrews, but can they take it? Can they start chipping away at this one by one? I like the shape of Hardman's backhand dink here. Oh, a bit of luck off the net for Andrews. I was just admiring the control of Hardman's backhand cross court. But then Andrews just gets a bit of a flick off the net, and that works out very well indeed for him. Nice return, bit of depth. Digging it out from the back, Andrews. Can they get forward? Alexander's there. Andrews now joins him. Then goes on the attack and does well. Couple of points in this side out. The gap does narrow a little. Good drop that. Can they get up to the line? Get too much lift. Comes off the net. Good reset. Yeah, good play then from Andrews. Just changed direction nicely. Caught Hardman off balance. He goes into the net. So 3 points in a row for Andrews and Alexander. Six, 10-1. They keep moving closer. Still a way to go. Good drive. Goes all the way through. Clips the back of the court. 7-10. Just enough to start making Chard and Hardman worry. 7-10-1. Good attacks from Alexander. They've got it back to 2 points difference. One by one, they are clawing their way back into this game. Good placement that time by Chard. Moves over to the second server, but they mustn't lose heart. They've got themselves back to within 2. Alexander takes control, lifts it. Hardman tries to send him back. That's going to drop in. Hardman takes it. Can they get one to bounce? They can. They get a second one to bounce. Nice play by Alexander. Nice play by Alexander and Andrews. It was important they got one to bounce. They got the second one to bounce. They established neutrality at the non-volley zone line and then took control of the point. Chard's called it out from, and it's being called in by the referee. Chard was the furthest away from that ball. He called it. Referees overruled it, and we have a tied game at 10s. Backing away. Oh, Alexander. He'll want that one back. Andrews can't believe it. Such good play to get themselves back to 10s. They've given the ball back to their opponents. Can they get out of jail? This time they've got to close this one off. It's in as well. Nice lob, clips the back of the line. Chard just needs to put the court back together again. It's going to be 10-10-2. High drama. It's been a while since we've had a game this close. It's been the men's doubles final earlier that was as enjoyable in terms of tension as this one. These two teams may well meet again in the later stages. They've put on a fine spectacle for the first taste. And they get the ball back again, Andrews and Alexander. They've had 3 or 4 goes at it, Chard and Hardman, but they've not got it done. Andrews and Alexander, they've come back from 2-10 down. They have match point themselves again. Goes long. The game is over. Or is it? It looked long to me, I have to say. It looked long to me. And Andrews and Alexander do complete the comeback. Chard and Hardman know they've left that one on the table. 4 match points, but also an 8-point lead at one point. And that's an amazing fight back from Alexander and Andrews to come back from 2-10 down to win 11-10 here on Championship Court. #1 court here at the Wrexham Tennis and Paddle Centre. We will take a quick break, and I would imagine we're moving into semi-finals, but as soon as I know, you will know. I'd like to keep you abreast of what's going on here. Be back very soon. So what is coming up on show court next? Well, it looks like it's going to be the women's semi-final of the 60 plus, 4.0 plus category. Alison Shepherd and Pamela Simpson are going to be up against Morag Boyle and Angela let's get this one right, get your teeth in, Beaumont, McGilvery. Morag Boyle against Angela McGilvery is going to be the semi-final. We saw Shepherd and Simpson on court a little bit earlier. They look like they are ready to go. I'm just going to go and quickly introduce myself to Morag Boyle and Angela McGilvery. And by that, of course, you know I mean find out which one is which. And I'll be back here in a moment or two. Okay, all players have been ID'd correctly. And this is going to be the semi-final. So as we saw, Alison Shepherd and Pamela Simpson, they finished top of their group in the end. They beat Mackenzie and Moncur on court a little time ago to finish top of the table. They're up against Morag Boyle and Angela McGilvery. Morag Boyle standing top right in the black dot. I'm not sure whether you can see them at the exact moment. I'll introduce you again to Boyle and McGilvery when they are more visible on screen. But this is going to be the women's semi-final. If it follows the same format, it's going to be first to 15 win by 2, and then we'll move into best of 3 for the medal matches. And referee just going through the final checks. I presume then we're going to have a men's semi-final straight after that one before we move into the 2 finals, which again I'm going to guess will be the women's doubles first and then the men's doubles after that. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far today from Wrexham. Thank you for following along in the live stream if you have been doing so. bit of love there for Paul and Martin in that last game from Ellie Mae Watkins. Ellie Mae plays with Paul Alexander's wife, I believe, when fit. That's Julie being fit, not Ellie Mae. So bit of team cheering from the sidelines there on the YouTube chat. If you are watching, of course, do say hello on the chat. Let's keep the interaction going as we come through to what I think is going to be the last 4 games of the day here on the show court. First of those 4 games is going to be this semi-final. So at the bottom of your screen at the moment to the right is Morag Boyle, and Angela McGilvery is to your left. They're up against Alison Shepherd in the green top and Pam Simpson in the purple top. Remind you that Shepherd and Simpson, they won the group. There was only 4 teams in it, so they were just jostling for position. And I'm hoping we'll be getting underway momentarily. Okay. All right, we're running very late. All right, okay, cool. Is it first to 15, Red? First to 15, win by 2 in the semi. Yeah, cool, nice one. Thank you. Just having it confirmed that it is first to 15, win by 2. We are just going to be holding off getting underway, though, because of the medal ceremony which is taking place, which apparently is potentially going to put the players off. So we will have a short delay. So come back in a couple of moments, guys. I'm just going to get a quick bit of lubrication for the throats whilst the players go through their last warm-up, and we will be back with this semi-final in a couple of minutes. And just like that, folks, we are ready to get going in this semi-final. So it's going to be the team from Scotland who get us underway. McGilvery on serve. Shepherd returning. McGilvery goes for a cheeky little lob, first ball, and it comes off delightfully. Just lifting that to the back of the court. Joining us for the semi-final, not sure if we just caught that last bit because some idiot commentator forgot to flick the right screen back on, and it just missed a very nice lob from McGilvery just to get the game underway. But the team from Scotland, McGilvery and Boyle, have got the first 2 points on the board. It's McGilvery on serve. Shepherd returns deep. It's first to 15, don't forget, in this game, so nothing too alarming yet for Simpson or Shepherd, but they are 3 points down quickly. And this will do the team from Scotland. Finished 4th in the group. The world of good confidence-wise. Missed that drop. And side out. But 3 points quickly off the bat. And they are in a good position at the start of this semi. Shepherd on serve. Nice drop again from Shepherd. Gets through that court so nicely. There's that lob again. So McGilvery's pulled the lob out twice in the first 4 exchanges, and it's worked out twice in the first 4 exchanges. So 0-3-2 on the paddle of Simpson. Lovely drop, comes off the net, but I think Shepherd deserves a bit of that because I've been so impressed with her third shots from the back of the court. Gets them to dip very nicely indeed. Makes it difficult to play, especially if she finds the net, but does make it difficult to play. Yeah, good placement from Shepherd, just down to the toes of Boyle. So they've got a couple of points on the table now, Shepherd and Simpson. That's another good third drop. That slight bit of frustration slipping out of the voice there of Angela McElvery as the net gets kissed again on the way through. Just seeing a good friend, Michael Muir, show me his gold medal from a distance. Well done, Mike. Give you a proper shout out when we find out the results in full in a little bit. Back here in the semi-final, it's a side out, I believe, at 3-3. 3-3-1. Yeah, shorter serve there from Boyle, just caught Simpson having to reach a little bit, and therefore she pushes the ball long. Boyle on serve. Nice return from Shepherd, gets up to the line again. And forces the error from Boyle on the backhand side. Feels like that might be a good way to go for Shepherd and Simpson. Just keep the ball pinned to that left-hand side, whichever player's on the left. Just be aware of the lob coming in from McElvery, possibly. Yeah, pushed down the middle by McElvery. So 2-point advantage for the team from Scotland. Just goes wide that time, well left by Shepherd. So side out, Simpson on serve. 3-5-1. First to 15, don't forget, in the semi-finals, win by 2. Oh, Shepherd's done ever so well to get there. Simpson's kept it alive, the ball's still in play. Shepherd's got back into position. Great resets. There goes the lob. Is one of them going to get there? Simpson! Oh, that was so close to brilliance. What a retrieval from Simpson. Didn't quite get around it enough. Lovely point played. Second serve. Wonderful point there. Best point of the game so far. And there we go, going to that backhand side again, pays dividends for Shepherd and Simpson. Still feel like it's a good area to keep targeting. 4-5-2. Serve goes into the net. Shepherd not happy with herself, understandably. Had got themselves back in it, but given the ball away cheaply. So it's 5-4-1. Referee nice and clear, which is what we love in the commentary booth. Return from Shepherd just goes wide. 6 on the board for Morag, Boyle and Angela McElvery. 6-4-1. Just long on that return from Simpson as well. She's not looking too pleased with herself either. Can't afford to give away too many freebies at the moment. Good attack, good attack. Down to the toes. South can serve. Seven, 4-2. Slower serve. Simpson gets up to the line. There goes the lob. Shepherd deals nicely. That's aerial. Simpson gives it a whack. That's well defended. Well played there. Angela McGelvery got through the transition zone. She was under attack, and they instigate the change of ends at 8. 8-4-2 is the score as we change ends. So work for Shepherd and Simpson to do. Boyle and McGelvery, who finished bottom of the table, but that matters nothing when all 4 teams are going through to the semi-finals. If anything, they've allowed themselves to come in as the underdogs and taken the pressure off themselves. Most people would be expecting Shepherd and Simpson to take this game, but that's not how it's going at the moment. So an interesting scenario as we come in at the change. So let's see if I can quickly bring you up to date with what happened. We lost Popperwell and Barker from the men's doubles. They go out losing all 4 games. Andrews and Alexander win the group. Hardman and Chard second. Elliott and Adams third. Thompson and Pimperton finish in 4th. That means in court number 1 after this game, we're going to have Andrews and Alexander up against Thompson and Pimperton. But all eyes are back on this women's semi-final. Angela McGelvery's got the ball in hand. And she's coming back in at 8-4-2. Up goes the lob. Shepherd does well to lob it back. Simpson picks a good location. Lovely attack there from Shepherd. So low at the non-volley zone line. Able to reach in brilliantly. Takes the ball at the highest point and is able to push it back. There's the shout of yours. That Simpson was delighted to hear as the ball goes into the net, but she was still having to run in. Do love that shout of yours when you're feeling that the ball might go in the net. Shepherd's got that in court. That's a nice shot. Boyle does well. Shepherd chooses another good location, but was unable to get it that second time. Both balls hitting the line. Shepherd then unable to control the 2-e. Enjoying this game. A lot happening. 5-8-2 on the paddler Simpson. Nice return, bit of depth. Then a big chop from the back of the court from Pam Simpson goes long. She just got caught creeping in a little bit after the serve. 8-5-1, McGelvery on serve. Slice return. Great drop again. And just coming through that transition zone, McGelvery got a little bit fortunate as Shepherd punches it into the net. 9-5-1. First to 15, win by 2, don't forget. Lob. Perfectly placed. There's been a good tactic for McGelvery so far. Just lobbing it up and over the shoulder of Pamela Simpson. She did retrieve one almost successfully, but she's not bothered with the others. And fair enough, just conserving the energy. So it's 10-5-1. Simpson return into the net. Team from Scotland, 4 points away from a place in the final. Receivers call a timeout. I like that from Simpson and Shepherd. They trail by 6 points. Good opportunity just to try and address what is going on in this game and see if they can come up with something a bit different. They've had their best joy going to the backhand side on the left-hand side. If they can do that relentlessly, for me, that is their way back into this semi-final. And as for McGelvery and Boyle, well, they'll be very happy with what they've done in the opening period of this semi-final. Probably would have, they may not have come in thinking they were second favourites, but the results up until that point would have suggested so. They've turned that narrative around rather well, and they are in a good position. To close this one out. 4 more points needed for victory. So coming in at 11-5-1. Deep serve, just pushes Shepherd back from the line a little bit. Unable to follow up with the backhand. Again, going to that backhand side, particularly when McGelvery's on that side, has proved quite fruitful. They've got to keep deploying that. As for Boyle and McGelvery, they just keep doing what they're doing. Make the others force themselves to change. Shorter return from Boyle. That's something that's worked out quite well for them because they've done that 3 times now, and Simpson's either hit it long or hit it into the net. Return goes long from Shepherd. 2 points away from the finishing line. Do apologise, I believe our camera may have just frozen again. Just going to bring that back up live for you. Hopefully you've not missed too much of the action. 13-5-2 is the score. Boyle on serve. I believe that might have just kissed the line, but I'm not entirely sure. Simpson's got to go and get the ball. We'll wait when she returns to find out what the call was. Quite a long walk there for Simpson. The courts directly behind us at the moment are not in action. I think many of the other brackets are coming to an end now. Well done to Deborah Owen and Jan van der Peel. They beat Robin Thrussell and Sue Chittenden in the 60 plus 3.5 final for the women's. 14-5-2, the ball was called in from that serve. Match point. And they take it. The team from Scotland find their way into the final. Very good performance from McGelvery and Boyle. They will be back in a bit for the women's 60 plus 4.0 plus final. A convincing win against Simpson and Shepherd. Fair play to them. Good performance. That gives me a bit of an opportunity just to shout out a few more medal winners here at the Welsh Open. In the men's 50 plus 3.0, Craig Tarr and David Blythe saw off Michael Trengenza and Richard Owen. Nigel Scholes and Neil Bowden took a bronze in that bracket. What else have we got? We've got Paul Seller and Sheridan New. They beat Michael Muir and Richard Whitehouse in the final. John Roberts and A.T. Jones taking bronze from Anglesey there. I think that brings you up to speed on all the medalists so far. So we'll just take a short break and we'll be back with the men's semi-final between... Who have we got? We've got Chard and Hardman playing Elliott and Adams. That'll be coming up any second now on court number 1. Back in a moment. And yes, we are back. We are back already. You've got to keep moving quick here in Wrexham if you want to keep on top of everything that is going on. And what is going on next is the men's double, 60 plus 4.0. It is the semi-final stage now. And on court, we're going to see Andy Elliott in the Everton blue and Derek Adams, They go up against Hardman and Chard, who we saw grasp defeat from the jaws of victory earlier when they were 10-2 up and failed to close the game out. Andrews and Alexander winning that game 11-10. So that means that Hardman and Chard are the second seeds, and they're playing the third placed pair, Elliott and Adams. We lost Popperwell and Dave Barker from the group stage. They finished in 5th. So semi-finals again, first 15, win by 2. This game was slated for 10-5. It's now 10-6, but we have had the game after it technically on the schedule in place already. So we're kind of, I'd say we're about there or thereabouts, guys. Maybe we'll be running half an hour late, but what's half an hour between friends at nearly 6 o'clock on a Wednesday night, when if you followed me this month earlier, we've been up to 3.5 hours out of sync by this time in the day. I mean, there's every chance that even with an hour and 45 home tonight, I could still be home at 10 o'clock. The lights won't be going out on me in the Welsh Open, I don't think. I'll be surprised. Depends what time the meter runs out, I guess, but I would imagine it will be later than our finishing time. Elliott and his partner, Derek Adams, go to the right of your screen. Elliott in the blue, Adams in the darker T-shirt. It looks like Elliott's going to be serving first. Chard will be receiving. Or is that right? No, it looks like Chard is going to be serving first. Is everyone in the right place? I believe they are. First to 15, win by 2. Paul Chard on serve. Let's get this semi-final on the road, folks. Changing ends at 8. And time in, we are underway. 0-0-2, Paul Chard on serve. Hardman straight up, just pulls that one wide though. Little flick with the backhand. Just goes wide of the court and well left by Adams. Could have been tempting to play it. Gives the ball over to his partner, Andy Elliott. Just the referee reminding them they need to make clear and obvious out calls, even if it is clear and obvious, just to help the referee through. Chard with a very deep return, hits the line, gets up to the non-volley zone, and then gets it down to the toes of Elliott. Good court play there by Chard. It wasn't about doing something spectacular, it was about getting good court position based off the shot you've just played. 0-0-2, Derek Adams on serve. Tries to drive, but was only ever coming over the top of that ball, and the ball was quite low, so not that surprising it's ended in the net. Off the net cord, and Hardman unlikely to move to that one. 0-0-2, still no points scored in this semi. Nice touch. Adams moves to one side, then just slightly off balance as he goes for the dink, puts the dink into the net. First point on the board, Paul Hardman on serve, 1-0-2. Chard drives to the backhand side of Adams and he punches that one down into the nets. This comes off the net. Chard reacts really nicely, does it again. Well, played by Elliott, and then it lifted for Adams, and he pushes it down into the net. (3-0-2) is the score. Nice drop from Hardman, gets them up. Chard this time, disappointed in himself, leaning in, pushes it down into the net. So chance for Elliott and Adams to get on the board for the first time in the semi-final. Bit of height there, dangling the carrot a little bit. Hardman fell for it and pushes the volley into the nets. First point on the board, 1-3-1. Chard backing away from the line. Hardman just trying to go cross court, but finds the net in the way. So 2 points on the board quickly for Elliott and Adams. They've narrowed the deficit to a single point. Just goes to show, winning the first few points doesn't always tell you what's going to happen in the game. That's not going to go over the net. It comes off the bar, goes back to Adams, so second serve. 2-3-2. Good touch. Chard gets up well though. Chard moves pretty well. Then that just goes wide from Elliott, putting it over the left shoulder of Paul Chard. Looks quizzically at the referee, but doesn't actually ask the question. I think he wouldn't have liked the answer had he done so. 2-2-1. Good reset from Chard. Can't do it a second time though. Good precision on the shot again from Elliott, just keeping Chard at the back of the court on the backhand side. Difficult to get the drop in from there. 3-2-2. Just died on Adams, down to his toes. Didn't adjust the feet, went paddle first and jammed the ball. 4-2-2. Little bit of daylight early. Again for Hardman and Chard. Nice placement again from Chard. Just picking on Adams on the left-hand side. They got it right into the middle of the body. Comes off his wrist. Five, 2-2. Nice drop from Chard, just getting it down to the shins of Adams. 6-2-2. There's a little bit of momentum now building for Chard and Hardman. That's good from Hardman. Elliott tries to keep him back, but he's at the line now. Good angle, there's the ATP. Chard tried to defend it, but that was nicely played by Derek Adams. Hardman realising he probably shouldn't have gone that wide. Just enough there for Adams to get the ATP in. Chard tried to defend it, but was unable to do so. Nice drop from Adams. But then Elliott leaning in, hits it into the net. They can't afford to miss their serves. They did so well to get the ball back in their hand, but then the next two actions failed them. And it's 6-2-1. Chard on serve. Good shot by Chard. Adams left it, got the paddle out of the way, but the ball drops in quite comfortably at the back of the court. Chard on the drive, hits it into the net, 7-2-2. Just need one more point, then they'll instigate the change of ends. Good drop by Chard. Goes to the same location. Yeah, Adams does well though, just pushes it behind Chard and he's unable to reset from there, just off balance. Yeah, well played, Derek Adams that time. Went to the right, knew it was coming back central, sat in the middle, pushed it down that middle. So 3-7-1. Elliott with a nice drop. Chard tries to keep them back. Hardman again. disappointed with himself. Just took that ball a little bit high and a little bit flat. Would have been better off just waiting a fraction longer, letting it get lower, which meant you would have had to play underneath it. If you play your dinks too flat, then you're probably going to find the net gets in the way. Game's just got a little bit scrappy over the last couple of exchanges. Neither team getting a regular rhythm of points again, but it is Chard and Hardman who've got the advantage. Yeah, good attack from Hardman, just keeping Adams on that back foot, keeping Elliott weight transferred behind him, and eventually force the error. 7-4-1. Return right onto the line from Elliott. Very deep, kissed the line perfectly, potentially skidded off it a little bit. Could serve that from Chard. Oh, maybe it wasn't a good serve from Chard. Referee being quite assertive here. Okay. Don't think that's really worked out in the favour of Chard. It looked like it was a good serve. Is that going to be a fault, or? Because earlier in the day it was called a fault serving for the score. Okay, good explanation from the referee there, in fairness. If you serve before the score is started to be called, it is a do it again. If you serve whilst the serve is being called, it is a fault. So, only a warning at this stage. Good, clear direction there from the referee. I like the clear communication coming from the sideline. Just out on that cross-court drop. Adams gives it the drive, Hardman repels. Chard nudges. Bit of lift there, but then they put it out. Chard gave that ball a little bit too much air for his liking, I'm sure, but then Adams went for the big shot and pulled it wide of court. So side out, 7-4. Speed up from Chard, not the best idea. Finds the net in the way. He's got to get back to the consistent, sensible decision making. 7-4-2. Slice return gets Chard up to the line. Chard then drives and it goes into the net. Four, 7-1. Yeah, good pressure again from Chard. Got it down to the toes. Error forced. Nice serve, gets the point. 5-7-2. That gap is suddenly down to 2 points. And it's felt relatively comfortable for Chard and Hardman for the majority of this game, but suddenly there is only a 2-point difference. Comes off the net cord, but Chard reacts. Elliott very disappointed with himself there. You can understand why. That ball wasn't there to speed up, wasn't there to take on. So side out, and it's Hardman on service, 7-5-1. Players getting frustrated with themselves now because it is getting a little bit scrappy. Mistakes that weren't happening earlier in the day are certainly happening now. 7-5-2. Touch from Elliott. Hardman gets there. Chard responds. Hardman attacks, and then Adams puts it long. So we've got the change of ends at 8-5-2. Good game this so far. Good game this so far. So a lot of what Elliott and Adams are trying is decent, but they've just got to be composed at the critical points in the rallies. It's a little bit more calm at the point of execution is what I'd be recommending. But not to change their style too much. So 15 seconds. Eight, 5-2. Chard on serve. Wide. Ball's called out. It was a pretty loud out call there, but the referee just saying that she didn't hear, and quite a lot of noise here in the arena, so unsurprising. I don't know what else they could have done in terms of calling out and sticking the finger up, but either way, the right outcome has been achieved. Yeah, good shot that, right behind Elliott, unable to control the next shot. Ten, 5-2, first to 15, win by 2. Andy makes the mistake, cries out, oh, Andy Elliott. Gives Chard and Hardman another point. 11-5-2. Little touch, will Hardman get there? No, he can't, because the backspin applied by Adams spins the ball back towards the net. Hardman goes for the speed up, ill-advised. Six, 11-1. Speed up from Chard forces the error from Adams. 6-11-2. Just wide. Seven, 11-2. Slight chink of hope here for Adams and Elliott. Nice return, hits the line. Chard keeps them deep. Oh, and then a clash of paddles in the middle. It's an 8th point for Elliott and Adams. Takes them to 8-11-2. the drop a bit tentative. 11-8-1. Yeah, good run attack to the non-volley zone line. Errors forced, 12 on the board. 12-8-1 is the score. Drive, then the drop. Chard reacts well, but that's good from Derek Adams. Stayed balanced, drove it through the middle. 12-8-2, second serve, Paul Chard. Yeah, good from Hardman. Saw the lift coming, got into a good position to attack. Got the forced error. (13-8-2), 2 points away from the final. One point away from the final. Match points for Chard and Hardman. Will they be the pair that goes through to the men's final? Not with that shot. Side out. 8-14-1. Absolute last chance saloon. Moves on to second server. (8-14-2). And that's cheap from Adams. Gives the ball straight back. Non-scoring side out when they needed all the points that were available to them. 14-8-1. And that's that. Chard and Hardman make their way through to the final. Brave effort by Elliott and Adams, but it is Paul Chard and Paul Hardman that will be going through to the final a little bit later today. They will be playing Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander, who won their semi-final against Thompson and Pimperton by 15 points to 7. That will be coming up, I'm presuming after the women's final, which will be Jane Portnell and Karen Farnhill up against Morag Boyle and Angela McGilvery. I'm hoping that one is ready to rock and roll. I can see Morag Boyle, I can see Angela McGilvery. I think I can see Karen Farnhill and Jane Portnell. So one will assume that we will have the final very soon indeed. And for those of you worried about whether my van is going to be retrieved before the ticket runs out, well, we've got an hour and a half. An hour and a half to get the 2 finals in. Can we do it? Not if we get one that ends up being like the men's doubles final that we saw earlier today. 16-14 in game 3. Serve changing hands more times than you can even keep count of. And in the end, we saw the team from Scotland take the gold medal. Simpson and Crockett took gold from Gwilym and G. Will it be another team from Scotland now? Morag Boyle and Angela McGilvery, who take the gold medal in the women's final. They are coming up next against Jane Portnell and Karen Farnhill. I'll be back in a couple of moments to bring you that live here from the Diadem 2026 Welsh Open. So welcome back to Championship Court. We're about to bring you the women's doubles final in the 60 plus category. We've got 4 players. We don't have a referee. Karen Farnhill's trying to explain something to me before we get going. Now we've got a superstitious moment, shall we say, for Karen Farnhill. She's wearing her top inside out, which she was very keen to share with you viewers. But she's not going to change it because she doesn't want to take her top off on camera, and that's absolutely fair enough, Karen. But yeah, superstition prevails that you've got your way through to the final with the top the wrong way round. And what a semi-final it was. Jane Portland and Karen Farnhill beat Carol McKenzie and Fiona Moncur 16-14. And we did see Boyle and McGilvery beat Shepherd and Simpson somewhat easily, 15-5. We've got 4 players. We don't have a referee. We could do with a referee because we'd like to get this final going. And we've been pretty punctual at getting the games going the minute the court is vacant. I'd be surprised if we fail on that now. We've got, looking over at the far side of the court, is that 3 or 4 referees sitting down, probably just deciding, maybe using rock, paper, scissors, who's going to get the final. Well, they want to sort it out quickly because we have places to be here, and the place you want to be is here with me on Championship Court. Welsh Open final, 60 plus 4.0 plus women's final. And it's the first time we've seen Farnhill and Portnell on court today. We've had a little bit of a look at Boyle and McGilvery, how well they did in their previous game, the semi-final. This will be first to 11, win by 2, best of 3. We're just waiting for the referee to appear. I think, understandably, just taking on some refreshment, having just taken the previous semi-final. 2 more games for you today here on the live stream. This women's final, then the men's final. 18 minutes past 6, 18:18. If you are a fan of numbers being the same when you're telling the time. I am actually, I mean, there you go, I do like the numbers being the same. I'm particularly a fan of 11:11. Get to make a wish on that one. Don't know what you can do with 18:18. Maybe you can start a pickleball final at 18:18. That would be good. I mean, I'm not getting too nervous about getting a ticket, but I'm getting a little bit nervous about getting a ticket. Got an hour and less than an hour and a half now to get these 2 finals completed. And if this goes on to be an epic like Mackenzie and Moncur, Portland and Farnhill in the semi-final, we could be here for a little bit longer. Portland and Farnhill finished second in their group, only on points difference. They won 2, lost 1, as did Shepherd and Simpson, as did Mackenzie and Moncur. It was actually Boyle and McGilvery who find themselves in the final, who lost all 3 of their group games, but won the most important game to date, which was the semi-final. Referee just going through the last couple of checks. Just check that there's no illegal paddles being touted by the 60 plus ladies on Championship courts. Not a boomstick between them, in fairness. Pickleball World, the official partner of the Welsh Pickleball Federation. They are here selling their wares this weekend, as are our sponsors Diadem. Also representation from Picklebook, who are running the software, the tournament software, and Pickleball Escapes in the far corner. Farnhill just makes her way with a nice little fairy dance to the back of the court. She will be on the serving team as we get going. It looks like Jane Portnell's got the ball in hand. She will be serving first, I think, in this final. Team Scotland just getting themselves back into a chat. And we are going to be underway any second now. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today on the live stream. If you are still with me, watching this final, do come and say hello. Sometimes you just feel like you're talking into a pickleball void when you are commentating and there's nobody interacting. Jane Portnell on serve. Game 1. First to 11 win by 2. And it's 0-0-2. Portnell on serve. Farnhill with the drive. Then the drop just finds the nets. Early side outs for McElvery to serve at 0-0-1. Do apologise, the live stream is just frozen once again, so forgive me if I don't see what's happening in this point as I try and bring it back for you. There you go. Luckily the point's still going. And it ends with Boyle just trying to jam it out from in between her feet. Second server. Zero, 0-2. Ball goes up in the air. Portnell, good reset from Boyle. In the air again, Portnell comes central to try and take control. Did the right thing, but then pushed that volley into the net. First point on the board for Boyle and McElvery. 1-0-2. Do apologise, the live stream seems to have frozen again. I tell you it's 1-0-2 at the moment. That is exactly the case that we have. Appear to be back in play once again. Ball went outside out at 0-1. One of those days as a commentator where you're writing the theme tune, singing the theme tune, trying to do the scoreboard, but there isn't one. Trying to make sure the cameras are still in play, and yeah, all going on here in the commentary booth. But I was joined by Leah McDaniel and Kim McCall, the two Pickle twins, earlier in the day. They'll be back. Oh, Leah will definitely be back tomorrow. I don't know what Kim's doing. I think, get the feeling Leah does what she's told, Kim does what she wants in that dynamic. And we'll find out if they're listening, because I'm sure that comment will get a little comment in return if they are tuning in. 2-1-1, Portnell on serve. Doesn't really matter whose it was because they got the job done. Might have been Boyle's, might have been McElvery's, but either way, it's got over to second server. 2-1-2. Good reset from Portnell. Nice placement by Boyle. Good play again from Farnhill. Just leans into the non-volley zone. Very nice indeed. Backs off this time though. Up goes the lob. Good defence. Nearly got it back. Ball goes out. And that'll be a side out. So side out at 1-2, I believe. Yeah, coming in at 1-2-1. Boyle with the serve. Good depth on that return from Portnell. Gets her up to the non-volley zone line, but she backs away. Then that lob goes up and lands in. Seen McElvery pulling that lob out of the hat a few times. Certainly in the semi-final. Seen it for the first time here in the final. 2-2-1. Boyle, nice drop. Comes forward. Farnhill just punching that volley into the nets. 3-2 to the team from Scotland in game 1. First to 11 win by 2 in this first game, as it will be in all of the games in this final. Just got Farnhill backing away once again. Four, 2-1. And an error goes into the nets. Second server, 4-2-2. Called long by Boyle, moves on to 5-2-2. Patience from Boyle and McGelvery. Farnhill defends the speed up. Good cross court from Portnall, just to get a little kiss off the net there, which helps out. But a good point there played by all four players. 2-5-1 on the paddle of Portnall. They need to try and edge their way back into game one here. Bit flat, that shot from McGelvery. Three, 5-1. Third goes into the net, so they move on to second server, 3-5-2. Bit of height on that third from Farnhill allows McGelvery and Boyle to get established, but then Boyle just let that ball drop below the net and then took the volley, pushes it into the net. 4-5-2. Height on the return, lob from Farnhill, dealt with. There goes the lob again, Portnall copes. Portnall gets there again. Farnhill keeps the ball in play, little touch shot, Farnhill does well. Oh dear, that's been lifted. Farnhill stayed in that point very nicely, was able to then attack down to the toes. A little bit too much lift from McGelvery. We have a tied game of 5. 5-5-2 as Farnhill serves. Portnall with a bit of a driven drop. And just wide for McGelvery. Portnall calls it out. (6-5-2). They've turned this around. Farnhill goes for a big lob. That's a great lob. What a shot that is from Karen Farnhill. Up and over and in the back of the court. Lovely shot, Karen Farnhill. Like I say, got a soft spot for Karen. She's part of our Road to the English Open series we ran on World Pickleball Magazine. If you haven't checked out World Pickleball Magazine yet, do head over to worldpickleballmagazine.com. Check out our monthly digital magazine and our daily pickleball news. Yeah, we did the Road to the English Open and Karen was very much a part of that series. And unfortunately, with such a quick turnaround between English and Welsh, we weren't able to get a Road to the Welsh Open series out. Many of the players that are taking part here did take part in Birmingham as well a couple of weeks ago. 6-7-1. Bit of a slower, higher serve there from Boyle, but was unable to follow up on the third. (6-7-2). Up goes the lob. Goes long. This time McGelvery's lob doesn't pay off. Gives the ball back to the hand of Karen Farnhill at 7-6. Up goes the lob again. That's a lovely lob again from Farnhill. Number 1. Quite a few lobs happening in this game, but they're well-judged lobs typically, well executed. So Portnall just been asked to be a bit clearer with her signals. 8-6-1 on the paddle of Karen Farnhill. Good deep serve. Return goes long. 9-6. Farnhill and Portnall just getting closer to the finishing line in game 1. 9-6-1. Ball goes in the air. Portnall gets a jam back, just long. Second serve. Second serve at 9-6. So, side out. McGelvery will serve. Opportunity again for them to try and take this first game a little bit deeper, but unable to execute on the third shot. Second server. Chipped return, gets them up to the line. Portnell on the attack, gets the side out. Non-scoring, could be a play there from Jane Portnell. Timeout being called by the receivers, the team from Scotland. It's going to go and have a little think about how this game is going for them. It's, commentator's going to have a quick moment to refresh and be back as soon as the players are back on court. So we're going to be coming back in at 9-6, and Farnhill and Portnell will be happy with what they're doing so far. It is over to McGelvery and Boyle to try and change what they're doing. Be interested to see what their game plan is, if anything has changed from that timeout, or whether it was just purely to break the momentum. Coming in at 9-6-1. Deep serve. Portnell on the drive, touch from McGelvery. Yeah, nice placement that time from Boyle, just down to the left foot of Portnell. Second serve from Portnell, 9-6-2. Farnhill with a good drive. McGelvery just trying to be a bit cute with that drop volley. Didn't come off. Gets them to game point in game two. Game one, I do apologise. Game one. Game point in game one. Lob. Just about dealt with. Portnell again on the attack. Good touch that from Portnell. Can they get forward? They've just pushed them back, so Farnhill able to reach in. Such a nice play from Portnell and Farnhill, but Farnhill just unable to execute, but they've got to keep that play because that was really nice bit of work to get into the attacking position. 6-10-1, one game point saved. Lob, Portnell does ever so well, Farnhill reads it, good switch as well between the two of them. And that's well played, Portnell and Farnhill. They had to change sides in the middle of that point. They did it seamlessly, and then they were able to re-establish and play from there. 6-10-2. Lob goes up, goes long. Portnell making it very clear the ball was out. So another opportunity, 2 bites of the cherry to get game one done. 10-6-1. Good drop from Portnell. Unable to get forward though. Farnhill resets. They can move up the court now. Good position of that ball from Morag Boyle. It's got Portnell slightly off balance on the forehand side. Farnhill goes high, early call. She goes high again. Boyle smashes, goes high again. And then the smash goes out of court and they do take game one. Well played Farnhill and Portnell. Farnhill just kept lobbing the ball up there and Boyle fell for it at the third time of asking. Game one, 11-6. They'll be changing ends. And Good start from Farnhill and Portnell. They'll be very pleased with what they've done in that game. They've pretty much coped with most things that came their way. A few things there for Boyle and McElvery to ponder. I think a lot of it comes down to unforced errors again, and how often do we say that? David Simpson just giving a few tips from the sidelines. Gold medal winner earlier today. He came back from a similar situation to take the gold. Coming up to 22-7 in the evening here. And Farnhill and Portnell have the one game advantage going into game 2. Still no result in the bronze medal match. I can just see that still going on over on court number 2, just out of my eye shot. In fact, you might be able to see it slightly, top left of your screen as you're watching. You could see a little bit of Alison Shepherd, Pamela Simpson playing Carol McKenzie and Fiona Moncur. You need very good eyesight to exactly make out what's going on, but I can assure you it's happening over in that top left of your screen. The main bit of your screen, though, you've got game 2 coming up now of this women's 60 plus, 4.0 plus final. Boyle and McElvery need to win the next 2 games if they are going to take gold. Portnell and Farnhill somewhat logically only need 1, as it is best of 3. 15 seconds before we get time in from the referee. Did you count that down with me? That was 15, bang on the money. 0-0-2, beginning of game 2. Bit of height from McElvery. Portnell with a very nice angle volley there. Touch of the barb cappers there in that shot. Very nicely executed. Early side out. Opportunity for Portnell and Farnhill to score first. They won't do with that one though. It just goes long. Not that far long, but long enough. Drive, reset, touch, goes round the post, gets the ATP. Well played, Jane Portnell. Boyle felt like she had to try and block it, but it just comes off the top of her paddle. Farnhill and Portnell strike first in game 2. 1-0-2. Serve called out. Farnhill going to go and get the ball. Is a question going to be asked? Point was given, ball was in. 2-0-2. That's a good reset again from Portnell. Allows them to get forwards. Yeah, that's nice from Farnhill and Portnell. Kept balanced all the way through that rally. Able then to get the ball down to the toes. (3-0-2). Bit of height. Portnell defends well though. And then Boyle misses the speed up. Jane Portnell just getting the benefit of keeping that ball in play one more time. (4-0-2) in game 2. Oh, just drops in. Portnell, I can understand the reason to leave it because it looked like it was going long, but then suddenly dipped. Stayed in court, side out. Nice from Karen Farnhill. Very well played, very well controlled. Second server. Just long from Farnhill on that return. Both the Scottish ladies calling that out in unison. So side out. Referee just reminding the players again, just need them to make the out call really clear for her, just to make her life easier. Coming in at 4-1-1. Portnall on serve. Nice drop again from Jane Portnall, but then the next ball goes in the net. Lovely little touch there from McGelvery. Just drops the ball over the net. Very nice touch. Gets the side out, non-scoring. 1-4-1. High return. Drive from Boyle. Didn't get the contact she wanted at all there. And second server. Important for McGelvery and Boyle to really do something with these serves when they get the opportunity to. Need to start getting some points on the board. Great reset again from Portnall, and then Boyle just knocks it to the side. Very nice play, applauded by Jane Portnall. She appreciated that touch of quality from her opponent. Good sportsmanship there being shown. 2-4-2. Portnall then gives away a free return, so 1 point difference. They're just starting to get a foothold in this game. Nice lob to the back of the court, well executed by Farnhill. Side out, 4-3-1. Drive from Portnall. Boyle just about deals with Farnhill. A bit too tentative on that reset. 4-3-2. The scores, or the points I should say, have stopped flowing so easily for Farnhill and Portnall. And that's credit to Boyle and McGelvery for fighting back. Boyle gives it an early call. Portnall takes central channel, forces the error. Good play, Jane Portnall. Long from Boyle. No, ball's called long, in fact. Good honesty there from Farnhill. So 3-5-1. Got to take the opportunity with your serves when it comes your way. Height on that one. McGelvery comes in on the attack, misses. Side out. Return goes wide, 6-3-1. 3 points gap now. They need another 5 points to take the gold medal in this bracket. McGelvery and Boyle won't give it up without a fight though, and Portnall misses that drop. Six, 3-2. Reset from Farnhill. Then unable to get the second one in. Game's getting scrappy now. Boyle and McGelvery got to make the most of these opportunities that keep coming back to them. Good work work from Farnhill to keep that ball alive. McGelvery misses the reset from just back from the non-volley zone. Second server. Good touch from Farnhill. Portnell just pushes it wide. Farnhill just about keeps it going. Portnell backs off. 5-6-2 here, of course. And then McGelvery just jabs at the ball without committing. Side out, 6-5-1. Farnhill and Portnell will feel a lot better if they can get a couple of points on the ball quickly here, just to open up that gap again. 6-4-1, my apologies, not 6-5, 6-4-1. Speed up, gets the error. Six, 4-2. Been stuck on 6 for a while. They're going to remain stuck on 6 because they haven't scored in that side out either. So they're coming in at 4-6-1. Just push long from Portnell. Farnhill and Portnell's game has just gone down a level or two in the last 5-6 minutes. They're going to have to find a way of picking it back up again. Lob, Farnhill retrieves it, puts it back in the air herself. Portnell gives it a bit of air. Yeah, good attack from McGelvery. Coming in at 5, is it? Sorry, maybe not coming in. No, they've got themselves level at 6-6. There goes the lob, up and over Portnell. She goes back, she lobs it herself. Keeps it in play. Well done, Jane Portnell. Gets the side out. Feels like it's important to get the ball back sooner rather than later there, because the Scots have found themselves back in this second game for sure. Portnell does ever so well, goes for the ATP again. This time hits the post. Drive from Farnhill into the net. Six, 6-1. Left by Portnell, just goes long. Points aren't flowing for either team right now. 6-6-2. Nip and tuck, remember, Farnhill and Portnell won game 1. So they just need to get this one over the line whatever way they can. The pressure is really on Morag Boyle and Angela McGelvery. They've got to win both the games to take the gold medal. Up goes the lob, Portnell's there this time. And again, she needs to be there. Oh, that's great work from the Scots. Farnhill just looking to touch and reset the pace, which was the right idea. Just found the net. So, Boyle and McGelvery in the lead for the first time in game 2. Side out though. Portnell and Farnell been stuck on 6 for some time. They've got to find their levels again. They've got to find a gear. Deep serve. Pushed wide by Morag Boyle. She can't believe she's done that. Goes to 7-7. Yeah, a bit too much height that time for Jane Portnell. Morag Boyle stands in a good position, gets the attack. Moves over to the second server. Seven, 7-2. Up goes the lob. Asking a lot of Boyle, but just called out. There's a sense of relief there from Boyle as she saw the ball go wide. Good pressure. Moves over to the second server. 7-7-2. Still got the men's final to bring you after this game. So, those of you trying to keep an eye on the schedule, running approximately 25 minutes behind schedule at the moment. Oh, that's a poor one for Boyle. Side out at 7s. Whichever team can just string 2 or 3 points together now is going to put so much pressure on the opponents. You'd feel they get this game 2 over the line. For Farnell and Portnell, that means they would take the gold medal. Too much height again from Portnell. Oh, they've got lucky that time. So, no points again. So 7-1. Farnell pushes that one into the net. 8-7-1. War of attrition now in this second game. Who's got the bottle to get it over the line? Yeah, good attack from Portnell. Boyle just not convinced she chose the right shot there. I'd have to agree with her. Nicely played by Portnell. Just changed direction at the last there. Flicks it down the line. Seven, 8-1. Farnell picks a good spot. Gets level at 8. Three points away from gold. Her opponents are 3 points away from taking it to a third game. Portnell taking responsibility. Farnell lobs it up. And again. Off balance there, Boyle. Yeah, well placed by Portnell. That's nicely constructed. Score is 9-8-1, I believe. Might be 9-8-2. I'm going to have to check that with the referee. My mistake. Timeout being called by Boyle and McGelvery. Teams get one timeout each in each game. Let me just see if there's any other medals that have been decided whilst we've been doing this game. Well, the bronze medal match is still going over on court number 2. Tell you that much. See if anything else has been filled in on my medal chart. Don't think we shouted out Tracy Povey and Isabel Kay for winning gold in the 60 plus 3.0. They beat Stella Bradley and Sarah Coggins. Frankie Wallace and Rosie Bailey taking bronze there. Scrolling through, and I don't think we've shouted out Neil Cunningham and Richard Whittaker for taking gold in the men's doubles at 50 plus 3.5. They beat Paul Nash and Mark Fidian. David Inns and Stephen Irvin taking bronze in that bracket as well. So we're just waiting for this. The women's doubles at 3.0 50 plus and the men's doubles at 60 plus 4.0, and that is your lot for the day. 981 here. Portnell attacks, gets it to gold medal point. One on the paddle of Karen Farnhill. Portnell resets well. Can they get up to the line? Farnhill just tries to gently push it, but gently pushes it into the net. So they're going to need the second server of Jane Portnell to get this game over the line. Still gold medal point. 10-8-2, Jane Portnell on serve. Nice drop. Work from Portnell. Goes for the ATP. What a way to win the final. Ball's been called out. The referee has confirmed that call. I think Portnell can count herself a little bit unlucky there. They still have 10 on the board. That would have been the moment of the day if Jane Portnell had been given that ATP to win the final. Obviously, we all have a different view. And it was the view of the players on court that are the most important. Just what we see on the cameras here isn't always necessarily exactly how it lands. If it had been, I think Jane Portnell would have been walking away with the gold medal there with Karen Farnhill. They've got to get the ball back in their hand again because the opportunity is there for Morag Boyle and Alison McGevery to try and get themselves back out from an almost impossible situation. But it is only it's only 2 points behind, sorry. You've got to win by 2, though, so they need to win the next 4 points in this game if they are going to take it to a third. Going to need 2 serves to do it. Eight, 10-2. Good deep serve that from Morag Boyle. Good footwork from Farnhill. Clearly that one was out from Portnell, so we have 9 on the board. This is getting nip and tuck once again. 9-10-2. Tension on show court. Just out from Morag Boyle. Gives the ball back to Jane Portnell on serve at 10-9. Once again, gold medal points in the hands of Portnell and Farnhill. They've got 2 bites of the cherry. Can they close it? They can indeed at the first time of asking. Portnell and Farnhill take the gold medal. Thoroughly entertaining game. Well deserved from Karen Farnhill and Jane Portnell. Really good effort from Morag Boyle and Alison McGelvery. the way they came back from not taking a win in the group stage to win the semi and to take that final pretty deep was exceptional stuff. But congratulations to our gold medalists, Karen Farnhill and Jane Portnell. Thoroughly deserved performance in that match. And enjoy your evenings, ladies. We're going to be moving on to the men's final pretty quickly, I would imagine, because the referee is already coming over just to do a check on the net. And the men's game, they've been waiting to get on court. They're raring to go. We're raring to get them going. Last game of the day here at the Welsh Open is going to be the men's final. And it is going to be between Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander and Paul Hardman and Paul Chard. I will be bringing you that game live in the next couple of minutes. Go and get a quick refreshment, folks, and come back because you don't want to miss the last game of the day. So welcome back to the last game of the day here in Wrexham. It's going to be the men's final, 60 plus, 4.0 plus competition. And what a final we have got for you to finish off the day's events. We've got Martin Andrews and Paul Alexander up against Paul Chard and Paul Hardman. Andrews and Alexander, they won their semi-finals, 15-7 against Thompson and Pimperton. And we saw Hardman and Chard beat Elliott and Derek Adams some time ago in the semi-final here on show court. And they get the honour of closing the day's play here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Diadem Welsh Open Day 1 draws to a close with this final. Now, when they met each other in the group stage, not that tells you a lot, but gives you a little indicator maybe what a game it was. Andrews and Alexander came back from 10-2 behind to win that game 11-10. Has that left a little bit of a psychological marker on Chard and Harbin, or will they just completely forget that and get going again? We shall find out. I'll tell you what, if we get 11-10 again in any of these best of 3 matches, it's going to be a close one, and some people might say they could do with this final being done in the next 35 minutes if they've got a van on a ticket about 3-minute walk away. But as the consummate professional I am, I'm just looking forward to an exceptional final to finish the day of play here in North Wales. So Andrews and Alexander won all 4 games in the group. The only defeat Harbin and Chard faced was against Andrews and Alexander. As I say, they had a 10-2 lead and were unable to get the game done. Both teams got through their semi-finals pretty comfortably. Chard and Harbin move to the right of your screen. They are in black. Andrews and Alexander in blue, dark blue, move to the left of your screen, and they will be getting us underway. First to 11, win by 2, best of 3 in this final. Let's see how we get on. Chargers putting the pressure on Andrews, but tentative there on that 5th shot coming through the transition zone. Goes into the net, so early opportunity now for Chard and Hardman to score first. Bit of height from Hardman on both those balls from the back of the court, and then the next one over adjusts, put it into the net. 0-2. Just goes long from Alexander. A little bit of pressure maybe. Poor decision on that shot. First point on the board. If you are watching along in this final, last game of the day, do come and say hello in the YouTube chat. I have got it open in front of me. I'll be able to respond as Chard comes storming through. Just stops in time before he ends up in the non-volley zone. And that's 2 points on the board quickly for Alexander and Chard. But that won't worry Andrews and Alexander. They've been here before. That serves us called out. Zero, 2-1. Chard goes deep, hits the line. Good drop from the back of the court, but can't quite get forward yet. Yeah, good play there by Hardman. Just saw Alexander trying to get to the line, put it across him, the volley goes into the net. Drive from Alexander. Chard chops at the volley, pushes it into the net. First point on the board for Alexander and Andrews. Chipped return, lands on the line again. Backs away from the line, does Hardman. Gets back up to the line, backs away again. Just long from Andrews, side out. Ball in the hand of Paul Chard. Just a little dispute as to whether the ball was long. Looked long for me from here, I have to say, but nothing to do with me. I am merely a commentator, and sometimes not even that. Chard does well again, avoids the non-volley zone line, punches it down the middle. Three, 1-1. Good defence on the ATP. Good reset again. Nice play this point. Off the net cord from Andrews. Chard unfortunate there because they got themselves into a good position. Net cord didn't help them. 3-1-2. Drive, punch down by Andrews. In the air, Chard gets on the attack, was able to pick Andrews off. Just a little bit too much height on that one from Alexander. 4 points on the board for Hardman. First to 11, win by 2 in these best of 3 games. Played it, looked like it was going out, and then Hardman follows up into the net anyway. 1-4-1. Good depth again from Chard on the return. Hardman deals with the lob. Good drive from the back of the court by Alexander. Hardman pops it into the net. 2-4-1. Cross court. And again. Yeah, that's a good spot there by Hardman. Got it into a really good area. Moves over to the second server. Lob goes up. Hardman's comfortable enough with those, as is Chard. Forces the reset into the net. So 3-2 on the paddle of Paul Chard. Sorry, 4-2-1. My apologies. 4-2-1. Nice drop from Hardman. Just kisses the net cord on the way through, but net cords typically only tend to reward good shots. Good work from the back of the court by Hardman. He's gone very high that time. Just goes long fractionally. (5-2-2) in this first game of this men's final. Goes for that lob. Chard reacts as well. Long from Hardman. So side outs coming in at 2-5. Good return. Keeping Andrews at the back of the court at the moment, and then Hardman misses the easiest shot of them all. Very frustrated with himself. (3-5-1). Attack from Andrews, straight into the net. (3-5-2). Nice return again. Yeah, good speed up from Alexander. Chard just not quite ready for it. Weight was a little bit backward, and then his deflection goes long. Nice bit of play by Paul Alexander. 4-5-2. Big drive. Kisses the line. Well done there, Hardman. Ball was travelling at him, but stood up well. Pushed it back to the outside, kissed the line, got the side out. Yeah, well put away by Alexander. Just got it down past the toes of Paul Chard. 5-4-2. Oh, that was going wide, surely, from Andrews. Hardman punches it down into the net, non-scoring side out again. Game's just lost its rhythm. 5-4-1. Drive dealt with. Alexander lifts. Chard goes very nicely across court. Very nicely put away by Paul Chard. Good little 1-2. Worked out well. 4-5-2. Hasn't been a point scored for a few exchanges. Good reset. Can they get closer to the non-volley zone line? They can't from their error. Non-scoring side out once again. Yeah, they're off 5 this time. Nice speed up initiated by Hardman. Chard was well set for the counter. Puts the ball down through the middle. Hardman just unable to drop from the back. 6-4-2. Yeah, good leave there by Hardman. Good leave, because that ball was dropping, and he was relieved to see it drop further than the baseline. 7-4-2. Lob goes up, got Alexander stretching. Chard puts it across court again. Hardman puts it long. Felt like a big point that. That point would have been a good point to keep that gap widening. As it is, giving the ball back to his opponents. Good return though on his next action. Chard just softens that one. Alexander deals with it well. Slightly dead dink, not taken on. Chard goes in, forces the mistake. Good play again from Paul Chard. For 7-2 in the first game of this final. Nice reach by Chard. Just wide from Paul Chard. Slightly risky going that way from Paul Alexander, but he's come away with the points. 5-7-2. Serve is out, so side out at 7-5-1. Opportunity again for Hardman and Chard to get closer to game one. Yeah, well put away by Alexander, just stayed balanced, forced it through the gap. Needed a bit more on that ball and he timed that nicely. 7-5-2. Lift on that third. Better that time from Chard. Yeah, that's good play again from Andrews and Alexander. They get the side out. 5-7-1. Serve goes long by a distance. Chard just knocking the ball back to Andrews for the second server. Nice drop. A dead one there. That's better. Tried to take the ATP on it. Never really looked like it was on. Didn't look like that ball was going to get wide enough for Paul Alexander. Side out. So 7-5-1. Points are hard to come by at the moment. Yeah, good position again. Good placement. Chard just caught inside the baseline. Good call from Hardman. Ball goes long. So, points finally. It's been a while. Good serve that from Chard. Good defence. Oh, and then Alexander misses a routine shot. It's 9-5 on the second server. Chard lifts it. Nice reset that from Hardman. If he got in there, he could have taken that on. Oh! Chard gets away with one there. That was going long from his shot. Andrews hit it and hit it long himself. Game points in game one. Return comfortably in. Complete misjudgment there from Chard. Hoping it was going to go long. It dipped quite late. Gives the ball back to his opponents. Chard just readjusting the grip on his paddle. Coming in at 5-10-1. Alexander and Andrews came back from this sort of position. They came back from a worse position than this in the round robin. They're now up to 6. At what point do the nerves start jangling again for Chard and Hardman? What point do they start thinking, oh no, it's happening again? Maybe now is the point, because they've come out again with it. Hardman and Chard trying to get themselves pumped up. You can tell that they have that feeling. Just wide from Andrews. Moves over to second server. Seven, 10-2. Trying to keep Andrews on that side of the court. Lifted, Chard puts it away. Well taken, Paul Chard. Was on that in a flash. And the ball goes back into their hands. They've got another opportunity to get game one over the line and to put to bed any thoughts of that pesky comeback again from their opponents. That's a nice drive from Hardman. Gets game one in the book. Hardman and Chard lead this final by a game to 0. And for Andrews and Alexander, there were some very good moments in there, but not quite consistent enough, and they weren't able to pull it all back again like they did before. So, Chard and Hardman just at separate ends of the court at the moment, not having much of a chat between them, or not having any chat between them at this moment in time, but sure that will change as they move down. At the moment, Andrews and Alexander deep in conversation, trying to work out what they need to do to mix it up a little bit in the second game. Hardman now joins Paul Chard at the bottom of the court. Can they win this second game to take gold medal, or will Alexander and Andrews take us to a third and final game? The next 10-15 minutes or so will certainly tell us the answer to that question. And maybe let me know if I'm going to get a parking ticket as well. Well, if it does go to a third game, it will be a well-earned parking ticket, because it will have been another epic men's final. Don't forget, the one before refused to end the men's final that we had in the 50 plus 4.0 plus category, which, to be fair, was definitely more like a 50 plus 4.5 by the end of it. What are we going to see here in this next game? Referee's about to call time in. It's going to be Paul Chard on serve, 0-0-2. They have a game advantage. It's down to Alexander and Andrews now to change the narrative. Good reset. Good pressure applied again, though, by Hardman. Nice, intelligent pickleball there from Paul Hardman. Chard went on the attack, got them back from the line, and then Hardman just put it into the right spot to force the next error. So first point on the board for Chard and Hardman, 1-0-2. Big drive, goes long. Side out, Chard just telling himself to calm down a little bit. I think that's good advice. Didn't need to go that hard at the drive. Either team can just get on a run of points. It's not really happened too much in this final. Alexander puts his third into the net. Chard just trying to retrieve the ball and needs to try a third time. Picks it up, knocks it back to his opponents. 0-1-2. Nice touch from Paul Chard. Double bounce. Good work by Chard. Just changed the depth of the court there quite nicely. So 1-0-1, non-scoring side out. Cross court, keeps them back. It's a great drop from Hardman. That's a bit too much height from Alexander. Chard's on it in a flash. Gets the second point. Nice drive that from Hardman. Just caught Alexander still moving through the transition zone. Just took a little bit off that drive, Hardman. I like it. 3-0-1. Lob goes up. That's not going to work out well, I'm sure. But oh my word, he's missed the volley. He's missed the smash. I didn't think for a second that was a good shot from Chard, but it's got the point. Second server, 4-0-2. Hardman puts the drive into the net. Hardman puts the third into the net again, just to let you know that Mackenzie Moncur took the women's bronze, beating Shepherd and Pamela Simpson in the bracket we were tracking earlier. And in this one, Andy Elliott and Derek Adams have taken the bronze medal, 12-10, 11-6 against Jeremy Thompson and Gordon Pimperton in this bracket. Andrews puts his third into the net. So important to get your third shots in at this stage in such an important game. 2-4-2, or 0-4-2 maybe, sorry. I'll get the score correct in a second. Lob goes up. Hardman puts his smash into the net. So one missed smash each based off a lob. 2-4-2 is the score. Big drive. Big drive, dealt with twice. Nice from Chard. Chard taking control here. Now Hardman gets in. Steps back. Good reset from Alexander. Hardman doesn't miss that smash, and then Alexander chooses to drive from the back of the court. Important there for Hardman not to miss that smash. It would have been two in a row. So serving at 4. 4-2-1, Paul Chard. Big drive again. Alexander backs away, but just gets enough to get it down low enough to force the error from Hardman. 4-2-2. Nice drop that. Great recovery as well from Alexander. Chard just about keeps it alive. Great reactions at the non-volley zone line. Oh, and then Andrews goes for a big one. Puts it straight down into the net. Poor choice there from Martin Andrews. 5-2-2. Good return though from Andrews. Next action was good. Then that one goes out off the tip of his paddle. (6-2) in game 2. I think Andrews and Alexander are considering a timeout there, opted not to take it. 6-2-2 is the score. That's a lovely little nudge there from Alexander. Just caught Chard off balance. Very clever little shot. Coming back in at 2-6-1. Big drive from Alexander. Harmon half left it, but half leaving isn't enough when it hits your paddle. 3-6. Called long. Andrews just again moving through on the volley. Couldn't get balanced enough to control it the way he needed. 3-6-2. And then punches the volley into the net. So important side out there. Chard and Harmon got the opportunity once again to keep moving this along, but they've been stuck on 6 for a couple of side outs. Could do with scoring easily in this one. Good recovery there from Alexander, because there was a little clip off the net in there. Did really well to control the volley. Yeah, well played by Hardman. Gets a round of applause from Paul Alexander. Great display of sportsmanship there at such a crucial point in this game. 7-3-2. Good return. Great recovery from Chard as well. Then does well another time. Hardman gets the chance to punch it down on the smash. Paul Chard got himself out of jail there with a great bit of recovery. Hardman capitalises. Nice drop. Great speed up there from Martin Andrews. They needed that. They get the side out. Just felt like the game was getting away from them slightly, but they've given themselves another opportunity. (3-8-1). Really important for Andrews and Alexander to get a score here. They've got themselves up to the non-volley zone line nicely. Hardman changes direction pretty well there, forces the error from Alexander. Nice little bit of misdirection there from Paul Hardman. Just held the paddle a fraction longer, changed the direction. 3-8-2. Oh, and then that time just got a bit over the top on it. Pushes it down into the net. 4-8-2. Have they got one more comeback in them? Lob. Hardman happy with that. Chard takes it and just about misses the man who's off court. Chard hits the top of his paddle. Could have so easily hit Alexander. He did well to get all of him and his clothes out of the way. 5-8-2. Kisses the net again. Andrews comes in. Chard hits an out ball. Control's gone in the rally, but they're getting it back by slowing it down again. That's nice. Bit of air, bit of air. Oh, well played, Martin Andrews. Took a bit of a risk taking that ball on, but executed perfectly. Lovely shots. Lets out a big cry, a big celebration there. 6-8-2, they're edging their way back in again. Then just when he needed to be calm, having done something so good, didn't get himself calm in the moment, puts his serve long. Serving at 8-6-1, Chard. Drops it into the net. Still travelling through the shot. This is the last game going on here in Wrexham. All eyes are on the court. Everyone who's still here is watching in on this game. Bit of air. Oh, and Alexander just rolls that ball into the net. It's a bit of a cheap point at such a crucial time. Hardman on serve at 9-6. 9-6, second serve. Nice third, forces the error from Andrews. They've got gold medal points now. Andrews bowls the ball at Chard. Clips him on the back of the head. Absolutely no intent with that whatsoever. Everyone's all smiles. Nicely put away by Paul Chard. He and Hardman take the gold medal. Really good final, played in very good spirits. Enjoyed that thoroughly. Good effort put in by Paul Alexander and Martin Andrews. But your gold medalists are Paul Hardman and Paul Chard. And folks, look, that brings us to the end of today's coverage here from Wrexham. Day one of the Welsh Open, sponsored by Diadem, is now at an end. We'll be back bright and early in the morning. 9 o'clock start for you. Mixed doubles day. So don't miss out. We will be back on the live stream then. Well done to everyone who's taken part today. Well done if you got a medal, but well done if you also took part and had a good time, because don't forget, that's what pickleball is about, having a good time. I've been Chris Beaumont. I'll be back in the morning. I'm just going to go and see if I can rescue my van now from getting a parking ticket. Thank you for being with me today. See you tomorrow.